Magical lineage. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251. The correct way to open the inheritance. Return to the Cold Stone. Ronan believed that Aramis had once possessed the ancient star book, because the starry sky scene presented in the ancient star book was quite similar to the scene in Aramis's magic armband, but it was more vast, deeper and more mysterious. Ronan slowly immersed his mind in the book, as if he was in a real sea of stars. In the empty metal hall, time passed silently like fine sand between fingers. After an unknown amount of time, Ronan slowly opened his eyes, and a strange color appeared on his face. It seems that there is a very sophisticated meditation method in it. Ronan looked down at the ancient star book in his hand and whispered to himself. Just now, when he was studying the ancient star book, he unconsciously entered a state of meditation, and then his mental power seemed to have undergone some subtle and wonderful transformations. In order to verify this, Ronan closed his eyes again, but this time he did not flip through the ancient star book, but simply meditated. Tracing back to the previous state, Ronan tried to visualize the starry sky and the trajectory of the stars in his mind, which was different from his previous meditation. Gradually, a layer of translucent light golden halo emanated from his body, spreading outward in circles like microwaves washing the beach. Every time it washed, the spiritual power fluctuations released seemed to be purer. After a moment, Ronan stopped meditating. It is indeed a meditation method. The meditation method of the ancient wizards is countless times more complicated than the basic meditation that Ronan is currently practicing. With Ronan's current mental power that is 100 times greater than that of a late-stage third-level wizard, he cannot even get started in a short period of time. You need to visualize enough stars in your mind and complete a complete star disk deduction before you can officially get started. Star disk deduction is the game he and Ronan played in the starry night space, fiddling with the stars to achieve the transformation of the starry sky, from the simplest light and dark changes, to the alternation of day and night, the rotation of the 4 seasons, and the change of years. The changes in the star trajectories and the astrological pattern involved are extremely complex. The reason why Ronan said to Ronan that he lost at that time was because his deduction level was far inferior to Ronan's. Until he could no longer deduce, Ronan still seemed to be at ease. The content in the ancient star book is showing these changes all the time. Ronan put this discovery aside for the time being, and then took out Aramis's magic armband, and sank into the space of the armband. In the space of the armband, a vast sea of runes were quietly suspended, and the core rune representing magic was in the center. Ronan gently moved a rune star in front of him, according to what he had learned from the ancient star book. In an instant, those originally silent runes began to light up one by one, and a small piece of starry sky was lit up and slowly moved. Immediately afterwards, a stream of mysteries poured into Ronan's mind. That was the knowledge about the runes that Ronan had lit up, which also contained the core magic mystery. Ronan's mind was slightly shocked, and he finally understood why Ronan said that the ancient star book would help him understand the inheritance of Aramis's magic. This speed of accepting and understanding the inheritance was indeed much faster than his own little by little study. Perhaps, this was the correct way to open Aramis's magic inheritance. Ronan let out a long breath, and a strong sense of fatigue emerged between his eyebrows. His brain felt swollen and stuffed, as if it was filled with something. In just a short period of time, Ronan accepted the inheritance of more than 200 runes. Later, he only needed to summarize and digest it a little bit, and it would become his own. Not only that, the core magic rune of Aramis's armband was also simulated in Ronan's mind, and about 1,000th of the components were woven and constructed. This speed of comprehension is much faster than before. But the consumption is also huge. Ronan rubbed his swollen eyebrows. At this time, his mental power was almost completely consumed. Now he is slowly recovering with the effect of empty and clear realm. It is even more tiring than a life and death battle with someone. However, Ronan was quite happy and satisfied. Study the ancient star book and deduce the star disk to better understand the spell control rune inheritance. If everything goes well, Ronan feels that he will have the opportunity to thoroughly understand the inheritance contained in the Aramis spell control armband before going to the central part and officially joining the elemental lore ring. By then, Even if he really has to lose control of this magic equipment, it doesn't matter at all. Ronan has a goal in mind, and his mind is becoming more and more stable. He put away the ancient star book, slowly stood up, and walked out of the metal hall. Now that the plan to go to the central part has been decided, he should deal with some things left in the south as soon as possible. The heavy snow that was falling covered the whole world. The mountains, rivers, and small lakes scattered in the mountains were all dyed pure white. A layer of hazy white snow fog enveloped the earth. With a clear and pleasant sound of silver bells, 2 carriages staggered through the whistling wind and snow, and finally stopped in front of an ancient manor located on the mountainside. The door of the carriage opened, and 2 figures in long robes walked down from the carriage one after another. At the gate of the manor, a servant-like person quickly took the initiative to greet them. But before he could get close, one of them raised his hand in the air and flew away like straw. Before his figure landed, he exploded into a group of blood flowers in the air, and the snow was covered with shocking red. The 2 robed men quickly entered the manor. With a loud bang, the gate of the castle building in the manor was completely opened inward by them, and large amounts of wind and snow rushed in. No matter who you were, after the door was forcibly pushed open, a blonde, blue-eyed, slender lady quickly walked out from the depths of the castle, staring at the 2 people in front of her with anger. "The Kachin family does not welcome you, please get out immediately." "Madam Levy, long time no see." The leading robed man slowly took off the hood on his head, revealing a hairless, slightly sunken, ferocious and cold face underneath. The blonde lady looked at the ferocious-looking bald wizard in front of her, slightly stunned, and quickly blurted out, "Yukik, is it you? Madam Levy still remembers me." The bald wizard pulled the corner of his mouth ferociously, looking at the lady in front of him with a smile. "What do you mean?" The blonde lady frowned. "If I remember correctly, your double transplant was very successful. I see that you are in good condition now as well." "Good, very good, it couldn't be better." Yukik nodded, and suddenly tore off his robe, revealing the body underneath. He was covered with short, thick black hair, and his strong muscles protruded outward like granite. On his human body, there were 2 furry arms on the left and right, like bear claws, which looked weird and creepy. The blonde lady expressionlessly withdrew her gaze from Yukik and said lightly, "If you came here for this, I have to remind you that this is the result you said you were willing to bear, and there is a contract between us." "Madam Louis, you misunderstood, I don't mean to blame you." Yukik smiled and shook his head. "On the contrary, I really feel that the current state is very good. And the main reason for visiting Madam today is to introduce a distinguished guest to Madam." After speaking, Yukik stepped aside and revealed the other person who had been standing behind him. The latter slowly took off his hat, revealing a numb and indifferent face, very ordinary, with only a pair of silver-gray eyes that easily left an impression on people. As this person walked out from behind Yukik, an extremely huge mental pressure suddenly emanated from him, and in an instant, it was as if someone had stuffed a dazzling sun into the castle hall. The blonde lady felt this powerful mental force and trembled violently. She subconsciously whispered, "Level 3 wizard." The strength and courage she had shown in the face of Yukik disappeared instantly under this huge mental pressure. However, her years of experience in dealing with all kinds of wizards allowed Madame Levy to calm down quickly. She saluted the other party neither humbly nor arrogantly, took a breath, and said, "My lord, how can I help you?" The cold-looking gray-eyed wizard said lightly, "Yukik mentioned to me that your Kachin family has the technology to transplant blood talents." "Yes." Madame Louis nodded and replied, "If you need it, I can help you transplant the blood you want to transplant for free, but don't you understand what I said?" The gray-eyed wizard suddenly interrupted Madame Louis's words, and his tone became cold. "I mean, you hand over this technology." Madame Louis's face suddenly became ugly. "My lord, I'm afraid this won't work." "Humph." With a cold snort, the terrifying mental power that filled the castle hall attacked her like a storm. Madame Louis's face turned pale in an instant, and her delicate body trembled and swayed under the pressure of mental power that far exceeded her entire realm. But she bit her lower lip tightly and refused to let go. Seeing the increasing pressure on him, Yukik, who was standing by, stared at Madame Levy's curvy figure with a strange light in his eyes. He quickly walked up to the gray-eyed wizard and whispered a few words in his ear. The latter's eyes moved slightly and began to relax the pressure a little bit. Yukik got what he wanted, licked his lips hard, and then strode towards Levy. Seeing Yukik stretching out his big hand and about to grab Madame Levy's body, who was ashamed and angry, at this time, A cold and plain voice suddenly sounded clearly in the field, accompanied by the wind and snow pouring in from outside the door. "Is Aunt Soraya not here?" This voice appeared so unexpectedly and so abruptly. The three people in the field were all stunned for a moment, and then turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. Outside the wide-open castle door, a slender and upright handsome young man wrapped in a black and silver-edged robe walked out of the whistling wind and snow and walked in with a calm face. "Isn't Aunt Soraya here?" The handsome young man repeated his previous question. He seemed to be completely oblivious to the situation in the field. His eyes were always fixed on Madame Levy, who was at the innermost part. "Where is she now?" The handsome young man gently shook off the snowflakes on his robe and walked forward step by step along the long red velvet carpet. Madame Levy stared at the young man blankly. A moment of confusion flashed in her eyes, but she soon seemed to remember something and was about to speak. The next second, her eyes suddenly widened and she saw a scene that she would never forget. Madame Levy watched a translucent golden ripple spread out from the handsome young man and quickly swept across Yukik's body. The latter growled and immediately showed an expression of pain on his face. Immediately afterwards, Yukik was like an apple being squeezed by an invisible hand. First, his eyeballs bulged out, then his head deformed, and finally, accompanied by a series of teeth-grinding sounds of flesh and blood being squeezed and crushed, Yukik, who was nearly 2 meters tall and as strong as a bear, quickly collapsed into a ball of muddy flesh that was only slightly larger than a fist. Even Mrs. Li Wei, who had conducted countless flesh and blood experiments, was almost nauseated to the point of vomiting when she saw this scene. At this time, she heard a low and extremely rapid chanting of a spell, but it stopped abruptly the next second. Looking up, her suddenly shrunken pupils only reflected a picture of a figure who was about to cast a spell and suddenly exploded. The terrifying pressure that filled the hall completely disappeared, and the spiritual light that was as dazzling as the sun also went out. Neither the gray-eyed wizard nor Yukik existed at this moment. From the blood mist transformed from their bodies, a space ring of different shapes flew out, along with 2 terrified and twisted soul phantoms, all of which fell lightly into a wide and slender palm. At this moment, Madame Louis stood there blankly, her throat seemed to be choked by something. Her eyes sluggishly swept over the 2 pools of blood left in the empty hall one by one, and finally fell on the handsome young man who was about to approach her. "I don't want to repeat it again." The handsome young man stopped completely a few meters away from Madame Louis, looking at her calmly. "Aunt Soraya, where's she now?" Grandmother went to visit the Clavel family in Whitestone Castle 3 days ago. She should still be there now. The handsome young man finally got the answer he wanted and nodded to indicate that he knew. It seemed that the purpose of his coming here was just to ask Madame Louis such a question. He turned around and walked towards the door again. After taking 2 steps, he paused quietly, turned his head slightly, and said to Madame Levy, "Remember to clean the floor. I don't want Aunt Soraya to know that I spoiled her favorite carpet as soon as I came back." "Yes, yes," Madame Levy responded blankly, until the slender and tall figure completely disappeared in the vast snow outside the door, and then she murmured a name that she had never wanted to say before. Uncle Linus. If Madame Levy remembered correctly, at about the same time 4 years ago, a young wizard who claimed to be from the Silver Ring suddenly broke into the Coldstone Manor, and then inexplicably became the nephew of her grandmother, her uncle in terms of seniority. 4 years ago, the boy was just a small first-level wizard. 4 years later, he had the terrifying strength to easily crush and kill third-level wizards. Is it the same person? Facing the snow, Madame Levy made a dreamy voice with a confused look in her eyes. She didn't know. Perhaps only the grandmother herself could tell. "Linus, my dear Linus, you're back." In a spacious, empty, slightly shabby room, beside a blazing fireplace, the old and thin Soraya with silver hair gently hugged Ronan. "Yes, Aunt Soraya, I'm back." Compared to the indifference and coldness after seeing Madame Levy again, Ronan was undoubtedly much gentler when facing Soraya, who had given him a lot of care and help and treated him with all her heart. "You've walked far ahead of me." Soraya gently stroked Ronan's cheek, her face full of love and joy. Even if she tried her best to hide it, the violent fluctuation of her mental power still betrayed her excitement at the moment. Those who have trampled on the glory of Ice Flame Iris should take a good look at what an outstanding person our Lannister family has produced. Even if you return to be the leader of the Frost again, you will be one of the most dazzling few in your generation. Linus, I was right about you, you didn't let me down. The Frost has never abandoned Lannister, and fate is still favoring us." Soraya kept talking, and the flame in the fireplace beside her kept swaying with her excited and trembling tone. Chapter 252, The Whale Eater. Ice Emperor Chagas Connor. Ronan listened to Soraya's chatter patiently. Apart from her status as a third-level wizard, Soraya was also an old woman in her twilight years. A whole family had disappeared, and she was the only one left in the world. She could only find some comfort from her past memories. She really needed such an emotional catharsis. When Soraya's emotions slowly calmed down, Ronan finally told her the purpose of his trip. "I'm here to say goodbye to you, Aunt Soraya. In a few days, I may leave the south and go to the elemental ring in the middle." "I know." Soraya didn't seem surprised by Ronan's words. Instead, she nodded and agreed, "The south is indeed too small for you. You should go to a farther place to have a look." She thought for a while, turned her palm, took out an exquisite silver box from the space ring, and handed it to Ronan. Ronan opened it and saw an obsidian ring, a brown book cover notebook, and an exquisite ice flower brooch in the silver box. After a quick mental scan, the ring turned out to be a new stored ring. The internal space was about 5 times larger than the one Ronan was using now. It contained a large number of high-level magic stones and some rune stones. The notes were some of Soraya's new gains from blood transplant experiments in the past few years. As for the last ice flower brooch, it was really just an ordinary brooch. It was obvious that Soraya had prepared it a long time ago. "Sorry, Linus, I can only give you this." Ronan saw the guilt and fear of an old man in Soraya's eyes, as if she was afraid that he would be dissatisfied with this. "I left the family too early, and I have never had the inheritance after the frozen earth stream. If there are still people from the Lannister family left in the world, this brooch can prove your identity. It doesn't matter, you have given me enough." Ronan held Soraya's hand and comforted her softly. The lack of the subsequent inheritance of the frozen earth stream of the Lannister family was within Ronan's expectations. He did not feel any regrets about this. The frozen earth flow was not the most powerful one in the spell system he mastered now. After being promoted to Dawn, he could also obtain ice spells above level 4 from other places. The elemental ring is known as the spell encyclopedia of the wizarding world, so some universal spells should still be found. By the way, Aunt Soraya, there is one more thing. After putting away the silver box given by Soraya, Ronan opened the collar of his robe and showed her his smooth and strong collarbone. Soraya narrowed her eyes and quickly reacted. "Ice ring? Did you lose the necklace of Alris?" "No." Ronan shook his head. "It broke by itself and then melted into my body." Ronan roughly told Soraya about the process of the ice ring necklace breaking. Soraya was stunned, and then her tone suddenly became hurried. "You solved the secret of the ice ring?" "No, it chose you?" Incredible. Soraya stood up and paced back and forth quickly beside the fireplace, looking much more excited than when she learned that Ronan was already a third-level peak wizard. She kept muttering something incoherently. What secrets are hidden in the ice ring? Ronan saw Soraya like this for the first time and couldn't help asking. Soraya's emotions gradually calmed down, and finally she walked up to Ronan, looked at him with an extremely strange look, and said, "Ice Emperor. The inheritance of Ice Emperor Chagas Connor. Legend has it that the ice ring is the key to unlock this inheritance." Ice Emperor Chagas Connor. Ronan repeated the name mentioned by Soraya, a thoughtful look on his face, and murmured, "Whale Eater." "Yes." Soraya nodded. "In ancient language, it means whale eater. Ice Emperor Chagas Connor is known as the greatest ice wizard in history. His power is enough to freeze the sun. He once established an eternal frost empire on the frozen land, and even led those with cold blood to attack other worlds. Ronan's expression moved slightly. "Are you referring to the middle ring, and the lower ring continent?" "Not sure." Soraya shook her head. "It's just a legend that has spread in the far north. There are too many hymns about the Ice Emperor, and there are all kinds of versions. No one can trace their authenticity. But there is no doubt that the former Ice Emperor was a person who truly stood at the top of the wizard pyramid. He should have crossed the dawn long ago." Ronan took a breath and gently stroked the skin where he once wore the ice ring. He could clearly feel the mark of the ice ring in his soul. This mark helped him survive from Molly's Nirvana fire. He guessed that it was extraordinary, but he didn't expect that the origin behind it would be so great. "Then, what should I do?" Ronan calmed down his emotions and looked at Soraya, but Soraya just made a helpless expression to him. "I don't know either. The secret of the ice ring is only known to very few people. The people of the Frost Leader have studied it for a long time and have not been able to crack it. So I said that it chose you, just wait patiently. Soraya patted Ronan's cheek and said kindly, it will give you the next step sooner or later. Ronan nodded and said nothing more. When are you going to leave? Soraya asked him. It will take some time. Then stay for a few more days and keep me company. Soraya sighed for no reason, looking a little depressed. I don't know when we will meet next time. Okay. Ronan suddenly remembered something, thought about it, and said, there is one more thing I need your help with. Aunt Soraya. In the vast snow-capped mountains and forests, a huge ice and snow tornado was like an ancient snow-white python, roaring and raging under the gray sky. Suddenly, a blue light shone from the ice and snow tornado, and the originally snow-white tornado suddenly became transparent and gorgeous. The wind and snow between heaven and earth suddenly became stronger, and large patches of dark clouds rolled in from the sky, with faint dark blue lightning falling. At this time, the center of the huge ice and snow tornado was a peaceful and dreamy scene. Ronan stood in the eye of the frost hurricane, and countless magic domains were intertwined all over his body. He raised his hands, with his 10 fingers facing each other in the center of the empty grip. A dark blue ice ball with a diameter of several meters was quietly suspended. All the cold and terrifying auras came from the ice ball, and the void around the ice ball was all in a strange crystal shape, as if it was frozen by something. Snow country in the palm. Ronan narrowed his eyes and looked at the dark blue lightning that was connected to the sky machine above his head and fell from time to time. That was a sign of taboo. The closer the power of a spell is to the taboo realm, the more it can cause changes in the celestial phenomena. This is the traction of the terrifying aura of the taboo domain on the free energy between heaven and earth, and perhaps it is also a manifestation of the natural law. Ronan had mastered 2 real taboo domain powers, so he knew something about this. After the 3rd level ice magic was integrated into the snow country, the power of the snow country in the palm has been infinitely close to the taboo realm. Ronan exhaled gently, blowing away the layer of frost mist lingering on the ice ball in his hand. It can be seen that in the crystal clear ice ball, some outlines of miniature glaciers and snowfields can be seen faintly. Compared with the time when he was fighting for the wizards, Ronan's abilities in all aspects have improved a lot, and his control over this move is naturally incomparable. In addition, he inherited the 3rd level ice magic from Soraya, so the power of this move has risen to its current height. Crack, crack, crack. Ronan put his 10 fingers together, and cracks appeared on the surface of the exquisite ice ball. The miniature snow country collapsed, and finally with a bang, it exploded into countless scattered ice chips and light spots. The hurricane tornado that connected the sky and the earth dissipated, and the gathered energy turned into vast snow that was raised all around. Ronan's robe fluttered, and he landed lightly from mid-air on the snow with a calm expression. Whether there is a subsequent inheritance of the frozen earth school of the Ice Flame Iris Lancer family is no longer important to me. After creating the secret method of the snow country in the palm, Ronan already had a goal in mind for the subsequent development of the frozen earth school of ice that he practiced. The core of the frozen earth school is to build higher level spells layer by layer, like building a house. Ronan constructed the magic concept of the snow country in the palm on this framework, and even he himself felt very satisfied. The subsequent inheritance of the frozen earth school may not be comparable to the snow country in the palm. The road is made by people, why can't I open up a new ice school by myself? Ronan has seen Heramis swallowing and spewing stars and looking down on the world with arrogance, and his vision as a magic practitioner has also become much bigger. The current snow country in the palm is just a prototype. In Ronan's conception, the future snow country in the palm will not only be used for attacking, but if it can integrate the mysteries of space and mirror magic, it will also have the ability to seal and lock. This secret technique has infinite potential, and to a certain extent, it also carries his superhuman ambition in ice magic. Linus, a gentle call drifted into Ronan's ears with the wind and snow. Ronan looked up and saw a gray shadow quickly breaking through the air in the distant sky, and in the blink of an eye it fell on the snow in front of him. Soraya, with her silver hair piled high, has a more graceful temperament than usual. Even though her face is full of wrinkles, she can still discern some of her outstanding charm when she was young. Aunt Soraya. Ronan greeted Soraya, who nodded slightly and said kindly, "What you asked for has been done." Ronan's expression changed slightly. "Sorry to bother Aunt Soraya." Soraya shook her head and asked, "What are you going to do with them?" Ronan thought for a while and said, "Let them go where they are." Soraya showed a faint look of doubt on her face, but she didn't say anything, just nodded. After a few hourglasses, in a vast snow forest, 2 ice crystal horned icy scaled pythons, one large and one small, roared in a low voice, looked deeply at the 2 people behind them, and then quickly swam into the endless forest. They carry the blood of the ancient ice crystal snake. As long as they are exposed to the wizard's vision, they will attract covetous people and will be captured again sooner or later. Soraya looked at Ronan and spoke lightly. Ronan waited until the 2 ice-scaled pythons disappeared completely before slowly retracting his gaze. It doesn't matter. He shook his head. He did all this just to fulfill his promise to a certain snake. He once promised the ice crystal snake that one day he would take it to rescue its relatives from the hands of several major wizard families in Whitestone Castle, and now he has done it. Although now, the will of the ice crystal snake that has never even been given a name may have been devoured by Hikalto. Thank you. You must have paid a heavy price. Ronan thanked Soraya again, but the latter just shook her head. It's not much. You came to visit me 3 days ago. Your talent and strength shocked all of them. Compared with offending you, a potential star who will surely step into the dawn of the future, 2 cold-scaled pythons that only contain a trace of the blood of the ancient ice crystal demon snake are nothing. Ronan nodded and said nothing more. After letting the 2 cold-scaled pythons go, Ronan had done his last thing in Whitestone Castle. Perhaps sensing his intention to leave, Soraya felt inexplicably sad. Linus, she hugged Ronan again and kissed his forehead like a grandmother. Good boy, keep going, don't look back easily, I will always watch you from behind. Ronan was speechless. In the gradually falling snow, the 2 did not speak again, but just stood quietly facing each other. After bidding farewell to Soraya in Whitestone Castle, Ronan went directly back to the secret space with Inigo. Comprehending the ancient star book, inheriting the inheritance of Hermes's magic control, practicing magic, meditation, and bodybuilding. Ronan's life once again returned to a regular and peaceful state. He originally thought that this period of peace would not last long. He had been waiting for the silver magic ring to send him the news of going to the central region, but he never thought that he had waited and waited for so long that he almost thought that this matter would be forgotten. Hulala under the waterfall, in the misty water mist stirred up by the water hitting the rocks, circles of light golden ripples spread out, and in the sunlight, they presented a hazy color like a rainbow dream. A figure quietly floated in the water vapor, and all the light golden ripples emanated from his body. The figure was tall and straight, and the black robe with silver edges like silk fell from both sides of his body. A slightly glowing black leather book was opened and laid flat on his knees. Buzz, with a strange sound, the light golden ripples that spread out like water waves suddenly stopped and disappeared. Then the figure floating in the air also fell from the air and gently stood on a moss-covered rock. Snap! Ronan closed the ancient star book in his hand, put 2 fingers together and gently rubbed his eyebrows. In his half-closed eyes, he revealed a deep fatigue that was difficult to conceal. Almost failed. Ronan had forgotten how many times he had tried to deduce the star disk in the past year. He had comprehended the ancient star book to the point that he would occasionally dream of the stars flowing in his dreams, but until now, he could not complete a complete deduction at the most basic level. Chapter 253, Golden Fire, and Titanium Clone, Almighty, and Imperial Law. The mental power consumption required for a complete star map deduction is so great that even Ronan, whose mental power is 100 times that of an average 3rd-level peak wizard, can hardly support it. If you want to do it, you may have to wait until your mental power is purified 3 times. As for the extremely advanced meditation method contained in the ancient star book, Ronan has not yet fully comprehended it. He even thinks that it may be something that only wizards after the 4th level dawn are truly qualified to practice. However, although the deduction has not been completed, Ronan has made rapid progress in comprehending the inheritance of Hermes using the ancient star book in the past 9 months. He has absorbed and comprehended almost half of the vast sea of runes in the arm ring space, and he has also comprehended nearly 1/3 of the core, control, rune. Ronan estimates that if he can maintain this progress, it will only take about 3 years for him to completely understand the entire, control, rune. For a 3rd-level wizard whose average lifespan is calculated in units of hundreds of years, this speed is not slow. He still hadn't found a solution to the problem that a single spiritual power crystal couldn't bear the engraving of the Imperial Law rune, so he could only take it 1 step at a time. Ronan called up his current character panel and scanned the data on the panel line by line. He had grown from 21 to 22 years old. He had not wasted a single minute of the 9 months of waiting time, and the result was that the proficiency of the 3 skills, basic meditation, clear realm, energy missile, particle torrent, and austerity body forging, were all close to the master level 1500 threshold, 1491, 1478, and 1483 respectively. In addition, the 3 0-level ice spells who first comprehended the extraordinary domain all truly reached the 3-stage domain resonance and the master level proficiency of 1500. When he reached this step, Ronan began to feel that after a spell reached the 3-stage domain resonance, the difficulty of improving it would increase exponentially. He spent 6 months to practice all 3 cornerstone spells of his ice magic system to master level proficiency of 1500 points, and successfully entered the realm of 3-stage domain resonance. In the following 3 months, he worked hard, but his proficiency did not change at all. This is because he has the blood of the ancient Frost Hydra, and his talent in ice magic comprehension is far beyond that of ordinary people. It is conceivable that it is as difficult as ascending to heaven for ordinary wizards to touch the taboo. No wonder the forbidden domain is named taboo. Even for the Dawn wizards after level 4, it is extremely difficult to comprehend it. Even in the ancient times when everyone was like a dragon, only the sons of true genius were qualified to set foot in this field. After the master level proficiency of 1500 points, the last 100 points of proficiency are simply a level higher. Ronan even has an inexplicable premonition that the time required to complete the subsequent 100 points of proficiency may be longer than the total time of practice before. Therefore, Ronan now puts all his energy into practicing energy missile and metal magic. He has seen the bright and glorious prospect of the former, forbidden black hole. No matter how difficult it is, he has to bite the bullet and work on it. The latter will help him improve his combat power at this stage the most. Shoo! A large mass of metal with a hint of red in the dark color gushed out from under the robe, and along with the rise of magic fluctuations, a trace of ancient and profound mysterious energy spread out. It seems that an invisible golden hand touches the body of titanium in the void, and titanium, which has transformed into golden tentacles, blooms like a flower behind Ronan in a strange and unique form. The blazing and majestic domain of the law spreads, and the scorching wind sweeps across the fields. The air is filled with a strong, heavy and hot smell like melting metal. Touch of Lingmea black steel. This, golden fire, system spell that Ronan started practicing the earliest and spent the most time and energy on has already derived a supernatural domain and officially entered the master level. The master level, touch of black steel, has a total of 29 golden tentacles. Of course, the number can be more, which is related to the total amount of titanium alloy. Each tentacle is like the top and purest gold, with countless jagged golden suckers growing on it, turning from time to time, exuding a terrifying breath of tearing and cutting. Drop by drop, the slime that seems to melt gold drips from the tentacles and falls on the ground. Each drop smashes a big pit on the hard ground. The soil is like being burned and corroded by molten steel, forming a fiery red magma. On the magma, there is a thin layer of golden flames swaying. The supernatural domain derived from touch of black steel is called golden fire. This is a very unique metal-based spell flame, which is more powerful and domineering than most of the fire spells Ronan has seen before. The 5 inherited spells of golden fire, touch of black steel, represents absolute defense at the physical and energy levels. Silver body symbolizes absolute defense at the physical and energy levels. Head of brass is a means of attack at the spiritual level. Heart of diamond protects the mind, and soul of gold arms the soul. 5 spells, both offensive and defensive, all cast, can summon Maya, one of the 7 pillars of the Golden Kingdom, the golden fire spirit, to the world. This is described in the inheritance given to him by Sibir Alchemist. As for how powerful the so-called Golden 7 Pillars, Golden Fire Spirit Maya, spell is, Ronan still doesn't know, but judging from the power displayed by a single spell so far, he shouldn't be disappointed. Buzz! A golden tentacle suddenly disintegrated and turned into countless black metal filaments, gathering in front of Ronan. Ronan raised a finger, and a red blood bead oozed from the fingertip, gently flicking into the countless interwoven black metal filaments. With a wave of magic energy, the countless metal filaments that merged with Ronan's blood slowly woven out the outline of a person's shape. body, hair. As time went by, finally, a lifelike human figure was born. Except for the slightly dull eyes, a somewhat cold temperament, no body temperature and heartbeat, the appearance and breath were almost the same as Ronan. This was an unexpected product of Ronan's 9-month magic practice. Because of the hard work of practicing metal magic, Ronan's proficiency in the spell, Activate Metal, which he started practicing from level 1, has unknowingly exceeded the master level by 1,000 points. After entering the second stage of the magic domain resonance, the power of Living Steel has become even stronger. Combined with the Mirror Soul spell that is about to be promoted to the master level, it can actually construct a real magic clone. The strength of this magic clone is not strong, probably about the strength of a second-level wizard, but the effect of making the fake look real is extremely outstanding. In certain specific situations, it should be good for confusing people. It can also be regarded as a very practical little trick developed by Ronan. He waved his hand to disperse the spell clone and the golden tentacles, and reattached himself to Ronan's robe with titanium. His practice for the day was temporarily over. He snapped his fingers gently, and soon, the nearby jungle was filled with a rustling of branches and leaves. Soon, a lame gray goat came out of the bushes happily, ran quickly to Ronan, and kept nudging his instep with its furry head. Ronan touched the back of the gray goat's neck and then put it back into the space ring. Since the ice crystal demon snake was taken over by Hiqualto, this mechanical gray goat named Otter has become Ronan's only pet. Ronan would let it out for a walk when he had nothing to do. Over the past year, they have cultivated a deep relationship with each other, and Otter is now extremely dependent on him. Ronan was about to leave when he suddenly felt a movement of a certain communication stone in the space ring. He took it out to check, replied briefly, and then stood there quietly waiting. Not long after, a figure broke through the air. The spiritual power array and the inheritance secret realm in the magic ring are open to you freely, but you, the son of the magic ring, always like to run to this wilderness with thin energy to practice. The person who came had flowing golden hair, handsome appearance, and a cold silver robe. It was Arian, who had become quite friendly with Ronan after the wizard competition. I'm used to it, Ronan responded casually and asked Arian, did you come here this time because there was news from the central part? For nearly a year, Ronan had been waiting for the wizard of the elemental magic ring in the central part who was said to be coming to pick him up. Arian was also one of the geniuses recommended to the headquarters by the silver magic ring this time, so any movement from the elemental magic ring had always been passed on to Ronan by Arian. There's news. Arian nodded, but it's not good news. What do you mean? We just contacted someone from headquarters. The wizard who set out from headquarters to pick us up in the south a year ago had a small accident. So the headquarters sent another group of people over. We may have to wait for a while. Accident. Ronan couldn't help but frown. Arian explained, you underestimate the difficulty of the journey across 2 continents. The long distance will breed all kinds of unexpected emergencies. It's common to be tied up by something and unable to get away in a short time. Ronan nodded and said nothing more. Arian took out a palm-sized metal box from under his robe and handed it to Ronan. My mentor asked me to give it to you. I originally planned to let you make your own decision after entering the elemental ring headquarters. Now that your trip is delayed, I asked you to bring it to me in advance. Your soul seal should not be fully condensed yet, right? Ronan listened to Orion's description, his expression slightly changed. He took the metal box he handed over, opened it directly, and found a few rune stones simply placed inside. Thank you. Ronan put away the metal box and thanked Orion. Orion just shook his head, left a faint sentence, contact me anytime if you have anything, and then turned and left. Half an hour later, Ronan slowly landed in a quiet and secluded valley. The spiritual power gently pushed aside the silver curtain-like waterfall, revealing the moss-covered stone wall behind the waterfall. Ronan did not rush in, but stared at the rune stones in his hand thoughtfully. Just as Orion said, the rune stones recorded the core inherited spells of the magic circle, as well as a series of soul seals related to the almighty magic circle system, and some related cultivation experience and insights. Spells and experience are nothing to Ronan. He has the inheritance of the golden country, so it is naturally impossible for him to switch to the crystal system spells created by several ringmasters of the silver magic circle. The general third-level elemental spells are also useless to him. The main thing is the soul seal of the almighty magic circle. Ronan has long known that the Almighty Magic Circle seal is not a single one, but a series of seals. Rhythm of wind, breath of earth, pulse of fire. Ronan now has 7 seals of different elemental categories in his hand. If at least 3 runes are combined, they can form the most basic, Almighty Ring, which has the effect of increasing the power of a specific elemental spell by 30 times within a specific time. After Ronan reached the peak of level 3, he still had 4 mental crystals that were always empty. In other words, if he now chose to use these 4 mental crystals to condense the Almighty Ring, he would be able to obtain the effect of increasing the power of spells by 40 times under certain conditions. If I hadn't received the inheritance of Hermes, and if there were no more suitable runes to condense, I might have really taken the path of Almighty Ring. Ronan looked at the rune stone in his hand, muttering to himself, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. At this moment, in his mind, which no one could perceive, many inspirations were flashing like lightning. He had always been worried about how to condense the magic control rune into a soul rune. Now, the unique rune system of the Almighty Ring gave him great inspiration. A single spiritual power crystal is too small to engrave a complete control magic rune on it. Even if it succeeds, once it is activated in battle, it cannot withstand the energy impact of 100 times the power. But what if I split control magic? Just like Almighty Magic Ring, it can be split into different runes, and finally form a complete control magic rune. This road may be feasible. Ronan took a deep breath, and caught the dawn of his dream. Although Almighty Magic Ring is also strong, it has many restrictions. If you want to maximize the power of Almighty Magic Ring, you have to continue to practice more elemental spells. In all aspects, it cannot be compared with control magic. As long as there is a slight chance, Ronan will choose control magic without hesitation. This is not only a difference of dozens of times in the increase of spell power, but also related to the grade of his future Yuanling. I have 4 empty spiritual crystals now, which means I need to split spell control into 4 parts. It may still be difficult to split 4 parts. At that time, I may have to discard several existing runes with relatively small functions to make room for splitting spell control. Of course, the best result is that none of the existing runes need to be erased. After all, the 5 soul runes that Ronan currently has are very important to his several major spell systems. If anyone is missing, the ability in a certain aspect will be reduced. It would be great if I could step into the Mist Forbidden Zone, so that I can condense 1 more spiritual crystal and have 1 more place to split. After confirming this idea, Ronan suddenly had an urge to try it. But he was forced to suppress it. He has only comprehended 1/3 of the spell control rune now. It is best to wait until he has fully comprehended it before making a decision on how to split it. Thinking of this, Ronan calmed down, walked through the mossy stone wall in front of him, and stepped into Binigo's private secret space. Chapter 254, Bloodline Deduction Array, Evacuee's Summons. Compared to when Ronan first came in, Binigo's private secret space is already very different. More than half of the entire secret space is occupied by the Holy Blood Tree. The dense golden leaves form a huge crown, and the branches below are a beautiful agate red. The growing Holy Blood Tree has greatly squeezed Binigo's living and research space. The few experimental tables that originally existed in the secret space have now been moved to a corner in the northwest corner. As soon as Ronan entered the space, the Holy Blood Tree emitted a joyful consciousness wave. The soft red branches were like a baby's little hands, caressing Ronan's cheeks and neck, welcoming him home. Rustle. At this time, in the lush magic plant garden under the Holy Blood Tree, accompanied by the swaying of the grass and trees, a figure quickly emerged from it. He was a strong young man with thick brown hair, handsome and muscular. He looked only a few years older than Ronan. If he hadn't been wearing a white shirt with obvious oil prints that Ronan was quite familiar with, Ronan would hardly have recognized him. The person in front of him was Binigo. Did your experiment succeed? Ronan looked at Binigo, who was almost renovated, with a strange light in his eyes, and immediately strode forward. It can be considered as some initial results. Binigo nodded calmly in response. There was still some wet oil on his hands, and he looked like he had just finished his daily work of loosening the soil and weeding in the magic plantation. His voice also became much younger and more magnetic. Ronan immediately released his mental power and swept towards Binigo. The latter's face did not show any strange color, and he stood there and allowed him to explore. After a moment, Ronan took a deep breath and said, "Your strength has begun to recover, and even your vitality has become much stronger. It seems that your research is really successful." From the moment the seeds of the holy blood tree sprouted, Binigo has been conducting his blood purification research. There are few documents about the holy blood tree, so how to guide the power of the holy blood tree to carry out the ideal evolution of one's own blood is a big problem. The 2 blood purifications Ronan conducted before were to purify the blood of the ice crystal demon serpent first, and then transplant it into his own body. This method greatly reduces the risk of one's own blood being too complicated and the direction of purification being uncontrollable. But after the Wizard's War, Ronan lost the ice crystal demon serpent, which made this method of purification first and then transplantation no longer usable. It was also at this time that Binigo, who had been trying to use the holy blood tree to solve his own soul decay problem, proposed a bold idea, which was the blood deduction experiment. Before accepting the formal blood purification, repeated route deductions were carried out until the most ideal purification direction was found. The principle is simple, but the actual operation is difficult. In the 9 months since Ronan returned to the Silver Ring, Binigo has been doing related experimental research. Now he looks more than 20 years younger, and his soul decay disease is almost cured. I think it is because he has undergone a full-body blood purification, and the concentration of gray elf blood in his body has been greatly increased. Binigo is a very stable and cautious person. He will not take risks easily without sufficient confidence, so Ronan guessed that his research has made a major breakthrough. The experimental topic of bloodline deduction was set up specifically for Ronan. Binigo's success also means that Ronan has a perfect hope for the 3rd bloodline purification. This is related to his future chance of survival from Hikalto's hands after his resurrection. How can he not be eager and excited? The rune knowledge you shared has been of great help to me. Binigo led Ronan through the weeds on the ground and came to a laboratory table covered with paper drafts. He picked up a rag and wiped the dirt on his hands casually. Binigo began to introduce to Ronan, "I designed a miniature rune array, which is similar to the talent transplantation method of the ice wizards in Beishi Castle, but it needs to be engraved on the heart. During the blood flow, it can be purified and deduced repeatedly until the best result is deduced. Is there any risk?" Ronan picked up the calculation papers on the laboratory table and scanned them one by one, asking in a deep voice. "Of course." Binigo nodded. "Every deduction requires a large amount of active blood essence, which will put a great burden on your body. I have a strong physique. This is nothing." Ronan shook his head and ignored this influence first. With a master-level proficiency of nearly 1,500 points in austerity body forging, the vitality contained in the vitality ball in his body has long reached a magnificent level that ordinary people cannot imagine. If he actively activates it, he can turn into a human-shaped blood-making machine in a minute. Even the most precious blood essence will not have much impact on him. It is also possible to lose the origin of blood. Blood origin. Ronan was puzzled. It was the first time he heard of this word. "What is that?" "A term I defined myself." Binigo explained. "Whether the deduction is successful or not, it will continue to reduce the concentration of precious blood contained in your blood. I have tried many ways, but I can't avoid this situation. It feels more like a loss at the level of life rules, so I named it origin loss. Don't look at me now. I am in good condition. Half a month ago, the gray elf blood in my body was almost completely gone. I was ready to start the alternative plan. Loss at the rule level." Ronan frowned. He could understand what Binigo meant. To put it bluntly, the holy blood tree purifies the blood of living beings. It actually creates a seed of a stronger blood based on a blood. The seed takes root and sprouts in the body, absorbs the nutrients of the original blood, and completely replaces the original blood after growth. This is the whole process of blood purification and upgrading. The blood deduction technology invented by Binigo uses external forces to interfere with the process of seed generation. Unsatisfactory seeds are discarded one by one until the seed that satisfies oneself is cultivated. And this process of constantly discarding and restarting will inevitably cause some losses, but Ronan did not expect that this loss cannot be made up and is completely irreversible. That is to say, blood deduction will cause the concentration of the ancient frost hydra blood in my body to continue to decrease. If I can't deduce the direction of purifying the ancient frost hydra blood, it is very likely that I will lose this blood completely in the end. After Ronan figured it out, he asked Binigo, and Binigo replied calmly, "Yes. How much blood essence will be consumed in one deduction? How many deductions can the ancient frost hydra blood in my body support now? I don't know, it varies from person to person. There is another point I have to remind you: the stronger the blood, the lower the probability of successful deduction. This is the law of natural evolution. It will become more and more difficult for any life form to climb up. You should understand this truth. Ronan fell silent. After a moment, he raised his head and looked into Binigo's eyes calmly. I know. When can you start engraving the deduction array for me? Ronan thought very clearly. If he could not make a major and critical breakthrough in Hickalter's original bloodline, then he would never be able to defeat Hickalter. How could a person who used the blood of others as the source of power defeat the original body of this bloodline? Rather than waiting to die with a 6% concentration of the ancient Frost Hydra bloodline, he might as well give it a try. Even if he failed in the end, it was no big deal. To this day, the ancient Frost Hydra bloodline is no longer an indispensable part of his strength system, just as if he had never had it. Binigo was not surprised by Ronan's decision, as if he had long guessed that Ronan would make such a straightforward and decisive choice. You should have to leave for the central region right now, right? No. Ronan shook his head. Something unexpected happened, so I may have to stay for a while. Then there's no rush. Binigo said calmly, some details of the magic circle need to be improved, and I have to spend time to develop a targeted deduction plan for you. How long will it take? About 3 months. Ronan nodded and said nothing more. He left the lab table and slowly walked to the holy blood tree in the center of the secret space. He reached out and gently stroked the smooth and delicate jade-like trunk of the holy blood tree. Binigo's voice came from behind him. If you have time, think more about how to settle it in the future. This place can no longer accommodate it. I know. Ronan stood under the tree, looking up at the crown of the holy blood tree, his eyes flickering slightly, and I don't know what he was thinking. 4 months later. Silver magic ring. Have you really decided? At the top of the silver-white tower of the 7th magic ring, Kosti asked softly. Ronan slowly withdrew his gaze from the other 7 towers in the distance, turned around, stretched out his hand to tease a brightly feathered long-billed parrot that fell on his arm, and nodded. Yes. There is a reason to set off early. I have seen that the place I am going to is not particularly far from the headquarters of the elemental ring. If I can't catch up with a guide, I will go there on my own. Seeing Ronan's firm attitude, Kosti didn't say anything else, but took out something from the space ring and handed it to Ronan. It was a bird folded with blue paper. When you hold it in your hand, you can feel the faint rune fluctuations. When you get to the central part and finish your own business, you can use this to contact the people who come to pick you up this time. They have enough patience for you. Ronan took the blue paper bird given by Kosti and nodded. When you get to the central part and are out of the coverage of the southern communication tower, all the communication stones in Ronan's hand will lose their function. This blue paper bird is probably the communication prop commonly used by wizards in the central part. Damien, after everything was explained, Kosti looked at Ronan, her mouth opened, as if she wanted to say something to him. But in the end, she just hugged him gently. Be careful on your way. Ronan's heart was slightly touched, and he seemed to see the shadow of another person in Kosti's lake green eyes. He hugged Kosti back, said his final goodbye to the parrot Bobby, and then slowly walked down the tower. Ronan walked down the book steps inside the tower step by step. After leaving the tower door, he walked towards the 10 gray meditation towers next to him. He wanted to see Clemens again, but he was disappointed. Clemens went out to participate in a trial and was not in the circle of law. On the way back, Ronan accidentally ran into another old acquaintance. A gray-haired young man with a long scar on his face. Lanny. Ronan remembered the other person's name. An old enemy who had suppressed him in various ways when he first joined the circle of law because of Binigo. The latter obviously recognized him, and his face turned pale in an instant. Then he stood still, his expression and movements becoming more and more humble and awkward. Ronan wanted to go up and say hello to him, but he gave up, shook his head and passed by him. After leaving the inner city of the Lore Ring, he came to the outer city of the 7th Lore Ring. Ronan walked along the winding streets and finally came to a small hotel with a sign of Blueberry Hostel. When he entered the door, the owner was lying on the counter with his chin half propped up and yawning lazily. It was a familiar girl's face to Ronan. After a few years, her temperament seemed to have matured a lot. The only thing that had not changed was her fluffy blue curly hair that looked like a sheep. "Are you watching the store again today, Alida?" Ronan walked into the hostel naturally, just like the countless afternoons he had lived here, and greeted the blue curly-haired girl in front of the counter. "Oh, good afternoon, Lord Ronan." Alida responded to Ronan as skillfully as before, but as soon as she said the greeting, she suddenly reacted. Like a frightened sheep, she stood up straight in front of the counter. "Lord Ronan." Alida stared at Ronan with wide eyes in disbelief, and let out a low cry. "Really you? God, I am not dreaming." Ronan smiled at Alida, walked to the counter and asked, "How are you and Jacob?" Alida stared at Ronan, like a dumbfounded puppet, and it took her a long time to react. She stammered back, "We got engaged last year." "Congratulations," Ronan said softly, and then gently placed a space ring on the counter in front of Alida. Then, "I wish you a happy wedding in advance." Alida looked down at the exquisite ring on the counter. Just as she picked it up, she looked up and found that Ronan had disappeared from her sight. "Lord Ronan." Alida held the ring and stared blankly at the metal plate floor outside the door where the sun was shining obliquely. For a moment, she forgot to speak. This brief reunion was so unreal that it seemed like just a dream she had when she was sleepy and taking a nap in the afternoon. Ronan stood under the clear blue sky, looking at the silver magic ring in the distance that stood between heaven and earth like a steel throne. Past memories flashed through his mind one by one. The longing and ignorance when he first came to the magic ring, the anxiety facing the 30-year review period, the vigilance when he met Binigo, the resentment and unwillingness when he was implicated and suppressed, and the hardiness when he defeated all his enemies in the arena. The silver magic ring carried too many memories of him and occupied a large part of his not-so-long wizard career. "I don't know when I will come back next time after leaving this time, and whether I will have the opportunity to come back." Ronan felt some inexplicable regret and emotion in his heart, but soon, they were all replaced by another kind of determination. He returned to calmness and turned to fly towards Binigo's private secret realm. In 4 months, Ronan did not wait for the guidance of the wizard of the elemental ring in the central region, but instead received a message from Evaqui, the inheritor of the ancient spirit wizard. The other party was ready to go to the Temple of All Souls to accept the second trial, and he also needed him to go there as soon as possible to assist. Evaqui had given Ronan a lot of help, helping him solve his spiritual problems and giving him the mysterious finger bone, which helped him escape the pursuit of the Dawn Wizard of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society. He had to repay this favor no matter what. Evaqui gave him a year and arranged all the itineraries for him to the location of the Temple of All Souls in the central region. This process would only take about 5 months. In theory, Ronan had enough time, but before leaving the south completely, he still had a few things to do, so he decided to start his journey immediately. Before leaving, he would also formally accept the engraving of the bloodline deduction rune array from Binigo. Chapter 255, Kiffinport, Mr. Damien. The breeze blew the leaves, making a rustling sound. Ronan was half naked, his robes were pulled down to his waist, and he sat cross-legged under the holy blood tree, speaking calmly. "It's done." Binigo nodded, said nothing, picked up a half-foot-long bone needle from the mobile tool table at hand, dipped it in a pottery dish filled with dark red unknown solution, and then engraved it on Ronan's body bit by bit. The process was a bit like a tattoo. The tip of the bone needle slightly pierced Ronan's skin, and then the special liquid in the needle was gently injected. When the whole tattoo process was over, a huge upside-down tree pattern appeared on Ronan's chest and waist. Binigo was sweating all over his body. The seemingly simple steps were not easy for him. Without wiping off the sweat, Binigo quickly handed Ronan something like a beetle. "Don't swallow it, hold it under your tongue." Ronan followed his instructions, stuffed the brown-yellow beetle into his mouth, pressed it gently with his tongue, and could still feel the insect struggling under his tongue. At this time, the Binigas were already standing under the holy blood tree, holding the same bone needles and busying themselves on the trunk of the holy blood tree. Following the same steps as before, when the same pattern was carved, Binigo took out a dagger and stabbed it hard into the trunk of the holy blood tree. The latter seemed to be in pain, and the branches and leaves trembled swish-swish. Binigo took this opportunity to crush a bright green beetle, and smeared the remains and juice on the trunk of the holy blood tree. "Now," he shouted in a low voice. Ronan pressed his tongue down upon hearing this, and the body of the beetle under his tongue exploded instantly. A fishy and sweet taste with a hint of bitterness immediately filled his mouth. The exploded beetle body seemed to melt, turning into a hot stream, and actively flowed down Ronan's throat. At the same time, Ronan felt that there seemed to be countless ants crawling on the surface of his body. He immediately released the control of his body muscles, and in an instant, the countless ants immediately drilled in along the muscles. From the perspective of an observer, the pattern of the upside-down tree on Ronan's body was fading rapidly, and the same was true for the holy blood tree. The wound that was stabbed by Binigo was also healing rapidly. Ronan felt an itch in his body, as if countless ants were marching deep into his body along his flesh and bones. Suddenly, his heart seemed to be grabbed by something. Ronan's eyelids twitched slightly, and then slowly drooped down. It was like a hot spark falling on the heart's leaflets, and then the second, and the third. Ronan saw that the skin on the surface of his body began to turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a branding iron that gradually heated up under the flame. The stinging heat gathered on the surface of his heart and imprinted into it bit by bit. He heard the sound of blood flowing in his blood vessels, and all the blood in his body rushed to the heart. The vitality ball in his body released a large amount of vitality, and it was producing blood rapidly all the time. A red light shot out from the heart, hitting the holy blood tree in front of him, and coincided with the position of the pattern on the trunk of the holy blood tree. An inexplicable passage was reached. A strange energy with a hint of gold in the deep red continuously flowed into Ronan's body along this empty passage. This energy was like a clear stream, as if the burning heart quickly cooled down, the burning pain subsided, as if something was taking shape quickly with a coolness. When everything was over, Ronan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Looking down at himself, the tattoo pattern of the upside-down tree on the surface of his skin had completely disappeared, and it returned to its original white and smooth appearance. On the other hand, the heart in the chest cavity had an extra layer of light golden light film on the outside. On the surface of the heart, there was a holy blood tree pattern that seemed to be reduced countless times. Some blood flowed rapidly along this pattern, forming a complex and harmonious cycle. Holy tree array. Ronan touched the position of his heart, thinking. He looked up at the holy blood tree in front of him. Its aura had weakened several times compared to before. The ground under the tree was covered with withered and dead holy blood leaves. It looked as if it had just undergone a blood purification ceremony beyond its ability, causing it to suffer a great loss of vitality. Ronan stood up and gently stroked the trunk of the holy blood tree. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty. The holy blood tree was so well behaved and sensible that it made people feel distressed. In return, it comforted him with its withered branches and leaves. Do you feel uncomfortable? Binigo walked up and asked Ronan, holding a notebook in his hand ready to record at any time. Ronan tried to call upon the power of his body and blood, shook his head, and replied, except for a little weakness, everything else is fine. That's good. Binigo's face relaxed a little, and while writing on his notebook, he instructed him, the array itself is relatively fragile. When fighting with others, try to avoid being directly attacked to the heart. Once the array is damaged, I don't know what the consequences will be. The energy of the holy blood tree stored in the array can theoretically maintain the operation of this array for about 5 years. After 5 years, regardless of whether the deduction is successful or not, you'd better come back. Binigo said, turning his head to look at the depressed holy blood tree, frowning and saying, I deliberately let it extract most of its energy for you. The purpose is to curb its rapid growth for a period of time. But this kind of immortal species, once it survives, will only grow faster and faster like a snowball. For 5 years, I don't know if this place can support 5 years. Binigo shook his head and said, anyway, remember to pay more attention to the right place to transplant it. Once it grows up, it will be good for both you and me. I understand. Ronan slowly put on his robe again. A ball of black metal that kept wriggling like a living thing flew out of his sleeves and hovered in front of Binigo. Its name is titanium. Ronan looked at Binigo and said calmly, it can continuously evolve by devouring other metals. Binigo was slightly stunned, and a trance flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to remember the scene when he once gave the demon nightmare tungsten steel to Ronan, who was only a first-level wizard. Binigo did not refuse or thank him, but just nodded and accepted the titanium that Ronan gave up. After the symptoms of soul decay were alleviated, Binigo's strength could continue to grow, and he once again had the opportunity to climb up. He really needed a suitable metal magic medium. Gone. Yet, Binigo calmly watched Ronan leave until his back completely disappeared at the entrance, then walked to the experimental table alone and got busy as usual. After leaving the secret space, Ronan looked around the valley for the last time, and then flew towards the sky in one direction. Binigo was the person in the world who knew most of his secrets. After so many years, the two of them had already become an inseparable whole. Binigo knew that he would definitely come back, just as he knew that Binigo would definitely wait for him there. So there was no need for a too solemn farewell between the two. Half a month later, it was a sunny afternoon. On the street paved with shells and cobblestones, next to two swaying carriages, a young man walked with a crisp and pleasant sound of sea breeze bells. The young man was tall and straight, with short dark chestnut hair, which was soft and slightly wavy. The color of his hair complemented his skin, showing a warm tone in the sun. As he walked, his eyelids were lowered, as if he was thinking about something. As he walked, he gave people a sense of peace and tranquility and a strong bookish atmosphere. Even if he was wearing the simplest gray linen robe, he was still an extremely outstanding and handsome person. Even in the most prosperous capital, let alone this remote port town, everyone who had the honor to see him, regardless of gender, would stop what they were doing and look at him curiously. Buzz, at a three-way intersection with a downward slope, Ronan suddenly stopped. In his lake blue eyes that no one could see, a deep purple light flashed, and the depth and brilliance of the moment were like the starry sky, but it quickly dimmed in the next second. Almost. Ronan took a breath and muttered in his heart. Just now, he was just a little bit away from completing the most basic star chart deduction described in the ancient star book. The weaker aspect is still in mental power, but compared with before, it has improved a lot. Ronan estimated that after a few more practices, he will be able to achieve a breakthrough. He casually called up his character panel, Basic Meditation, Clear Realm, Master 1499, 1600. There is only a little proficiency left before the third purification of mental power. Although the strength progress shown on the panel has not changed, only Ronan himself knows that he is much better than before in the use of some details of mental power. Being able to do more complex energy control, reflected in the release of spells, is that the operation is more delicate, natural, and has a sense of lightness. This progress cannot be reflected on the digital panel, but it has really improved Ronan's actual combat level. Concentrating his mind, Ronan raised his head and looked around. At this time, what appeared in front of him were two narrow shell cobblestone paths. On both sides of the path were some low houses built of wood or stone. There was a small monastery on the left-hand side, and in the distance, the blue sea level could be seen. Kiffinport. A wizard town located on the west coast of the southern continent, similar to Hoddam in the past, with wizards and mortals. Most of the wizards living here are wandering apprentices. Ronan quietly watched everything in front of him, took out a few pieces of letter paper from the space ring, lowered his head to read carefully, and then continued to walk forward in one direction. He walked all the way to the end of the street. The sea breeze through the long alley became stronger, and the air became more humid. The sound of seagulls and ship horns could be heard in the distance. Ronan finally stopped in front of a shop with a narrow storefront. Looking at the closed wooden door of the shop, Ronan's eyes flickered slightly. He walked up and saw the eye-catching brass padlock on the door, which was already covered with a thin layer of dust. He raised his head and looked around the eaves of the door, and a wind chime full of local characteristics of Kiffinport came into view. Ronan waved his hand, and the wind chime hanging on the eaves of the door gently fell into his hand, without making any sound, because the bell core of the wind chime had disappeared, leaving only a copper shell, and a simple sunny doll made of white cotton balls and blue cloth tied to the bell. Ronan turned over the blue cloth wrapped with the white cotton balls, and saw a name written in black ink behind the blue cloth, Cheryl. Ronan pursed his lips slightly, put down the wind chime and doll in his hand, and a trace of unspeakable emotion slowly rose from the bottom of his heart. He seemed to be a step late. He followed a letter from the old Wells and the other two to Kiffinport. Following the instructions in the letter, he found the pharmacy that the old Wells mentioned, but the result was that the store was empty. According to the traces of dust on the copper lock of the store door, it was estimated that the store had been closed for several months. Did it change its location? Or did the people leave Kiffinport? Ronan didn't know. At this time, a slightly nervous voice came from his ear. "Would you like a cup of firegold drink, sir?" Ronan turned around and saw a boy with a wooden basket on his back, looking uneasy. He was about 13 or 14 years old, barefoot, curly-haired, and had a dark complexion that was most common among people living by the sea. The wooden basket behind him was filled with a variety of tropical fruits. The firegill drink the boy was talking about was a drink that was quite local to Kiffenport, made by mixing several kinds of fruit juice and alcohol, and adding firegill blood. One cup only required 1 or 2 pieces of magic stone. Small vendors selling this drink could be seen everywhere in Kiffenport. Ronan shook his head kindly at the boy. He had tasted this drink, but unfortunately, he could not quite accept its taste. He had thought that the boy would give up when he saw the difficulty, or continue to persevere in selling it. Unexpectedly, the next time the boy spoke carefully, he asked, "Sir, are you a friend of Mr. Wells?" Ronan was stunned when he heard this, and looked at the boy with some surprise. "Do you know them?" "Of course." Hearing Ronan's admission, the boy seemed to grow bolder. He took 2 steps towards Ronan and said quickly, "I spend almost 2 to 3 hourglass hours in Mr. Wells's shop every day. He likes me very much and even taught me the wizard's meditation method." "Sir, you are also a noble wizard, right?" The boy looked up at Ronan with an expectant and admiring look. Ronan didn't answer, but smiled and said, "Do you know where they are now?" "I don't know." The boy shook his head and answered somewhat frustratedly, "Mr. Wells took Miss Winnie and Cheryl and left suddenly. No one knows where they went. Before they left me a letter and specifically asked me to give it to a man named." As the boy spoke, he suddenly reacted, slapped his forehead hard, then looked at Ronan with wide eyes. "Sir, may I ask your name?" Ronan's eyes flickered, and he spoke slowly. "My name is Ronan, Ronan Damien." "So you are the Mr. Damien they are talking about?" the boy shouted excitedly. Chapter 256, Ghostly Fish, Mermaid Song, Sea Tribe Chuck. "Mr. Wells often mentioned you, and Cheryl told me about you almost every day, as well as Miss Winnie." The boy looked at Ronan with a fanatical look of finally meeting his idol. He quickly took out a small package wrapped in waterproof oilcloth from his arms, wiped it on his body, and then handed it to Ronan. Ronan took the oilcloth package handed over by the boy with a smile, opened it, and a small communication stone fell out immediately. In addition, there was a letter. The letter was indeed in Cheryl's handwriting, which looked a little sloppy, as if it was written in a hurry. Cheryl said in the letter that Vinicia's beauty had attracted a powerful wizard in Kiffenport to fall in love with her. Vinicia was overwhelmed by him, but she couldn't defend him, so the 3 of them finally chose to leave Kiffenport. Old Wells used his connections to board an ocean-going ship departing from Kiffenport. They didn't even know where they were going. If Ronan saw this letter one day, he could try to contact them with a communication stone. Ronan picked up the communication stone and sent a few messages to the other side, but there was no response. Cheryl probably didn't know that the communication stone she left behind was still an apprentice-level item, and the range of communication was very small. It would lose its effectiveness outside the town of Kiffenport. Ronan looked at the letter and the communication stone in his hand, silent, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long time, he slowly put the 2 things away. "What's your name?" Ronan turned his gaze back to the boy in front of him. The boy was stared at by him, and he tried to straighten his chest and answered loudly, "Melly Agilis Becker. Everyone calls me Melly, thank you, Melly." Ronan reached out and gently stroked the boy's fluffy and soft curly hair. Some shiny things fell into the boy's arms along his sleeves. "Magic stone." The boy Melly was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes widened. So many. When he hurriedly put all the magic stones into his pockets, he looked up and found that Ronan had disappeared from his sight. In an open-air tavern near the coastline, under a simple sunshade tent made of palm leaves, the sea breeze blew the robes, and 2 figures were sitting opposite each other and talking softly. The weeping ghost fish is also commonly called the devilfish or the devilfish. It is characterized by its ability to make terrible cries that are enough to threaten official wizards. According to the local legend in Kiffenport, a ship once strayed into an ancient forbidden area. The souls of all the crew members on the ship were cursed by the devil and were forced to be imprisoned in the bodies of sea fish, unable to make painful howling sounds. Many wizards are interested in the weeping ghost fish, but the weeping ghost fish only appears in the depths of the green abyss, a dangerous place that even official wizards dare not easily set foot in, and only those who master special skills have the opportunity to catch it. Occasionally, one appears, but it is always quickly bought at a high price. Ronan listened to the story of the first-level wizard in front of him without much fluctuation on his face. He thought for a while and said, "Since you have come to me again, You should not just come to tell me that there is no way to do this, right? Of course. The black-haired wizard in front of him smiled and said, as long as you are willing to spend enough magic stones, I can always meet your requirements. Ronan's lips moved slightly, and the black-haired wizard's eyes lit up obviously, and he was refreshed. He quickly continued to speak. At the bottom of the green abyss, there is a side of the ancient mermaid song. Before the mermaid song was destroyed, some survivors escaped. No one is more familiar with the green abyss than them. Although most of these people died over a long period of time, I know that there is a descendant of the survivors with the blood of the Sea Clan living in Port now. If you decide, I can take you there at any time. Mermaid Song Sea Clan. Ronan listened to the other party's story, his eyes flickered slightly. He had only read about a legend of the Sea Clan in books. The collapse of the world continent affected not only the pattern of the wizard world, but many ancient races that once lived on the same level migrated with it, or simply disappeared completely or even became extinct in this world. Elves, Wind Clan, fairies, barbarians. Ronan did not expect that in the south, a small place like Port, there were still sea clans that once survived. Moreover, he only just learned about the ancient sea tribe kingdom and the ruins of the mermaid song. Let's go. Without any nonsense, Ronan simply stood up, and the black-haired wizard politely began to lead the way. Ronan came to Port, of course, not only to find old wells and others to reminisce about the past, but also to explore the secret of the roaring fish he got at the sunset gathering in the ruins of the ancient fairy city. The roaring fish, or the ghost-crying fish, has the ability to transform all its vitality into terrifying sound waves in one breath, which makes Ronan very interested. If he can figure this out, it may help him to improve the life light ball compression technique of Unsullied Body. Ronan spent 3 days, and after the powerful magic stone offensive and showing a small part of the strength of a third-level wizard, he easily found a local snake-like figure in Port, that is, the black-haired first-level wizard who was leading him at this time. Port is not a small town, and Ronan soon came to a place similar to a slum with a black-haired wizard. It was very similar to the place where he lived when he was a wandering wizard in Hoddam. There were low and dilapidated old houses everywhere. There was no sewage flowing on the streets, but the air was also filled with a strong smell of sea and fish. The two stopped in front of an especially shabby stone hut. The outside of the hut was full of dried or fresh and wet seaweed plants. The fishy smell was even stronger, and even the black-haired wizard who led the way couldn't help frowning. At 4. The black-haired wizard quickly chanted a spell, and many black insects like sea spiders crawled out from under his robe and rushed towards the hut quickly. After a while, the swarm of insects retreated like a tide, and the door of the seaweed hut was pushed open from the inside with a pop. A thin figure walked out of the house. From the looks of it, this man looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a medium build and gray-green eyes. He looked like he had just been pulled out of the water, with his hair stuck to his head in clumps. His appearance made the fishy smell in the air even stronger. Ronan noticed that there were gill-like organs on both sides of the man's cheeks, which were still opening and closing slightly. His skin was also very moist, but there were many large ulcers on his body, as if he had been soaked in water for many years. Chuck. The black-haired wizard called the man's name, his lips moving, as if he was communicating with the man alone. Finally, he threw 2 potion bottles filled with pink liquid at the man's feet and said coldly, "You have to think clearly. Apart from me, there is no other wizard in the entire Port who is willing to provide you with a slow-release agent for sea poison disease." After saying that, the black-haired wizard turned around and whispered, as if he was explaining it to Ronan specifically, "People like them who are born from the hybridization of sea people and humans have huge innate defects in their blood. Their bodies will continue to fester until they die. Earlier, we were still interested in their blood and captured a batch for research. Unfortunately, after spending a lot of resources and energy, we only came up with such a worthless thing." The black-haired wizard stared at the potion bottle that he had casually discarded on the pile of rotten seaweed, with undisguised indifference and disgust in his eyes. He kept watching the actions of the sea survivor named Chuck in front of him until the other party silently picked up the potion bottle on the ground, and then a satisfied expression appeared on his face. "Okay, you can discuss the rest with him. My work is done." The black-haired wizard smiled and politely replied to Ronan. Ronan took out some magic stones and sent them away casually. Only he and the man were left in front of the dilapidated hut. Ronan watched the man open the potion bottle left by the black-haired wizard and apply the pink liquid inside to the ulcerated parts of his skin. Ronan could feel his tense emotions relax in the process, and some pain was temporarily suppressed. "What can I do for you?" After applying the last ulcer, the man carefully put away the remaining unused potion, and then asked Ronan humbly. When he spoke, the cheeks on both sides of his cheeks opened and closed, so that the sound he made had a strange buzzing sound. "I need a guide to take me to the green abyss." Ronan told the man about his desire to find the ghost fish. The man's eyes flickered. After weighing the pros and cons for a while, he seemed to have mustered up some courage and said boldly, "If I follow your request, this trip to the sea may cost me my life." "Eh? You want extra compensation, right?" Ronan guessed the man's thoughts and interrupted him calmly. The man was stunned for a moment, hesitating and not daring to continue. Ronan didn't have the patience to continue talking nonsense with him. He took out a bag full of low-level magic stones, about 200 or 300, and lifted it with his mental power and sent it to the man. The man pushed aside the bag Ronan sent, and when he saw the number of magic stones in the bag, he was stunned on the spot. After a moment, he raised his head and said to Ronan, "Sir, can you give me a little more time?" Ronan nodded, and then he saw the man holding the bag of magic stones and running out of the stone house as fast as the wind. Kiffinport was a small place, so Ronan was not worried about where a man who was just an ordinary person could run to. He followed the man slowly, watching him turn around in the streets of the slums, and Ronan became a little curious. Finally, he saw the man rushing into an equally shabby house with a half-open door. Some loose women's underwear was drying outside the house, which seemed to be the residence of the man's lover. Just as Ronan guessed, after the man rushed into the house, a woman's scream soon rang out from inside. "Damn it, you stinking rotten fish, get out of my house. Don't even think about touching me again until the money from last time is paid." With a crisp sound of something rolling to the ground, the angry voice of the woman in the house suddenly stopped. After a moment of silence, a louder scream rang out from the house. "Oh my God, where did you get so much money? Oh, Chuck, you damn enemy, I just love you to death." The room began to rustle with strange sounds of clothes rubbing against each other. Ronan silently calculated the time, and when he counted to 31, he saw the man appear again. Unlike the look before, the man's face was flushed, and the jewels on both sides of his cheeks were spread out like two small fans. There were still a few blood-red exaggerated lie prints on his face, but the magic stone bag in his arms was missing. A fat woman with a barrel-shaped figure chased out of the house in dishevel, waving a handkerchief in her hand, and shouted loudly to the man's back, "Chuck, our children and I will wait for you to come back at home." As she said that, she touched her belly full of fat with a gentle face. "Okay, sir, when do you want to leave?" The Sea Tribe. Chuck returned to Ronan, wiped his wet cheeks vigorously, and asked him with burning eyes. Ronan didn't know what to say. He didn't understand but showed respect. He turned around and walked towards the coastline. Now, on the clear blue sea, a silver-gray magic airship flew quickly in one direction close to the sea level. Ronan stood at the bow, squinting his eyes and looking into the distance. With his extraordinary vision, he could clearly see that near the junction of the sea and the sky, the originally azure seawater was slowly turning into a dark green color. There seemed to be a mass of thick green ink in the sea, which was getting deeper and deeper. From a distance, it looked like a dark green mouth that was constantly opening, swallowing the entire sea area. There was the green abyss they were going to. Ever since he saw the ancient silver giant eel, Ronan has always maintained enough awe for the ocean. The experience of crossing the ocean alone and returning to the southern continent from the east coast gave him the courage to challenge the unknown. Retracting his gaze, Ronan turned around and saw Chuck looking around at the roaring fish he had casually placed on the deck of the airship. This roaring fish bought from the Sunset Fair was already in a dying state after exhausting its vitality and bursting out a fatal roar. Ronan relied on the infusion of vitality to keep it alive until now. But even so, it couldn't live for long. It was floating in the transparent crystal tank with its belly facing the sky. The two strange human legs growing on the fish were as white and tender as a baby at first, but now they have shriveled and wrinkled like an old man who is about to die. "This is the first time I have seen a ghost-crying fish that is not dead after crying," Chuck said in a surprised tone while looking at the roaring fish in the tank. Ronan has never had any contempt or prejudice against people living at the bottom of society. After using magic to temporarily remove the strong fishy smell of the sea people on Chuck, he treated him as a normal person. After going out to sea, The two of them would chat from time to time. After a few days of getting along, Chuck himself had discovered that the young man in front of him, who even the most distinguished wizards he met had to treat with respect, had a much better temper than he looked. "How do you usually catch them?" Ronan asked Chuck casually. Chuck answered without hesitation, "Flesh and blood." Then he looked at Ronan and added, "My flesh and blood. Ordinary flesh and blood are useless. Only the flesh and blood of people with sea blood can lure the weeping ghost fish to take the bait." In the legend of the mermaid song, the weeping ghost fish were originally tools created by demons from the bottom of the abyss to hunt and enslave sea people. They are particularly sensitive to the flesh and blood of sea people. "But don't worry, sir. I am ready to sacrifice myself for this hunting trip at sea at any time." Ronan didn't agree with Chuck's loyalty. Instead, he was quite interested in what he said about the origin of the weeping ghost fish, so he couldn't help but say, "What else do you know? Tell me in detail." Chuck hesitated and said, "Actually, I don't know much. The sea blood that has been passed down to my generation has become very thin, but I have never been able to get rid of the damn sea poisoning disease. All I know comes from the stories my grandfather told me when I was a child." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, Deep in the Abyss, The Beauty Shell and the Snail. My grandfather once told me that a long time ago, with a green abyss as the center, including the harbor of Resting Wind, a large area of the sea was the kingdom of the mermaid's song. The sea people ruled everything in the water. Even powerful human wizards had to treat the sea people equally in the mermaid's song. However, one day, a terrible demon suddenly appeared in the depths of the abyss. The mermaid's song was destroyed in one day, countless sea people were slaughtered, and the blood dyed the entire abyss green. Ronan blinked his eyes. He only knew that the blood of the sea people was green. In Chuck's narration, the magic airship they were riding on quickly entered the area of the green abyss. They moved forward along the dark green sea until it was completely dark. The starry sky on the sea at night was particularly clear and bright, reflecting the calm sea surface that was like frozen jade with rippling microwaves, giving a huge sense of peace and tranquility. A thin mist gradually rose from the sea surface, and the magic airship with room glimmering all over it passed silently in it. Ronan stood at the bow, listening to the sound of waves gently hitting the sea surface. He felt like he was passing through the fog of time and coming to ancient times. He thought that somewhere deep in the sea beneath him, there was a huge and ancient lost country buried. Ronan felt inexplicably touched. He imagined that in ancient times, under the same starlight, on the same sea, a prosperous and glorious civilization stood here, and mermaids gently stroked the waves and sang "My Lord." A voice interrupted Ronan's fantasy. He turned around and saw Chuck looking at him with bright eyes. "Can I get off the boat for a while? Tonight is a full moon, and there will be many interesting things in the sea. If I'm lucky, maybe I can catch a few and give them to you." Ronan thought about it, but didn't say anything. He casually opened the rune restriction outside the magic airship and let Chuck get off the boat. Pop! Chuck jumped into the sea, and the splash when he entered the water was almost negligible. On the shore, Chuck looked like an ordinary fisherman who was a bit cowardly, but once he entered the water, he was like a completely different person. He was so agile that he seemed to be more than 20 years younger. The special lung structure and the gills on both sides of his cheeks allowed him to breathe freely in the water. Ronan even noticed that when Chuck was in the water, the power he exerted by swinging his limbs was about 2 to 3 times more than normal. Is this the blood of the Sea Clan? At first, Ronan's mental power followed Chuck, and then gradually spread to the depths of the sea. In stark contrast to the tranquility and beauty on the sea surface, the scene under the sea surface was completely different. No light could shine into the water. It was almost eerie underwater, and there were very few fish swimming. There seemed to be a special energy substance in the seawater, which had a certain effect of hindering and suppressing the wizard's mental power. Ronan stopped the airship and looked at the sea surface. There was a wisp of white light in his eyes, and the white light weaved an eye pattern on his forehead. He tried to use the Eye of Truth to explore the truth under the sea. Under the detection of the Eye of Truth, Ronan saw that the seawater was filled with many strange black substances. The deeper he went, the more of this black substance there was. In the end, it was like countless worms crowded together, giving people a chilling feeling. Ronan kept looking deeper into the abyss. The eye pattern flashing with white light on his forehead seemed to be growing over time, becoming more and more complex and realistic. At a certain moment, buzz, the eye of truth, suddenly broke through a certain limit, and the scene Ronan saw in front of him suddenly became clear and open. He seemed to see a magnificent but blurred outline of a building complex, but before he could take a closer look, a huge black shadow suddenly flashed before his eyes. In an instant, Ronan felt an inexplicable sense of horror and terror in his heart. He took 2 steps back and subconsciously covered his forehead with his hand. The white eye pattern representing the eye of truth was shattered, and some tiny pieces of light and blood flowed down the gaps between his fingers. Hiss! Ronan took a deep breath and looked at the sea level below. His eyes had completely changed. The legend told by Chuck might be true. There might really be something extremely terrifying hidden under the green abyss, which led to the destruction of the once brilliant mermaid song Sea Clan Kingdom. The remaining haze has not dissipated until now. The Eye of Truth just broke through to the realm of the second stage of the domain resonance. The master level proficiency passed 1,000 points. The surge in power made Ronan accidentally spy on the extremely ancient evil breath. The feeling at that moment was somewhat familiar. Thinking back carefully, it seemed to be very similar to the scene of another world space seen through the mutated world stone coordinates. Ronan's soul was even impacted to a certain extent, and the 9 spiritual power crystals in his mind all dimmed. He subconsciously reached out and touched the position on the back of his right hand where the world stone coordinates were printed. It took him a long time to slowly calm down his turbulent mood. No wonder the green glittering abyss is regarded as a forbidden area by the wizards of the Windport. Most people dare not and are unwilling to come here. There are indeed some unknown dangers here. Even I, a 3rd-level wizard, need to be careful. Ronan thought silently. The mermaid song ruins at the bottom of the green glittering abyss, the ancient mirror court ruins, the mechanical heart dwarf kingdom. These ancient civilizations that once existed in the south but disappeared or destroyed one by one, seem to have the same huge black hand behind them to dominate everything. He smelled the smell of ancient conspiracies and secrets buried by the dust of time. He seemed to have grasped something, but he did not dare to continue to explore the truth in it, for fear of being swallowed. If Ronan had a certain interest and curiosity in the mermaid song ruins before, he has now completely given up on this idea. This was not something he could touch at the moment. He just wanted to see the ghost fish as soon as possible, achieve the purpose of his trip, and then leave this mysterious sea. Splash! As Ronan was thinking, the sound of water breaking rang in his ears. Chuck climbed onto the airship with his whole body wet. He didn't bother to wipe the water stains on his face, and quickly walked to Ronan, presenting the things tightly in his arms to Ronan like offering a treasure. Ronan didn't think Chuck could fish out anything valuable from the sea, but when he saw what Chuck was holding in his hands, he couldn't help but show a deep surprise on his face. Chuck was holding 2 fan-shaped shells in his hands. They looked very ordinary on the outside, but under the moonlight and starlight, the shells slowly opened, revealing 2 naked little people inside. They all looked like girls of 15 or 16 years old, with snow-white bodies and beautiful figures. One was slightly thinner, and had long seaweed-like hair of red and green respectively. If we ignore the size of the 2 scallop figures, they can definitely be regarded as the most beautiful women in the world just by their appearance. The bodies of the 2 miniature girls were tightly connected to the scallops and could not move. After seeing Ronan, they were trembling with fear at first, then they crossed their arms and made expressions of pleading. After finding that Ronan was indifferent, the 2 of them actually sang loudly one after another. The singing was extremely beautiful, like the same ancient ballad. While singing, some tiny starlight appeared around the 2 people, surrounding them, giving people a hazy and dreamy feeling. What is this? Ronan looked at the 2 beautiful girls in the scallops with a strange look, and couldn't help asking Chuck. It's the beauty shells, sir. Chuck looked equally excited. I heard them singing to the moon, so I thought I'd give it a try. I didn't expect I could find them so easily. It's said that people who eat beauty shells rock and have an eternal youthful appearance, but because they are the favorite pets of the sea god, those who catch and eat them will be cursed by the ocean. Of course, everything is just a rumor, who knows if it's true or not. Chuck shrugged nonchalantly. Beauty shells. Ronan read the name. The 2 scallop girls held by Chuck's hands had been blowing the sea breeze for half a day. At this time, they were already shivering from the cold, but fear supported them to sing hard, trying to please the giant in front of them in this way. Ronan admitted that he was very interested in this magical gadget. Of course, it was impossible to eat it raw, and he didn't have any special hobbies, but it was quite good to take out the beauty shells that could make beautiful songs and use them as a Walkman when he was bored. This time, he brought his dust elf Ariete with him. The three little guys might be able to keep each other company, and the number of his living beautiful girl figurines could also increase to 3. What reward do you want, Chuck? Ronan gladly accepted the gift and asked Chuck in front of him. I don't need anything. Chuck knelt down in front of Ronan and kissed the deck under his feet. You are willing to give a certain respect to someone like me. This is already a great gift. Ronan's eyes flickered slightly, and after thinking for a while, he took out some magic stones from the space ring, as well as some worldly treasures that he had not been able to clean up, and placed them in front of Chuck. Take it, Chuck, this is what you deserve. Ronan said calmly. Facing Ronan's reward, Chuck couldn't refuse. He hesitated for a moment, but just picked a beautiful gem necklace from the things Ronan gave him, and then pushed all the rest back. That's enough, sir. Chuck carefully put the jewel necklace into his arms and whispered, if I have a chance to go back and give it to Maggie, she will be very happy. Ronan could guess without asking that the Maggie Chuck was talking about should be the fat woman he said goodbye to before leaving. The other party seemed to be doing a job similar to that of a prostitute in the slums. Now Ronan felt from the bottom of his heart that she was really not worthy of Chuck, who was pure and simple in heart. Perhaps reading what Ronan inadvertently revealed in his eyes, Chuck took the initiative to explain, Maggie is a very good woman. She is the only one in the whole Kevonport who does not despise me for who I am. Maybe she just wants your money. Ronan felt that he still needed to remind Chuck, the child in her belly may not be yours. I also hope it's not mine. Chuck smiled and said softly, then our child won't have to become like me in the future. She is really a good woman. She will be willing to live a good life with me. We are a family. Obviously, for Chuck, the sea blood in his body is a complete curse. Hearing Chuck's answer, Ronan didn't say anything else, but said lightly, you can go back alive, Chuck, I promise. Chuck kowtowed to Ronan with great respect, and then retreated to a corner, took out the potion that the black-haired wizard had given him before, and applied it on his body little by little. The magic airship continued to move forward. Ronan stood at the bow, controlling the direction of the airship while playing with the 2 beauty shells. After studying for a while, the 2 miniature beautiful girls in the scallops fainted one after another because of fear and singing until they were exhausted. Ronan could only temporarily put them away and let them rest. The airship traveled for a while and gradually came to the depths of the green abyss. In fact, not much time had passed, but the moonlight and starlight above became very dim. The huge sea seemed to be covered with a layer of thick green ink that could not be dissolved, and the atmosphere gradually became gloomy and weird. My lord. After resting, Chuck stood up on his own and took the initiative to cast an inquiring look at Ronan. Ronan nodded and told him to be careful. Chuck didn't say anything, just took off most of his clothes, then took out a bone-handled dagger that he brought with him, and cut wounds all over his body with force, and red and green blood flowed quickly. After doing all this, Chuck jumped out of the airship and fell into the sea with a splash. Ronan stood coldly at the bow of the airship, his mental power completely dispersed, and he kept observing Chuck and the movements of the surrounding sea. Chuck soaked in the cold seawater, and kept trying to push the seawater with his own blood to all directions, and continued to cut more bloody wounds on his body with a dagger. Ronan saw his face gradually turning pale, and threw him a bottle of healing potion, and collected some of his blood, thinking of using it for research in the future. Time passed by minute, and gradually, a strange sea breeze suddenly arose on the sea. A sound like a baby crying and a conch whistling drifted from afar. Here they come. Ronan's mental power captured several black shadows in the seawater approaching Chuck at an extremely fast speed. He raised his hand calmly and used his mental power to directly pull Chuck out of the seawater. Chuck, who had taken the healing potion, was actually in good condition. After landing on the deck again, his first words were, "My lord, you are too anxious. If you want to catch them, it is better to let me continue." "No need." Ronan stepped out of the airship, and his robe fluttered down to the sea below. His main purpose was to find out the secret of the vitality of the ghost fish, so as to improve his skills in compressing the life light ball. As long as he could do this, it didn't matter to him whether he could catch the ghost fish. Buzz! Ronan's shoe tip touched the sea surface lightly, and a ball of light golden mental force field instantly spread out from his body. The entire sea surface below him immediately pressed down, and the heavy waves immediately piled up under the terrifying mental force, and the void also fell into distortion layer by layer. There was no need to cast any spells. With mental power alone, the ghost fish attracted by Chuck's blood had been captured by Ronan's mental power, leaving the sea and being taken into the air. It looked similar to the roaring fish he had obtained first, with human-like limbs growing on the surface of a piranha. Several ghost-crying fish began to struggle violently the moment they were caught by Ronan's mental power. Ronan could clearly see that strong life energy was rapidly gathering in their bodies, just like a bomb that was about to explode with an ignited fuse. The next second, it was probably the ghost-crying fish's unique terrifying sound wave attack. Ronan did not dodge, but took this opportunity to quickly penetrate his mental power into the bodies of several ghost-crying fish. All the structures in the small fish bodies were clearly visible under Ronan's powerful mental power. Roarham, several terrifying sound waves suddenly erupted in the night sky, and the ripples in the void that were aroused were forcibly smoothed by Ronan's mental force field in an instant, without causing any harm to him. Instead, huge waves splashed on the sea surface below. When all the noise gradually subsided, several ghost-crying fish that had exploded were suspended upright in the air, as if they were completely dead. At this moment, Ronan's eyes sparkled with a strange light. At that moment, he finally got a glimpse of the secret of the ghost fish. He saw in the bodies of several ghost fish that had burst out their vitality, a strangely shaped, small, broken snail. Chapter 258, 3 Purifications, Foggy Restricted Area, Ethereal and Ultimate Thoughts. Bang! The calm sea surface exploded, and several ghost fish jumped out of the water like sharp arrows. Ronan pointed his finger, and invisible waves came from his fingertips. Immediately in front of him, an icy blue cold current rushed along the air, completely freezing the ghost fish before they could make any moves. Then a cluster of titanium flew out from under Ronan's robe, condensed into golden narrow scalpel shape in the void, and accurately and quickly separated and dissected the bodies of several ghost fish. As the fish body was dissected, Ronan finally found what he was looking for in a large mass of internal organs that looked like dirty and messy hair. Several black objects as big as fists flew out of the ghost fish's body and quickly fell into Ronan's hand. Ronan carefully looked at the snail-like objects in his hand. The overall shape is nearly spindle-shaped, with many black bone spurs of varying lengths and small and irregular teeth on the surface, and some pale and slender tentacles wrapped around it, looking like a deformed and weird comb. Ronan casually crushed a strange snail, and a sharp baby cry immediately sounded inside, followed by several strange snails in his hands suddenly exploding one after another. Boom! Ronan pressed the aftermath of the explosion expressionlessly, but found that there was no trace of the existence of the strange snail. It looks like some mysterious creature parasitic on the body of the ghost-crying fish. Once it is frightened, it will explode and disappear completely after the explosion, so I can't find any useful information from the corpse of the ghost-crying fish. The secret of the ghost-crying fish seems to have been solved. The fundamental reason why the ghost-crying fish can gather in all its vitality in one breath and then transform it into a sound wave explosion is the strange snail parasitic on its body. But Ronan still didn't get what he wanted. This innate ability of the strange snail seems to be activated only after enough vitality is extracted. The strange snails that exploded in his hand just now did not show any special features, and the power generated by the explosion was also very small. It seems that only by observing the process of the moment when the ghost-crying fish made a roar can we figure out the secrets contained in the strange snail. Ronan casually released several dissected ghost-crying fish, and their broken body parts scattered on the sea. The ghost-crying fish seemed to be a social creature. After Ronan killed the first ghost-crying fish, there were more and more ghost-crying fish chasing after him, which saved him the trouble of searching again. Roar, boom! Roar! Bang! The moonlight spread over the sea, and a light golden halo quietly bloomed on the dark sea surface. There were black fish shadows jumping out of the sea, rushing into the halo quickly, and then hanging still, and then exploding distorted sound waves visible to the naked eye from their mouths. Ronan completely spread out his mental force field, attracting the ghost-crying fish under the abyss to swim over one after another. The sonic attacks produced by these ghost-crying fish after their full-strength explosion were only at the level of the third level at most, and could not break his mental force field defense, allowing him to focus most of his energy on observing the changes in the strange snails in the ghost crying fish's body at the moment of the explosion. As Ronan had guessed, at the moment of the ghost crying fish's explosion, the strange snails in its body lit up with complex and mysterious threads, which looked like rune patterns. However, the process of this change was too short, fleeting, and it was estimated that it took less than 1,000th of a second. Ronan could not see what the threads looked like, and everything was over. Empty and clear realm, lake of no thoughts. Ronan lightly tapped his brows and entered the state of lake of no thoughts. A little anxiety and other distracting thoughts were all frozen and sank to the bottom of the heart lake. The roars produced by the ghost crying fish, the slight impact on the mental force field, and the many noises on the sea surface all left Ronan, and his mind quickly calmed down, showing an unprecedented clarity. Lake of no thought, lake of extreme boiling. The two major mental states derived from empty and clear realm. The former is suitable for quiet contemplation, which can greatly improve concentration and comprehension. The latter is suitable for opening in battle, which can greatly burn the fighting spirit and explore the potential to the limit. In this situation, opening, lake of no thought, is more appropriate. In the consciousness space, 9 mental crystals follow the frequency of Ronan's breathing, releasing a light golden halo one by one. On the heart lake, blurred light and shadow flashed again and again, and every time it flashed, some inexplicable traces would remain. Just like the water washing over and over again, the mysterious spiral pattern that appeared on the body of the strange snail was outlined in Ronan's heart little by little. The seawater quickly parted, and strangely shaped ghost fish swam out from the depths of the sea abyss, rushing madly to place. At this time, Ronan, who was standing quietly on the sea surface, was surrounded by a large number of ghost fish corpses, and more ghost fish were still swimming in succession. Just like a snowball, more and more ghost fishes were around Ronan, and even waves of fishes rushed up. Chuck, who was standing on the deck of the airship and looking forward to the scene, was so scared when he saw this scene. All the ghost fishes he had seen in his life were less than 1/10 of the number in front of him. Countless ghost fishes almost submerged Ronan's figure. Even though Ronan's mental power was extremely strong, and he could completely ignore the sonic attack of a single ghost fish, the continuous attack of such a large number of ghost fishes also made the protective mental force field begin to crumble. The pale golden halo was like a candle flame that attracted countless moths, shrinking and becoming dim. Ronan, who was at the center of the force field, seemed to be completely unaware of this and still stood there calmly with his eyes closed. Under the continuous sonic attack like a tide, Ronan's lake of no thought state was also greatly affected. At this time, his frozen heart lake was gradually collapsing and disintegrating on all sides. Only a small area in the center remained absolutely cold and clear, still washing and outlining the spiral pattern again and again. When the bodies of dead ghost crying fish piled up into a mountain, the huge sea was full of human-like limbs and fish corpses. A large number of leaping ghost crying fish built a black high wall around Ronan. The terrifying sonic waves almost distorted the moonlight within a dozen miles. Ronan was left with only a thin layer of pale gold force field, and even scarlet winding bloodlines flowed from the corners of his eyes and ears. Finally, buzz, unprecedented dazzling golden light pierced through the darkness and shone through the gaps squeezed by the layers of fish. It was like a brilliant golden sun suddenly rising on the sea. In the space of consciousness, Ronan's 9 spiritual power crystals suddenly shrank, and the originally light gold color suddenly became extremely rich, like 9 top-quality gold diamonds. In addition to the 9 spiritual power crystals, the 10th spiritual power crystal was also condensing. Under the impact of the terrifying sound wave, Ronan's basic meditation, which was only one step away from the resonance of the 3-stage domain, finally reached the master level proficiency of 1,500 points. The third purification of spiritual power. Entering the fog-restricted area as if it was a matter of course. I don't know how many ghost crying fish died under Ronan's instantaneous spiritual power explosion, and they kept falling on the sea like heavy rain. And in his heart, the mysterious spiral pattern on the body of the parasitic strange snail in the ghost crying fish was finally completely outlined. The complete spiral looked like a twisted and weird conch, with a 3-dimensional shape. From a certain angle, it seemed like a naturally formed rune. Ronan did not study it in detail. His mind was attracted by the many changes in his consciousness space. In addition to the ongoing 3 purifications of mental power, the 10th mental power crystal that naturally condensed after stepping into the fog-restricted area, and the continuous growth of strength, the basic meditation technique empty and clear realm, after the master level proficiency of 1,500 points has derived a third talent state. It is called empty and extreme thoughts. Ronan stood on the rain of falling fish corpses and tried to activate this talent. In an instant, he felt that his heart lake was divided into two halves. One half was frozen, and the other half turned into boiling magma. The two feelings of cold and hot intertwined. In an absolutely calm state, he could feel that every militant factor in his body was gradually ignited. It was like a perfect combination of the two states of lake of no thoughts and lake of extreme boiling, but it was not that simple. Because soon, these two feelings of cold and hot completely blended together, forming a vortex in Ronan's heart lake, and then Ronan entered an extremely subtle and unspeakable state. The 10 spiritual power crystals in his consciousness space all glowed brightly, and his already powerful spiritual power grew at an incredible speed. The pure golden spiritual force field spread out from his body, and the air was transformed into a sticky colloid, and the void was twisted layer by layer. Ronan just moved his mind slightly, and the seawater under him was silently turbulent, forming a magnificent water wall, which continued to climb upwards under his control. At this moment, Ronan felt like he had completely become the master of this piece of heaven and earth. He seemed to be able to grab the moon hanging high in the night sky above his head with just a slight stretch of his hand. How many times has the spiritual power increased? Ronan stretched out his hand towards the outline of the moon, looking at the glowing edges of his 5 fingers, and muttered. His original spiritual power strength was infinitely close to the 4th level of dawn, and at this moment it was even more real than before. He was even confident that he could directly perform Torbu Black Hole, without the need for the Imperial Law armband to increase the power. Chuck, who was standing on the deck of the magic airship in the distance, was completely stunned. He could not control his body and worshipped Ronan crazily under the moonlight. At this moment, in Chuck's heart, Ronan had become a symbol of the legendary god. However, before he could worship the god in his mind for long, suddenly, a large area of the sea surface in the distance collapsed without any warning. An indescribable huge black hole vortex emerged. Then a huge fish mouth with sharp teeth swallowed Ronan, who was still immersed in the unprecedented power, from bottom to top, and then boomed and fell over, swinging his white and thick limbs like a giant, and sank into the water again silently. Chuck, who was kneeling on the deck, was stunned for a moment, and stood there for several minutes without recovering. Until everything was completely calmed down, the bright moonlight sprinkled again, and the rippling sea surface returned to calm. Chuck trembled all over and uttered a few words in his trembling mouth. Ghost crying fish king. Boom. The shaking was like a landslide, and Ronan was like a small boat in a tsunami, on the verge of capsizing at any time. All this happened too fast, so fast that he couldn't react at all. He was still immersed in the evolution of the ethereal extreme mind state, and when he realized something was wrong, he had been swallowed whole by the huge ghost-crying fish king like a mountain. Once the size of any creature reaches a certain level, its strength is difficult to define with ordinary standards. Just like now, Ronan felt like he was fighting against the same entire sea area, which was completely crushed by the great power of nature without mercy. Ronan could only constantly strengthen the mental force field around him and try hard to stabilize his body. I don't know how long it took, and the turbulent sea water around him finally calmed down a little. Ronan steadied himself, stepped on the gurgling tide, and walked towards a piece of land near the shore. I am now in the body of the ghost fish. Ronan had already exited the state of ethereal extreme thoughts. This mysterious state that can directly increase mental power consumes a terrible amount of energy. He only tried to enter it for a short while, and now he already felt a trace of fatigue in the depths of his soul. However, the remaining effects of ethereal extreme thoughts allowed Ronan to remain relatively calm. Although he was in danger, he did not feel too panicked. Ronan looked around. The place he was in now seemed to be in an extremely huge cave. The top of the cave was at least hundreds of meters away from him. From this, one can imagine how huge the ghost fish that swallowed him was. The fleshy walls of the cave were covered with dense, thick and strange white vines. Looking closely, they looked like tentacles of some creature, or organs such as tendons. Suspended on both sides of the head and under the feet, it would wriggle a few times from time to time. Combined with the extremely quiet environment, it was terrifying and weird. Whoosh! At this time, A cold wind suddenly blew from behind. Ronan turned around and found that the tide behind him had risen a lot. On the dark water, a thick gray fog floated, like a living thing with some kind of consciousness, and rolled straight towards Ronan. Ronan quickly felt a few warning signs in his heart, and instinctively urged his mental power to cast a spell, but the next moment his face changed slightly. The free energy particles here are so thin. He tried to mobilize the free energy particles between heaven and earth, but found that there were almost none. Any powerful spell is inseparable from the composition of energy. Without the composition of energy particles, it is not possible to exert much power with a strong mental power. Fortunately, Ronan's current major mental spell is relatively less dependent on the concentration of free energy particles between heaven and earth, and the main casting is still the metal medium itself. Touch of Lingmaya black steel, golden fire. The titanium metal with a hint of red flew out from under the robe, and with the fluctuation of the spell, it instantly turned into a golden tentacle. A rich aura of the law domain emerged, and the chainsaw-like golden tentacles tore through the void, whistling and waving forward. Along the way, drops of yellow financial liquid flowed down, evaporating a long section of the tide, separating and turning into the color of gold. However, the golden tentacles lashed in the gray fog, barely dispersing a small piece of the gray fog, and the remaining gray fog surged rapidly. Then Ronan watched the aura of the law domain attached to the golden tentacles continue to disappear under the gray fog, and a terrifying corrosive force even spread to the core of the titanium body. Chapter 259, Cone Bone Demon's Nail, Body Forge and Breakthrough. Boom, the golden python roared, and the dense gray fog exploded. The former suddenly shrank and returned to Ronan's front, turning back into titanium. After just a few breaths of contact, the domain and energy particles attached to the titanium were eroded away, and even the titanium, which had exceeded the third level after swallowing the red lotus cane, was consumed. If the Dawn Wizard accidentally falls into it, he may not be able to escape alive. Ronan's pupils shrank slightly, and he turned around without hesitation, completely giving up the idea of fighting against it. The terrifying gray fog blocked the way he came, and he could only try to find a way out from somewhere else. Ronan kept moving forward along the intestinal wall-like cave corridor. The road ahead kept narrowing, and the tentacles that looked like white vines became more and more. Along the way, he even saw some skeletons of unknown creatures and things similar to weapons, but they seemed to be extremely old, and they would break and melt at the slightest touch of mental power. Ronan continued to go deeper and deeper, and he didn't know how long he had walked forward. The light in front of him became dimmer and dimmer, and the air became increasingly turbid and smelly. The free energy particles in the air became increasingly thinner. Ronan stopped only when the gray fog that was chasing him from behind suddenly disappeared. Ka-ka-ka, a strange sound floated from the front. It was very dense, as if many people were holding bone objects and knocking at a high frequency. Ronan's eyes flickered, and he slowly moved towards the direction where the sound came from. At this time, the intestinal wall tunnel where he was located had shrunk to a height of only a few meters. The white tentacles growing from the intestinal wall were all around his head and under his feet. They were entangled one by one, like crazy growing vines, making the originally small passage even more crowded. Fortunately, there was no intention to attack Ronan, but it was just a bit disgusting to look at. After walking a distance forward, when the intestinal wall tunnel was almost completely filled with white tentacles, Ronan carefully passed through a narrow hole, and his vision suddenly became wider. Ka-ka-ka-ka. The frequent knocking sound also became extremely clear in an instant, and the source of the sound seemed to be right in front of him. Ronan walked in and out, and the white light that alternated between light and dark and quite regularly made the scene in front of him not seem dim. When he saw the scene inside clearly, he was shocked. In front of Ronan was an extremely huge cavity space, and on the elastic cavity walls around it grew thick white flesh tubes. Each tube was wriggling like breathing, and with each wriggling, some white light quickly slid through the flesh tube. At the end of countless white flesh tubes, there was a huge black strange snail. The shell of the strange snail was crystalline, and thick and sharp bone spurs grew on the snail, just like the countless strange snails Ronan had seen in the body of the ghost fish before. If it was the ghost fish king that swallowed Ronan, then the strange snail parasitizing in the body of the ghost fish king should also be the top individual among the strange snails. It is hard to say that Ronan has been walking decisively and calmly until now without any thought of taking a look at the strange snail parasitic in the giant fish. Now, he has finally got what he wanted. Crack crack, the strange crackling sound echoed in the empty cavity cave, close at hand. Ronan opened the eye of truth, and it seemed as if a layer of gauze was lifted in front of his eyes. Only then did he see that every bone spur on the body of the strange snail in front of him was hung with deformed and weird heads, just like grapes squeezed together in a bunch. The heads on the grape bunch had their eyes closed, and their faces showed expressions of fear, sadness or anger. Each of them was like shivering, and the upper and lower teeth kept making dense and crisp collision sounds. Is it the sea tribe that once sang the mermaid? Ronan took a breath and tried to walk towards the huge black strange snail. However, as soon as he took a step forward, the strange spirit heads above his head suddenly opened their eyes, staring at him straight, and the frequency of their teeth colliding became more and more frequent. Ronan frowned, ignored the creepy scene, and continued forward. With a rapid click sound, the eyes of all the heads kept moving with Ronan's figure. When he was about to approach the black strange snail, the click sound suddenly stopped, followed by a series of screams, and the bunches of grape bunches hanging in the cavity suddenly scattered, and countless ghost heads opened their mouths and roared towards him. Ding! The crisp and melodious sound of bells rang. Ronan didn't know when a small cowbell with an ancient shape appeared in his hand. He gently shook the square-horned cowbell in his hand, and strange fluctuations spread from the cowbell, forming large streams of black smoke. Immediately afterwards, a young man with a pale face, tears in his eyes, and a monstrous resentment all over his body slowly floated out of the black smoke. Go, Ahoshaya. Ronan spoke calmly. The boy's cold eyes swept over his head, and the next moment he turned into a ball of black smoke and rushed out quickly, like a black python sweeping through the void, and at once engulfed more than a dozen strange heads that were approaching Ronan. Then a series of chewing sounds came from the black smoke. Although the ghost boy Ahoshaya had always been regarded by Ronan as the most perfect arrow embryo to prepare for the practice of the spell, Ghost Arrow, he himself was also an extremely powerful spirit body, almost able to break through to level 4, which was perfect for dealing with the current situation. The Hurricane Ahoshaya turned into form the most solid defense barrier, firmly guarding Ronan's safety. Those ghost heads were no match for him at all. Later, he even began to actively hunt and devour them, like a ferocious shark rushing into a school of fish. Ronan continued to focus on the black strange snail in front of him. He finally walked in front of the strange snail. The body of the strange snail was almost dozens of times larger than him, and the black shell stood in front of him like a high wall. The surface of the shell has circles of uneven spirals, with dots of light scattered among them. Ronan gently placed his hand on it and felt a cold and smooth touch. Something seemed to be sleeping inside the shell, and heavy breathing sounds could be heard every few dozen seconds. The noise of the ghosts fighting outside did not seem to disturb it, it slept so peacefully. Ronan slowly stroked the lines on the shell, his expression focused, like a child reaching out to touch the ancient wall containing infinite mysteries. At a certain moment, he retracted his hand. The heart lake was divided into two, and the ice and magma gushed out from the bottom of the lake, clearly separated, and then intertwined into a chaotic vortex. In his mind, 10 spiritual power crystals trembled together, like 10 scorching suns silently emitting infinite light. Ronan once again entered the state of ethereal extreme thoughts. This time he was more calm, and the strength of his spiritual power increased geometrically in this indescribable wonderful state. Across the dawn, the feeling of domination returned. Wrapped in layers of halos, Ronan calmly pointed the tip of his right index finger at his forehead. With this action, a strong brass light emerged from Ronan's forehead, then gently spread out, turning into thick brass ripples, spreading fiercely in all directions. Layers of brass ripples passed through the black crystal shell in front of Ronan and penetrated in without any hindrance. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The regular breathing sounds in the shell, the white light flowing on the surrounding cave walls, and the ghost heads being hunted by Ahoshaya. Everything in the huge cavity seemed to stop, and the eyes of countless ghost heads were focused on one point, staring at Ronan blankly. Then the next second, all the ghost heads showed extremely terrified expressions on their faces. It was as if something terrible was about to happen. Hiss! After Ronan used his full strength to launch a mental attack on the sleeping creature in the shell, he felt that all the air around him seemed to flow to a certain place at the bottom of the shell, and then the white flesh tubes on the surrounding walls swelled up. In the atmosphere that was inexplicably suppressed to a certain extreme, Ronan blinked. He raised one hand, and a diamond-like luster burst out from between his 5 fingers, condensing into heart shape with countless prismatic cuts that enveloped him completely. Diamond Heart of Lingmea. Just after doing all this, the extremely repressive atmosphere in the air suddenly broke. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable terrifying scream suddenly erupted from the shell. It is impossible to describe the violence and fierceness of this scream. Even though Ronan thought he was fully prepared, the defensive diamond heart around him was shattered at the first sight. Ronan only felt a buzzing in his head, as if someone had hit him hard on the forehead with a hammer. In his consciousness space, the 10 spiritual crystals instantly dimmed completely, and blood quickly flowed from his 7 orifices. Under the screaming sound of the mountains and the sea, the huge cavity cave seemed to have become a piece of rag being blown by the strong wind, and layers of transparent wrinkles visible to the naked eye appeared in the air. Including at Hoshaya, countless ghosts wandering in the cave exploded directly under this terrifying sound wave. The ground was shaking violently, and Ronan endured the nausea and pain, as if he was going to faint in the next second, and tried to throw the square horned cowbell in his hand to Hoshaya, who had turned into black smoke again and was constantly disappearing. Then, he turned around trembling, opened his eyes wide, and stared at the shell in front of him, greedily and eagerly. The mystery of the strange snails parasitizing the ordinary ghost fish was enough to make him obsessed. Then, what kind of mystery would this top-level strange snail that had existed for who knows how many years contain? Ronan tried to open his eyes wide, and saw countless lights emerging from a huge black snail shell, wriggling and interweaving. Those lights reflected into his heart, and the spiral pattern that had been outlined before also grew outward rapidly again, becoming more complete and complex. This pattern was like the unpredictable dark starry sky, and it was like an ancient maze with twists and turns. Ronan had no time to interpret it, and just relied on instincts to desperately remember it. The screaming sound in his ears became more and more intense, and the white flesh tubes on the surrounding cave walls exploded one after another. The white mucus that exploded did not even have time to spread, and was shaken into countless scattered foam under the sound waves. Ronan maintained a forward-bending posture, his body stretched out, his chestnut short hair grew rapidly, and with a black-blue frost gushing out, it fluttered straight behind him like a dark blue flag. His face was ferocious, and the large patches of snake scale-like patterns on his body had not yet completely emerged, but were covered by countless broken wounds. Boom! In the state of ancient ice, another more powerful force surged from his body. Ronan's body expanded again, and countless lightning-like white lights jumped out from under his skin. The originally dark blue flying hair also faded from the roots to white, and another black rune grew rapidly from between his hands, spreading to all parts of his body. Ronan's bloodshot eyes widened, and a holy tree-shaped rune flashed rapidly at his heart. With the blood of the ancient frost hydra fully activated, and the complete transformation into a giant monster, and the dual blessing of the intermediate, ancient power, he was finally able to barely resist the oncoming terrifying sound wave impact, and bit by bit he stood up in the turbulent sound wave. Huff Ronan panted violently, and under the terrifying pressure, he walked step by step towards the screaming strange snail, wanting to see it more clearly. The black glowing shell had now become almost completely transparent, like the texture of crystal, and countless streams of light quickly intertwined and blended in this translucent crystal. Ronan's pupils spread out, and the maze-like pattern in his heart became more and more complete, more and more mysterious and complex. Instinct drove him to move closer to the strange snail little by little, and stretched out his hand to approach the huge crystal wall in front of him. When his fingers finally touched the surface of the crystal shell, some vague and fragmented ancient pictures suddenly flooded into his mind. In a trance, Ronan seemed to see a strange world without land and completely covered by the ocean. The center of the world is a huge and unfathomable black vortex, and the rolling sea water flows into it, and no one knows where it flows. In this vortex, countless strange creatures with black bone spur shells and countless ghosts and resentful spirits are desperately trying to climb towards the mouth of the vortex, looking up and making terrifying screams that shake the universe. Cornbone, demon snail. Ronan's eyes are blurred and he mutters. At this moment, on his character panel, behind the skill of austerity body forging, the last point of proficiency that is 1,500 points away from the master level threshold is quietly filled. A layer of shackles in the body seems to be broken. Crack! Ronan heard a sound like something breaking in his chest. The next second, boom! His 2-meter tall, gnarled and majestic ancient giant monster suddenly exploded, and large streams of thick black rune light burst out from under his skin and flesh. Boom! On the calm sea, a thick column of water suddenly exploded, rushing straight into the starry sky like an angry dragon. Chuck shuddered and climbed up from the deck of the airship, but before he could figure out what was going on, he saw a huge black shadow suddenly covering the moonlight above his head and rushing towards him quickly. The strong smell of blood came with the sea breeze, like wildly growing black branches, and a hoarse and dark voice came from the shadow that seemed to be constantly wriggling as if some taboo living thing was constantly squirming. "Let's go." Chuck's head was confused and was wrapped up by a strong force. He and the magic airship under him turned around and quickly turned back the way they came. He turned his head in a trance, and saw a strange fish corpse as big as an island slowly rising from the water behind him. Chapter 260, Ancient Star Meditation Method, Spiral Palace, Rune. Fel and Leonleto walked through the gorgeous palace covered with the gold and silver patterns. Along the way, wizards wearing robes of the Mystic Power Workshop saluted and greeted him one by one. Fel's steps did not stop, and even became faster and faster. He looked nervous and eager, as if he was in a hurry to meet someone very important. When he reached the door of a quiet courtyard, Fel's steps slowed down. Standing at the door was a beautiful witch with a large piece of snow-white hair on her chest. Seeing Fel, she took the initiative to greet him. "Is he in there?" Fel asked. The blonde witch nodded and whispered, "He bought a large number of healing potions from us. I didn't have time to ask you, so I sold them to him at half the cost. He was injured? You should give it to him directly. The Mystic Power Workshop doesn't need this little magic stone." Fel frowned, looked at the blonde witch again, glanced at the white greasy hair on her chest, moved his lips slightly, and asked something quickly. A hint of embarrassment appeared on the face of the blonde witch, and she shook her head helplessly. Fel waved his hand, signaling the blonde witch to leave, and he straightened his appearance and slowly stepped into the courtyard. This was a rather beautiful and elegant courtyard, full of various colorful luminous plants. There was a pool of still water in the corner of the courtyard, with several clusters of golden water lilies floating in the water, and some small magical plankton swimming happily under the lotus leaves. There was a gray stone round table by the pool, and several transparent crystal balls of different colors were scattered on the table, reflecting some changing light and shadow. Fel's eyes have been on a figure in front of the round table since he stepped into the courtyard. It was a man wearing a black robe with silver edges. He lowered his head slightly, and the outline of his young and handsome appearance could be seen, but the pale hair scattered on his shoulders made him look a little more inexplicably vicissitudes. When Fel saw the young man, his eyes flickered, he took a deep breath, and strode over. "Damien." Arriving in front of the young man, Fel called out his name softly. The young man raised his head, and the moment he made eye contact with him, Fel's eyes suddenly fell into trance. It was not until the other party called out his name that Fel recovered from his loss of composure. "You." Fel looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief, with shock and disbelief in his eyes. He tried to calm down, and then he forced a smile and said, "Long time no see, Damien." Fel sat down at the round table. "A year ago, Uka left a magic stone at the Mystic Energy Workshop and entrusted me to arrange a trip to the central region for one of his friends. I didn't expect that the person he was talking about was you. Then when can I leave?" Fel was stunned. The other party's direct questioning disrupted his plan. "The teleportation array and the long-distance airship have been prepared long ago, but you can stay a few more days. Our secret energy workshop. I'm afraid it won't work this time." The young man interrupted Fel in a low voice. His tone was calm, but it revealed an unquestionable firmness. "Next time, Fel, there are some things I must rush to solve as soon as possible." Thinking of the blonde witch's previous mention of the other party's purchase of healing potions, Fel was silent for a while. Before coming, in order to plan the entertainment in the past few days, he also specially prepared many things that the other party might be interested in, but now it seems that none of them are useful. "Okay." Fel said helplessly, "When do you plan to leave?" "The sooner the better." The young man paused and said, "It's best to be right away." "Then I'll take you there now." Fel stood up and led the other party out of the courtyard and came to a hall blocked by many restrictions. He didn't sigh for a long time until he saw the other party's figure completely disappear in the center of the rune array. Click, a slight sound of footsteps sounded, and a figure slowly walked to Fel's side. Seeing the person coming, Fel immediately bowed his head and respectfully called out, "Teacher." The person coming was a handsome middle-aged wizard, radiating the brilliance of the rising sun, wearing a rather luxurious robe, and his hair was decorated with many crystals and gems. Is he the Ronan Damien that is rumored? The middle-aged wizard looked at the empty teleportation array that was in a cooling state and spoke lightly. Yes. Farron nodded, then smiled bitterly and said, compared to the wizard's war, he has become more powerful. When I first met him, I almost had the feeling when you led me into the door and I looked up at the stars in the air. If I face him now, even if I use the Forbidden Blade, I will probably be defeated in one encounter. That's because you haven't discovered the true power of the Forbidden Blade yet. The middle-aged wizard shook his head and said, but this Ronan Damien does have many things that ordinary people can't achieve. He seems to have noticed my existence just now, and has been very alert to the direction where I am hiding. Oh. Farron was stunned, and turned his head in disbelief to look in the direction Ronan left. He's known as the pride of the southern wizard world in a century. Even the Ronan wizard of the Star School appreciates him very much. It is said that his background is very ordinary. It is incredible that he can get to this point. The middle-aged wizard turned to look at Fallon and said lightly, if you want to make friends with such a person, instead of trying hard to cater to him, it is better to improve your knowledge and strength, and let the other party recognize you actively. Fallon showed shame on his face. Teacher. Actually, you have a good talent. The middle-aged wizard gently placed his hand on Fallon's forehead, and said softly, it's just that you put too much energy on irrelevant things. The women around you, I will transfer them away. Some things are better to play with when you are young. Don't be too obsessed with them. Yes, yes. The middle-aged wizard pondered for a while, and then said, I will get you the opportunity to go to the central part for further studies. You will set off in half a year. Dawn has not yet arrived, and everything has just begun. Fallon, you may surpass those who have left you far behind in the future. Fallon was excited when he heard this, but after a moment he became confused and bitter. Teacher, a person like Damien is extremely talented, has inherited the legacy of the legendary wizard Hermes, and has the support of the elemental ring. Do I really have the chance to work with him? Do you think he has a good fate? The middle-aged wizard sneered, glanced at Fallon, and said lightly, the elemental ring is famous for its many factions, and the internal situation is so complicated that it is no exaggeration to say that it is 100 times more complicated than our mystic energy workshop. Damien may not be as good as you at the starting line this time. Fallon was stunned. The first time Ronan felt a long-distance space teleportation array, he felt like he was riding an elevator running in an irregular direction, with a strong sense of dizziness. It didn't take long, during which the space silverization rune in his body kept flickering, and many inspirations about the mysteries of space emerged from his mind. After careful search, it was like a piece of driftwood floating in the sea, and it was not of much value. Universal space spells such as space teleportation and space folding have always had a relatively complete inheritance, but they are only in the hands of a powerful force. Even if ordinary wizards get the relevant knowledge, they do not have enough energy, strength and financial resources to use them. The capital of the space system Spell King lies in those offensive techniques that have disappeared and lost like the ancient Mirror Court. In Ronan's current spell system, the space-breaking secrets contained in Broken Silver and Broken Winter Mirror are the powerful essence of the space system, but Ronan has only understood a little bit of it now. After the teleportation landed, Ronan found himself in another room with a similar style. The wizard of the Mystic Workshop who had been waiting in the room saw him appear and immediately came to greet him. Lord Damien. Ronan used his mental power to soothe the dizziness that kept coming from his mind and nodded slightly. The latter did not waste any words and quickly led him to see the long-distance airship that had been prepared long ago. Compared with the magic airships that wizards usually use for short-distance transportation, the quality of long-distance airships is much better. The one prepared by the Mystic Energy Workshop for Ronan looks like a small and unique house hanging under 3 hot air balloons. Whether it is the sphere on the top or the house below, the surface is densely engraved with layers of various rune arrays. To maintain the operation of such a large number of rune arrays, the magic stones required will also be an exaggerated number. Everqui even prepared these magic stones. It can be said that Ronan only needs to get on. It's a pity that there is no two-way or one-way ultra-long-distance space transmission array that can be directly reached between the southern and central continents. Otherwise, there would be no need to be so troublesome and waste time on the road. Ronan thought, and followed the wizards of the Mystic Energy Workshop to get on the airship. As soon as he stepped into the airship, he saw 4 young girls in maid outfits of different styles, greeting him shyly or respectfully. The brave ones secretly looked up and looked at him. He could clearly sense the excitement, joy and slightly nervous mood emanating from them. The wizard of the Mystic Workshop beside him introduced with a smile, "The 4 of them are responsible for taking care of the adults' daily life during this trip. They were specially arranged by Lord Farron. They were all carefully selected. If you feel dissatisfied or not enough, I can arrange another batch." Farron. Ronan couldn't help frowning. Why does Farron of the Mystic Workshop always like to do this kind of thing? He had made similar arrangements in the Mystic Workshop before. He didn't even want to stay and have a cup of tea with Farron, which might not be without this part of the reason. "Let them get off the boat immediately and thank Farron for me." Ronan spoke calmly. The wizard of the Mystic Workshop beside him changed his face slightly, but he didn't dare to disobey Ronan's wishes. He nodded and quickly asked the 4 maids to leave the airship. When the girls learned what Ronan meant, they showed obvious disappointment on their faces. 2 minutes later, the 3 hot air balloons on the long-distance airship all glowed, the rune array was activated, and the airship slowly took off. Ronan officially started his journey alone to the central region. Inside the airship, Ronan, who had carefully checked the inside and outside, sat cross-legged on the carpet on the middle floor and slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. He didn't need to operate the airship in any way, as long as he slightly controlled the route and direction every once in a while. At this time, he finally had time to sort out the gains from the previous trip to Kiffinport. He casually called up the character panel. After purifying his mental power 3 times, stepping into the foggy restricted area, and condensing the 10th mental power crystal, Ronan's strength progress had reached 132%, and was still continuing to improve. An ordinary level 3 peak wizard can no longer be used as a unit of measurement for Ronan's mental strength. He tried to benchmark the level 4 Dawn, and his own estimate was about 5 times that of an ordinary level 4 wizard. After all the 10 mental crystals purified this time are fully restored, it may reach 12 times, which is comparable to the level of a level 4 mid-level wizard. If you just step into the fog-restricted area and condense the 10th mental crystal, you naturally can't achieve such an exaggerated effect. The main reason is that Ronan has experienced a total of 3 mental purifications since entering the fog. These 3 mental purifications have completely transformed his mental strength in some way. This is also the biggest confidence that he dared to reject the temptation of the mental and soul purification secret method proposed by Selena when she threw him an olive branch. Before being promoted to Dawn, the inheritors of top schools like Selena have secret methods to purify their souls and mental power in the end, so as to improve the grade of the Yuanling they will nurture in the future. Although I am of humble origin and cannot obtain such secret methods, after experiencing these 3 purifications of mental power, my foundation may be far beyond theirs. Ronan thought, tapping his brows with his fingertips. His forehead was shining, and a thick golden halo burst out from his brows. This light was different from the past, as if it was composed of countless particles. When the halo dispersed, there was a sense of déjà vu of a starry sky flowing out. After the transformation of mental power, Ronan's star chart deduction, which had been stuck for a long time, also completed a breakthrough naturally. And after he officially completed a star chart deduction, the basic meditation technique on the character panel naturally became Ancient Star Meditation Method. The master level proficiency of basic meditation was reset to 0, but the 3 states of empty and clear realm, lake of no thoughts, extreme boiling lake, and empty and extreme thoughts were retained, and even strengthened to a certain extent. The form of his meditation changed every time, becoming more than 100 times more complicated than before, but in return he gained a far more exquisite and delicate control power than before. After completing the most basic star plate deduction, the entry-level proficiency of Ancient Star Meditation only increased by 1 point. I don't know how long it will take to reach the master level again. But Ronan looked at his hands covered with the golden halo and whispered to himself, am I accidentally embarking on the path of tracing back to the ancient times? If Aramis really had obtained the ancient star book, he must have comprehended the ancient star meditation. At this moment, Ronan suddenly had a deeper understanding of Aramis' will contained in the inheritance of the law. Perhaps for Aramis, his desire to rule all things and become the king of all things was never because of being born proud. Instead, he has an unparalleled ambition to chase after the ancient times, to be on par with the ancient times, and even to surpass the ancient wizards. It is precisely because the road ahead is too long and bumpy, and life is short, that he is unwilling to be entangled and delayed by any insignificant people and things along the way. If I see the ancient scenery he saw, I will chase him desperately until I die, even if I die on the road. Ronan took a deep breath, slowly gathered his mental power, and then raised his hand. Countless lights gathered between his 5 fingers, condensed into a light path, and finally woven into an extremely complex 3-dimensional rune pattern. This rune looks like a snail, but the inside is intricate, like a maze with layers upon layers, endless. This is what Ronan got from the comb-bone magic snail at the bottom of the green abyss. This rune-like pattern is actually composed of 2 parts, one of which Ronan named it Snail Palace. Rather than a rune, it's more like a special energy guiding circulation system. As I wish, it can help compress and utilize the life light ball of immortal body. Chapter 261, Sound of Destruction. 1 layer of Conch Palace arrived in the central part. The comb-bone magic snail is not a creature from this world. When the strange snail in the ghost-crying fish king finally erupted, Ronan obtained some incomplete information fragments and learned that the comb-bone magic snail is a creature from another world. This creature feeds on the souls of the dead and can emit terrifying sound waves. In the fragmentary memory images obtained by Ronan, this magic snail creature once dominated a world. Any creature that can rule the entire world will not be a simple existence. The strange snails that now live in the green abyss are far from being real comb-bone magic snails. At best, they are some defective products with some comb-bone magic snail blood. That's why they can only survive in the ghost-crying fish body in the form of parasitism. The real comb-bone magic snail can transform the power of the ghost into terrifying sound waves, but it has also degenerated into extracting the vitality of the host. Although it can also burst out terrifying sound wave attacks, after an explosion, it will not be able to withstand the recoil and die. The last snail king Ronan saw had good blood concentration. Its shell still carried the souls of the former sea people, and even the memory of its ancestors remained in its body. This was why Ronan was able to get the rune pattern in front of him. Maybe it was not like this originally, but for a wizard, runes are the best language to interpret everything. The blood of the impure comb snail has changed from extracting the power of ghosts to extracting vitality. For me, it is the most suitable. The way the comb snail extracts life is many times more advanced than the technique that Ronan figured out by himself, which is to compress the life light ball simply and roughly and then release it in one breath. Once mastered, Ronan will try to transform into a complete giant monster again, and his combat effectiveness will definitely be greatly improved. It just so happens that my master level proficiency of austerity body forging has exceeded 1,500 points, and the ancient power rune has been upgraded to a high level. My stainless body is already a little weak. If the spiral palace method can really work, it may be able to make up for this. Ronan looked indifferent. Even he himself did not expect that after the ancient power rune broke through to a high level, it would cause such a great burden on the body. His dull white hair and the large number of healing potions purchased from the Mystic Energy Workshop were caused by the serious loss of vitality caused by the activation of the high-level, ancient power, at one time. Thinking of this, Ronan tried to activate stainless body. Ka-ka-ka. With the familiar sound of bones and flesh colliding and squeezing, Ronan's body, sitting cross-legged on the blanket on the floor, slowly rose up, and his whole body gradually became strong and majestic. Everything was the same as before, but on the palms of Ronan's hands, which were spread out flat on his knees, there were some black lines like vines, and like flames, they began to grow wildly along his arms and all over his body. Boom! An invisible aura emanated from his body, like an invisible millstone, squeezing the void to produce layers of wrinkles. The furniture in the room was destroyed, and the light of the rune arrays lit up rapidly. Shoo! Ronan stood up and quickly came to the outside of the airship in a flash. At this time, the airship had completely left the sphere of influence of the Secret Energy Workshop and was flying over an endless, uninhabited, desolate gobi. Ronan stood in the air under the dim sunset, with a desolate sky on his back. At this time, the black that was growing wildly on his body had spread to the front of his chest. His long white hair was raised high behind him, and a circle of ink-colored halo emanated from Ronan's body, just like a dark and twisted sun swallowing up the light of the void. The terrifying aura continued to rise, and when it reached a certain peak, bang! Half of Ronan's upper body exploded, and then those black lines actually grew out of his exploded flesh, dancing like flames and vines, and spreading large tufts of twisting black filaments. Shoo! Ronan's 5 fingers formed claws, and he waved forward with an indifferent look. The next second, catcha! The void in front of him seemed to have a black lightning bolt like a tree branch quickly passing through, and then, the void in a certain position in the distance suddenly showed a distortion and collapse, and several deep and narrow gullies appeared silently on the Gobi Desert below. After doing all this, Ronan seemed to have exhausted all his strength, and the whole person was completely out of the activated state of immortal body. He flew back to the airship with a weak breath and bloody, shocking explosion wounds. He took out a large amount of healing potion from the space ring and poured it into his mouth as if it was free. With the infusion of the healing potion, the remaining vitality in the body began to take effect, and fresh granulation grew on the wounds, and then slowly healed. When all the wounds on Ronan's body healed, he seemed to have aged by more than 10 years. His white hair was scattered on his shoulders like dead grass, his back was hunched, and even his skin, which was originally as smooth as jade, became dull and even had some fine wrinkles that seemed to be there and not there. The third kind of power that reaches the taboo level. Ronan looked at the lines on his palm, with an indescribable complex color in his eyes. He had never expected that the power of the ancient power rune would be so huge after it was promoted to a high level. It was so big that it easily broke through to the level of the spell taboo field. Even this was not the full picture of the ancient power. He did not dare to fully release its power. When the rune of ancient power first appeared, Ronan speculated whether the physical training of austerity body forging was just a preparation for the appearance of ancient power, so that practitioners could withstand this terrifying power. It's like ancient power is a knife, and immortal body is the scabbard. The problem Ronan is facing now is that the knife is too sharp, so sharp that his scabbard can hardly contain it. During the growth of the rune of ancient power, his body was constantly destroyed, and almost all of the abundant vitality in his body had to be used for repair, which led to serious loss of vitality. To solve this problem, either increase the storage of life energy in the life light ball, that is, speed up the body repair, or strengthen the scabbard itself. I have 6% of the ancient Frost Hydra bloodline in my body. Logically speaking, my physique should be much stronger than those who practice austerity body forging normally. Otherwise, Ronan would not have complained that the complete giant demonization state was not strong enough, which limited the use of his perfect physique. Maybe it's because of the lack of true inheritance? I have been missing a key step or prop in the process of practicing austerity body forging. Ronan once again thought of the unusual god-burning potion that Angel gave him. A long time ago, when austerity body forging was stuck in proficiency, he was still thinking about figuring this out. But later he found that the bearing injury method could promote the continued growth of austerity body forging proficiency. He had not encountered any obstacles until now, so he gradually forgot about it. Now that austerity body forging has encountered difficulties again, Ronan has a hunch that the key is still the bottle of god-burning potion. However, after the battle for the genius, Angel disappeared without a trace. Now that he was about to go to the central region, it would be even more difficult to find him. Moreover, even if he found Angel, he might not help Ronan solve his doubts. So for now, Ronan could only pin his hopes on the second solution. The Snail Palace intercepted the first half of the talent of the Combone Magic Snail, and used a special energy guiding method to perfectly mobilize the vitality in the body. At this stage, my body should be able to be greatly enhanced. The reason why the Combone Magic Snails parasitizing the ghost fish died was that they had to convert this part of the mobilized vitality into sound waves and burst them out fiercely. The body could not withstand the explosion of the terrifying sound waves, so it naturally exploded and died. However, Ronan did not need to carry out the latter steps. He only needed the method of the Combone Magic Snail to mobilize its vitality. Just in this way, it happened to perfectly solve the problem that the innocent body could not withstand the backlash of the power of the high-level, ancient power. Of course, this is just Ronan's theoretical speculation. Whether it is feasible and what the effect will be after it is achieved, he will have to try it out to know. There are still 5 months before I arrive in the central part and meet with Avakui. During these 5 months, I will try to build the Spiral Palace, system of the comb skull in my body. Ronan visualized the spiral palace rune in his mind, which was as mysterious and complex as a natural maze. He did not need to build this maze completely in one breath, but only needed to build a prototype of the maze first, and then slowly expand and fill it later. As for the rune part of the sound wave burst in the second half of the comb skull's talent, which was originally integrated with a spiral palace, Ronan temporarily named it Sound of Destruction. The content of this part of the energy burst system is also profound and complex, and it can even be said to be the true essence of the comb skull's talent. Combined with undead spells, it may collide with unexpected sparks. Ronan happened to have the inheritance of the undead spells from the skeleton bell. Whether it was at Hoshiaya, the arrow embryo of the ghost arrow, or the square horn cowbell, they were already made materials for spell experiments. Just wait until you have time in the future to slowly study them. 5 months. Ronan gently wiped the remaining healing potion from the corner of his mouth, and finally glanced at his character panel, and then slowly closed his eyes. Thanks to the introductory understanding of the ancient star meditation method, his ability to finally control mental power has been greatly improved. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to build a mysterious and complex rune system like the spiral palace in his body. This aspect also made the plan to split and engrave the imperial law rune much easier. 5 months later. The green shade is like the sea, and the treetops are intertwined into an endless dark green ocean. Several winding streams are like silver-white ribbons, flowing quietly at the junction of the mountains and valleys. The outline of the mountain range was vaguely visible in the distance, the sun pierced through the mist lingering in the mountains, a flock of birds soared, and the sounds of nature echoed melodiously. In this steep mountain valley full of tranquility, mystery and primitive atmosphere, a tattered airship that looked like a few shrunken hot air balloons was swaying and floating. The airship stopped near a stream, followed by a faint rune light flashing, and a slender and upright figure walked out of the airship. This was a handsome young man with white hair and black robes. He had a calm temperament, as if he had just woken up from a long sleep. When he came into contact with the sun, he subconsciously squinted his eyes, and a faint trance appeared on his face. Is this the central continent? Ronan stepped on the ground with both feet, bent down, grabbed a handful of soil at his feet and rubbed it slowly between his fingers. He carefully experienced the first feeling that this world brought him. The free energy particles in the air are much more concentrated than in the south, about 2 to 3 times. If the upper ring continent is a sunken valley as a whole, then the central continent is located in the middle of this valley. Ronan stood up, strolled to the stream, and splashed some stream water on his face. The forest breeze blew across his wet cheeks, bringing a slight cool feeling. Ronan gently licked the few drops of stream water on his lips and tasted the long-lost natural sweetness. 5 months. Time flies. He felt as if he hadn't done anything, and 5 months had passed. With the improvement of his strength, Ronan now feels more and more that time is not enough. Any research on spells and runes will make time pass by like the endless stream in front of him. Although Ronan is still very young and has a lot of time to waste, he still has a strong sense of urgency in his heart. He began to admire Haramis more and more. It was said that Haramis grew from a wizard apprentice to top figure of the Dawn at the top of the upper ring in less than 100 years. Fortunately, the prototype of the spiral palace has been initially constructed. Ronan looked inward and saw that in the center of the life light ball in his body, a blue snail composed of countless light bands was quietly suspended. The appearance was somewhat similar to the comb-bone magic snail. Looking closely at its interior, it looked like an extremely complex and exquisite miniature maze. Ronan spent almost all of his 5 months on the construction of the spiral palace. He stopped practicing all spells and even rarely practiced the ancient star meditation method. The complete spiral palace is countless times more complicated than the blue snail in front of him. Ronan has only completed the first step, so he named it First Level Snail Palace. The First Level Snail Palace was completed on the 3rd day after the airship entered the central continent, and Ronan didn't even have time to test it. This long journey from the south to the middle was generally smooth. There were 5 minor accidents on the way, but Ronan used his strength to resolve them and got through them without any danger. However, the airship he was riding was seriously damaged and now it was almost scrapped. It was a miracle that he could be carried to the place agreed with Evaki. Contact Evaki first. Ronan stopped by the stream, picked up some dead branches and lit a bonfire, then took out a bottle of medicine powder that Evika gave him when he was in the Yuta tribe and threw it into the fire, chanting a low spell. A moment later, accompanied by a strange bang sound, the flame in front of Ronan suddenly rose and soared several meters high. The orange flame turned into a dark green color, and the flames intertwined and finally condensed into a masculine and rough face. "Damien, thank you for coming." Evika's voice came out from the big mouth of the flame, mixed with the explosion of burning dead branches, buzzing. Chapter 262, Faceless Stone Man, Mythology Era, Power of the Holy Shrine. Ronan shook his head. "Where should I go to find you next?" The giant green flame face said, "Wait for me where you are, I will find you." After saying that, the giant face exploded and turned into countless green sparks that dissipated into the air. The flames on the ground also went out. Since Evika asked him to wait where he was, he stayed here. To be honest, Ronan had just arrived in the central continent and was unfamiliar with the place. If Evika really gave him an address and asked him to go there on his own, he would frown. Before coming here, Farron of the Mystic Power Workshop gave him a map of the central continent, but it was very simple. Only the spheres of influence of several super-large wizard forces were marked on it. The Court of Life, the Pendulum of Destiny, and Tangista. These are the three wizard empires in the central continent. The Court of Life is similar to an ellipse, the Pendulum of Destiny is similar to a triangle, and Tangista is like a long snake line. The three empires are in a triangular shape on the map, with a blank area between them. The center surrounded by the three empires is an unknown blank. Ronan's current location should be a mountain range on the southern edge of the central continent, very close to the Court of Life, but he did not find the address of the elemental ring on the map. Ronan put the conspicuous long-distance airship into the space ring, lit a bonfire, and then caught some river fish in the stream. A kind of fish that is generally 2 fingers long and half a finger wide, with pale purple scales. He didn't know the name. He had never seen it in the south, but it tasted extremely delicious. Whether it was roasted or boiled in soup, it was the best choice. A third-level wizard was not completely extraordinary and needed to eat regularly. Ronan had eaten dry food on the airship for half a year, and it was rare for him to taste the deliciousness of this fresh ingredient. The fragrance of the river fish attracted several waves of wild beasts and monsters, but they were all scared away by Ronan's aura. Unknowingly, the sun set in the west, and the stars and the moon filled the night sky. At the edge of the stream, with a sound of gurgling water, Ronan gently wiped the corners of his lips in the moonlight and stood up. Under his robe, there was already a small mountain of fish bones. He had almost caught all the purple-scaled fish in this wild stream today. It would take some time for the stream to return to its former bustle. Ronan originally wanted to practice meditation and test the secret method of the newly constructed Spiral Palace. Under the huge full moon above his head, a black shadow flew towards him quickly. He squinted his eyes and saw that it was a group of black-bodied and white-headed owls. When he got closer, he saw that the dense owls gathered in one place, and finally turned into a strong human figure and quietly landed in front of him. "May the spirits bless you, my friend." Evika performed an ancient ceremony to Ronan, opened his arms, and hugged him warmly. Ronan returned the courtesy. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect Evika to come so quickly. He had been mentally prepared to wait here for half a month or even longer. "Thank you again for coming, Damien." Evika's eyes were pure and his words were sincere. He was no longer as arrogant and domineering as he was during the wizard's competition. Perhaps this was his true self. "I should thank you." Ronan shook his head. Whether it was the mysterious finger bone that Evika gave him to conceal his soul's aura or his guidance on his soul, it was of great help to him. Friends don't need to say that. Evika smiled and looked Ronan up and down, with a hint of strangeness in his eyes. "Your soul problem has been almost perfectly solved. You have become stronger than a year ago. If I can successfully pass the trial this time, I may be able to solve the remaining problems in you." Ronan's expression moved slightly. He knew what Evika was referring to, the remaining will of Hekelto. Although he used means to send most of Hekelto's revived will to the body of the ice crystal demon snake, as long as Hekelto's blood was still flowing in his body and he kept using this power, Hekelto's will could not be completely extinct in his body. This has always been a problem that has been nagging at him, but there is no good solution. The ancient spirit wizard is an expert in the soul, and Evika may have a way to solve it. "Let's go." After a simple greeting, Evika called Ronan to set off. This is not far from the nearest entrance to the Hall of Souls. We should be able to enter in time for the next full moon." Ronan nodded, and the two set off in the night. Evakui is much more familiar with this central continent than Ronan, but only relative to Ronan. He also doesn't know much about the three major wizard empires and a number of large wizard forces. Evakui explained, "I spend most of my time in the central continent wandering in areas outside of my power. With strength like you and me, we can only be considered the bottom in the central continent. Before I was officially recognized by the spirits, I didn't dare to be completely exposed to the vision of some large forces." Ronan expressed his understanding. The spirit which had caused great turmoil in the wizard world in ancient times. It is hard to guarantee that there are no enemies with it in the current wizard forces. After all, the central continent is not like the south. A fourth-level Dawn can almost walk sideways. From the meaning revealed in Evakui's words, it can be seen that in the central continent, even a fourth-level wizard is a very common existence. It may not even be considered a powerful force, but it can only be said that it is quite powerful and barely has the qualifications to travel around the continent. This is a bigger stage. Ronan had a faint expectation in his heart. The two wandered between the mountains and continued to go deeper into the primitive. At noon on the fifth day, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Spirits mentioned by Evakui. "This is it." Pushing aside the tangled branches, a damp and slightly rotten smell came towards them. Evakui led Ronan to a place. This was a small swamp. The gray-black mud was full of dead branches and leaves, and there were fresh or rotten bodies of beasts that had drowned in it. "There are still 3 days before the full moon." Evakui looked up at the sky and said to Ronan, "I need to make some preparations. You can rest for a while." Ronan nodded, and then he saw Evakui step into the swamp alone. He completely ignored the dirt and stench in it, allowing the filthy mud to stain his whole body. With a solemn and pious demeanor, he picked up a half-rotten bird corpse full of maggots in the swamp, and then walked back to the dry shore step by step. Evakui chanted an ancient prayer and gently placed the bird corpse in his hand on the ground. There was an inexplicable sacred aura emanating from his body, as if he was performing a special ceremony. Ronan saw with his own eyes that the rotten bird corpse melted into the soil like wax, followed by a half-illusory glowing bird flying out of the ground, and finally turned into countless points of light and merged into the vast forest. Evakui kept repeating this behavior. He carried out the animal corpses in the swamp one by one, and sent their souls away one by one with mysterious rituals, with great piety. After the wizard was officially promoted, the soul was initially sublimated, and the body was damaged, and there was a certain probability that the soul could be preserved. At this time, if there is a special secret method to bliss, the wizard can also survive for a long time in the form of a soul body, but it is difficult to have further progress, and it is inevitable to return to the land of peace. During Evakui's ritual, Ronan kept thinking about the relationship between the soul and the body. For some reason, watching Evakui's ritual, his heart also gained an unprecedented peace and tranquility. He watched as the mud in the swamp gradually decreased and the water level dropped inch by inch as the animal corpses were transported out. 3 days later, at dusk near the full moon, the entire swamp completely disappeared, replaced by a dry basin. All the mud in the swamp had flowed away to an unknown place, and in the center of the basin stood a black faceless stone man. "It's all right." Evakui, who was behind him, gave Ronan a look and led him step by step into the basin, towards the location of the black stone man. At this time, the sun's rays completely disappeared, and a full moon like a disk rose from the treetops. The silver moonlight filled the entire basin, and all the sounds of insects and birds in the jungle disappeared without a trace, and the entire forest fell into a huge mysterious and peaceful atmosphere. Ronan followed Evakui to the stone man and watched Evakui take out a strange-shaped bone knife from the animal skin bag, cut his palm, and then dripped blood bit by bit on the top of the stone man's head. The witnesses also need to do this. Otherwise, you will not be qualified to enter the Hall of Souls. Evakui handed the bone knife to Ronan, looked into his eyes, and said seriously, "I need to inform you in advance that most spells cannot be cast after entering the Hall of Souls. If you regret it now, it's not too late, Damien." Ronan was silent for a while, and then calmly took the bone knife from Evakui's hand, imitated Evakui's behavior just now, cut his palm, and dripped blood on the stone man. Seeing this, Evakui was obviously relieved, and the look in his eyes became closer and more trusting. After returning the bone knife to Evakui, he quickly recited an ancient and difficult spell, and at the same time, with his fingers stained with blood, He began to draw some strange patterns on the surface of the stone man. It looked like some special runes, and also like the totem symbols of an ancient tribe. Avakui dripped blood several more times until the pattern was painted all over the stone man. At this time, the full moon above their heads happened to rise to the sky. The moonlight fell on the stone man, and a layer of light silver mist rose. The black stone man trembled slightly, and then two black holes suddenly appeared on the face without facial features, and a thick black liquid flowed out of the holes continuously. Huh? Ronan noticed that the stone man was crying and felt a little familiar for no reason. He couldn't help but make a slightly surprised sound. Have you seen this sacrificial stone sculpture before? Avakui looked back at him and slowly wiped the bloodstains on his hands. No. Ronan shook his head and explained, I've only seen something similar to it. He briefly told Avakui about the holy shrine stone pillar he had seen before. Yes, the material of the stone man in front of him was very similar to the holy shrine altar that Ronan found when he was chasing the ice crystal snake outside the white stone castle. They were both made of similar materials and also flowed out black liquid of unknown composition. He originally thought that they were similar, but after listening to his story, Avakui confirmed his guess. Yes, the sacrificial stone pillar was originally made of shrine stone. Your feeling is correct. Shrine stone. Ronan couldn't help asking, can you tell me more about it? He learned about the shrine from an ancient notebook he got from Old Wells when he was an apprentice. He has always been curious about it, but the notebook does not describe it much. Avakui saw that he wanted to know a lot, so he naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity to learn. At this time, the black liquid flowing from the stone man's face had accumulated a thin layer under the feet of the two people. Avakui had no intention of moving. It can be seen that the next process will take some time. He pondered for a while, and then said to Ronan, there are many rumors about the shrine, and the origin can even be traced back to the ancient times. Before the ancient times? Ronan was stunned. Yes. Avakui nodded and said calmly, that chaotic era when the elements were ignorant and even runes were not born. That era is also called the mythical period. Mythical period. Ronan heard this name for the first time. It is said that in the mythological period, gods and their agents were rampant in the world, and extremely tragic wars broke out between them. This war led to the fall of a large number of gods and the exit of myths. Later, there was the glory created by the ancient wizards. The war of gods left a lot of residual power between the sky, the earth and the ocean. These powers were left in the world in a special form by those gods who were unwilling to leave the stage, hoping that the believers who picked up these powers would one day be able to recall them from the abandoned land. Unfortunately, the gods did not expect that the arrangements they left behind did not make things develop in the direction they wanted, but instead made us successful. Duka said lightly, in a sense, the power of gods is also an important enlightenment of wizard civilization. I understand. Ronan thought, the shrine is a container for storing divine power. The black liquid flowing from the faceless stone man's face had already submerged the knees of the two men. No. Duka shook his head. The container for storing divine power is the shrine, and the holy shrine is a replica of the shrine created by ancient wizards. The earliest wizards have never given up analyzing and studying the power of gods. The real shrine probably disappeared in ancient times, and the ones that can be found now are basically the holy shrines imitated by the ancient wizards. What is stored in the shrine is just a replica of divine power. It has some of the effects of divine power, but it is not the real divine power. The holy shrine stone is the product of that era. It is said that the holy shrine stone was excavated and mined from another world. Now, it is also very rare. Ancient, primeval, and the mythological shrines before the primeval times, the holy shrines. Ronan walked along the way, and unknowingly witnessed a corner of the vicissitudes of wizard history, and a sense of witnessing the grandeur of an epic arose in his heart. Avakui continued, the ancient wizards had tried to integrate divine power and their imitation of divine power into rune arrays, forging them into magical tools, or even refining them into potions. They also preserved this subject for future generations to study, in the form of a shrine altar. Potion. Ronan's heart suddenly skipped a beat when he heard Avakui's words about the ancient wizard's use of the power of the shrine. He subconsciously thought of the special god-burning potion that Angel had given him. It was precisely because of the special ingredients contained in that bottle of god-burning potion that prompted his breakthrough in ascetic body forging. Combined with the encounter with Angel in Whitestone Castle, Angel was obviously also going for the power of the shrine. Could the connection between the two be a coincidence? Ronan's heart was pounding, and even the small holy tree pattern engraved on his heart began to flicker. Chapter 263, The Hall of Spirits, The Dragon Wizard Battlefice. If the power of the shrine is the key material that has been missing for the subsequent practice of austerity body forging, then the answer has actually been in Ronan's hands all along, but he has completely ignored it. Of course, to verify this, he needs to find an unopened shrine and obtain the power of the shrine stored in it. At this moment, Ronan felt that some fog in front of him seemed to be cleared, and the path of practicing austerity body forging became bright again. Wait until things here are over, and then start looking. Ronan has a remnant of the shrine stone in his hand. According to the secret technique recorded in the notebook of Old Wells, he can find the ancient shrine altar hidden in the vast continent by following the map, but it will take more time. During the conversation with Awakens, unknowingly, the black liquid flowing from the faceless stone man's face has filled the entire small basin, as if it has returned to the original swamp, but this time the mud filling the swamp seems to be purer, with a mysterious mellow feeling. The liquid that filled the quagmire was about to completely submerge the two people's bodies. Awakens stopped the topic he was talking about with Ronan, looked up at the hazy full moon in the sky, and then looked directly into Ronan's eyes. The end of the Soul Lake is also home, Awakens said, and his whole body was completely immersed in the black water. At the same time, Ronan also let the black liquid slowly flood his nasal cavity and eyes. When he was completely submerged, the cold and slippery black liquid began to actively flow into his body through Ronan's 7 orifices and the pores all over his body. At this moment, Ronan felt like a mold, and every inch of flesh and blood, every cell in his body was constantly being infused. This process was indescribably wonderful, and unexpectedly there was no discomfort, and he could even breathe freely. When his mold was completely filled, the unknown black liquid that filled his body seemed to disappear. Ronan was choked for some reason, and before he could cough according to his instinct, his mind trembled, and he suddenly found that he had appeared in another world. Black nothingness. He was floating in the air like a piece of duckweed, surrounded by darkness. At this moment, someone suddenly grabbed his hand in the darkness. Ronan looked over and saw Awakens, whose whole body was emitting a hazy white light, appear from the side. It went more smoothly than I thought. Awakens looked at him with some unexpected joy and satisfaction. I was prepared to fail a few times. Is this the legendary Hall of All Souls? Ronan's eyes probed around strangely. Just as Awakens had told him before, most of the spells in this space could not be cast. He could not feel the existence of any free energy particles here. Not only that, his current state was also quite strange. His whole body was glowing, just like Awakens. We haven't reached the Hall of All Souls yet. This is the space of all souls. Don't let go next, otherwise you will get lost. Awakens grabbed Ronan's right hand and began to pull him to move quickly in this dark and empty place. This is a strange space created by countless ancient spirit wizards. In theory, only souls can live here for a long time. We use the power of the sacrificial spirit to enter in person, but we won't be able to stay here for too long. We have to hurry. Awakens pursed his lips and solemnly pulled Ronan to fly quickly in the direction ahead. In the dark space, the two became the only two light sources, but the white light emitted by Ronan was much weaker than Awakens. Perhaps sensing his curiosity, Awakens explained, "This is the light of the soul, which can directly reflect the quality of a wizard's soul." Okay. Ronan didn't know what to say. After the trip to the East Coast, after finishing the obsession of his predecessor, he thought that his soul qualifications had improved a lot. Now I know that compared with top wizard geniuses like Awakens, there is still a big gap. In this dark and empty space, mental power seems to have lost its original function, but Awakens seems to have a special guidance method. It was unknown how long they had been floating. Awakens suddenly accelerated forward. Ronan felt his body falling down, and then his feet seemed to step on a solid ground. "We're here," Ronan heard Awakens say softly. Then, whoosh, flames suddenly burst out from both sides in front. The light illuminated the surroundings, and Ronan could see clearly that they were standing on a small platform. The tops of two thick black stone pillars were burning in the air. Looking forward, there was a winding staircase that continued to extend upward. The black stone pillars burning with flame seemed to form the shape of a gate. Under their feet were mottled and cracked rocks. Whether it was the stone pillars or the stairs behind the stone pillars, everything was full of ancient traces of years. Awakens' expression became solemn at some point. He stepped forward, and Ronan followed. The two passed through the portal of the black stone pillars and stepped onto the stone stairs. The ancient stairs were suspended above the dark nothingness. The two climbed up the stairs. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Except for their footsteps and breathing, no other sounds could be heard. Evakui had no intention of talking to him, so Ronan followed him silently. Unconsciously, his mood became solemn. The two kept climbing up. After stepping on a certain step, Evakui suddenly stopped. When Ronan was surprised, he saw flames burning one after another on both sides of them. The sudden light instantly illuminated everything around. Ronan realized that they were standing on the edge of a huge sacrificial square. The square was so large that he could hardly see the edge. The black stone pillars at the starting point surrounded the entire square, and on the square, there were countless black stone statues. These stone statues were similar in style to the faceless stone men who led them into the spirit space. There were almost all kinds of images, including humans, elves, barbarians, dwarves, monsters, birds, beasts, and even plants. Ronan saw many lost races that he had only learned about in ancient books before. Each stone statue is over 3 meters tall, full of ancient atmosphere. There are so many of them that it is impossible to count them. Some are well preserved, some are covered with cracks, and some have even collapsed and decayed, with only part of the base visible. Ronan looked at this magnificent stone statue square, and he felt something coming at him, and he was shocked beyond words. This is the lowest level of the abode of all spirits. Evakui walked into the square and gently placed his hand on a stone statue, his eyes full of solemnity and reverence. Each soul statue here represents a spirit wizard who was at least at the dawn level in his lifetime. They were active here, but after the spirits were exiled, they all fell into a long sleep, and some even completely disappeared in their long sleep. Each stone statue symbolizes an ancient spirit wizard of at least the 4th level of dawn? Exclamation mark. Evakui's explanation shocked Ronan. He looked at the stone statue square in front of him in disbelief. The countless stone statues in the square made it almost impossible to imagine how glorious the ancient spirit witch school was. No wonder, the spirit witch group that has developed to its peak can cause such a huge turmoil in the entire wizard world. According to Evakui, what they saw now is only the first floor of the Hall of Spirits. There will be similar places in the future, and there may even be many. Ronan took a deep breath and tried to calm his excitement. If it were normal, we would stop here today. For a junior spirit witch like me who has just entered the door, this is where I will receive the inheritance. But now. Evakui shook his head, not knowing whether he was grateful or sighing, and said, "Let's go." He led Ronan to continue walking forward. The two of them passed through the stone statue square. Along the way, Ronan saw countless collapsed and decayed stone statues. He estimated in his heart that the relatively well-preserved stone statues in this square may account for less than 1% of the total number of stone statues. This is only the dead spirit witches, not counting those who are dying. The ancient spirit witch school is really in decline. At the end of the square, there is also a black staircase leading to the upper level, and the two continue to move forward. After a period of time, the two will come to a sacrificial square full of stone statues similar to the one they saw before. The higher they go, the larger the black stone statues standing on the square are, the more ancient their aura is, and of course the fewer their numbers are. Ronan guessed that this should be related to the strength and status of the spirit witches represented by the stone statues in their lifetime. The higher the stone statues on the square, the stronger their strength was in their lifetime, and the more noble their status was in the Hall of Spirits. The origin of spirit witches is not ancient. They are called ancient spirit witches because the spirit witch school reached its peak in ancient times. As for its origin, Ronan is not clear. Ronan always follows Evakui, silently counting the number of stone statue squares they have walked through. Arriving at a new square again, when Ronan counted to 5, he heard Evakui whisper, "We're here, Damien." Ronan's spirit was slightly shaken, and his eyes followed the burning flames and scanned the square in front of him. He saw that there were only 24 black stone statues left in the sacrificial square. But each stone statue was almost over 100 meters tall, like a silent giant, standing in different corners of the square, blocking the flames and casting endless shadows behind them. Huh? Ronan let out a long breath. Facing these once extremely ancient and powerful beings, even if they were just their corpses, he still felt a lot of pressure in his heart. These are the 24 witch heads of the Hall of Spirits, second only to the Whole Master. Each of them is a sage who is worshipped and admired by all the witches. Everqui explained to Ronan, and he knelt down on the spot, kowtowed to each stone giant, and performed the highest etiquette of the spirit witch, with great piety. Although Ronan was not a member of the spiritual wizard, he was fortunate to come here and meet these ancestors of the wizard world, and he also had respect for them. He counted the 24 stone statues of the wizard head in front of him and found that 16 of them were already in a state of decay and collapse, and their complete images could no longer be recognized. The remaining 8 also had some cracks on their bodies. One of them was a human-shaped stone statue wearing a robe, whose appearance could not be seen clearly, and whose hands were holding a strange gesture. It was almost covered with cracks all over, giving people the feeling that it would completely collapse in the next second. What level of strength is the wizard head? According to the strength of the spiritual wizards in the first level stone statue square, the first level 4th level, the second level 5th level, and the 5th level wizard head should be 8th level? Exclamation mark. Ronan didn't know, but his eyes became more and more complicated. Even as strong as the spiritual wizard head, can he ultimately not resist the control of fate and the erosion of time? He couldn't help but think of the alchemists, the group of people who walked the world under the name of Spurt. I wonder how many Spurts who dreamed of building an ideal city are left now. Ronan's eyes swept across the stone statues of witch heads, and suddenly, they stopped quietly on one of the stone statues. That is. Ronan pursed his lips, looked at a stone statue, and uttered a word softly, dragon. No matter from which angle, the stone statue in front of him fits Ronan's stereotype of the creature dragon very well, a huge and slender body, black scales all over the body, sharp dragon horns bending upward from both sides of the forehead, huge and wide bat wings, and a long tail with barbs at the end like a warhammer. Domineering, majestic, mysterious, cold, in control of everything, and invincible. Among the only 8 stone statues left on the field, this dragon-like stone statue is the largest and most intact. Ronan stared up at it. Everqui walked slowly to his side, raised his head, and said slowly, yes. The dragon wizard Bauhofus was a real pure-blooded dragon when he was alive. After joining the Hall of Souls, he became one of the 3 great masters in charge of the soul transformation system. Everqui looked at Ronan and said softly, like you, I was attracted by its power and magnificence at first sight when I first came here, and I chose him without hesitation. Unfortunately. Everqui shook his head. Dragon Wizard Bauhofus is the one who has the highest and most demanding requirements for the inheritor among the 24 wizards. I even think that a proud existence like him, even if he dies completely in a self-sealed long sleep, will not be willing to leave his inheritance to any creature other than the dragon. Ronan listened to Everqui's story, his eyes flickered slightly. Whether in the secular world or the wizard world, dragons will always be powerful creatures that only exist in legends. There are too many legends about dragons to count, and Ronan has heard and read too many stories about dragons. Now, a real dragon appears in front of him, and even he can hardly remain completely calm. Maybe you can try. Everqui suddenly said, if you can obtain the inheritance of the dragon shaman chief Bauhofus, I believe that the remaining problems of your soul can be solved. Ronan turned to look at Everqui in surprise. I am not a spirit shaman, and I don't plan to become a spirit shaman. Before fate gives the final answer, most people don't know what they really want. Everqui looked into his eyes and answered calmly. Ronan frowned. He looked at Everqui in front of him, who seemed to be throwing an olive branch to him and trying to win him over, and then looked at the huge dragon-shaped stone statue close at hand. His eyes flickered, and after weighing for a moment, he said, okay, what should I do? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264, Price, Weird. It's very simple. Ulka said in a gentle tone, just put your hand on the stone statue. Havers may give you a test. If you pass it, you can get his inheritance. Then give it a try. Ronan did not reject it. No one could refuse the inheritance of a legendary dragon's soul, especially under the premise that this dragon was also an ancient and knowledgeable powerful wizard. He followed Ulka's instructions and slowly walked in front of the huge dragon statue, and then gently placed his hand on the base of the statue, which was a toe of the dragon. Empty your mind. Ronan closed his eyes, and the 10 spiritual crystals in his mind lit up slightly, releasing spiritual power to slowly penetrate into the stone statue in front of him. Cold, nothingness, darkness. At first, Ronan could not feel any unusual movement, but Uki told him that this process requires a little patience. The souls of the wizard chiefs are almost all asleep, and it takes time to wake up. During this period, all he has to do is to try his best to be respectful. Time passed slowly, and gradually, Ronan found that there seemed to be a little light in front of him. Then the light grew bigger and bigger, as if it was approaching something quickly. Suddenly, boom, all the coldness, nothingness, and darkness faded away in an instant, and Ronan seemed to have come to another world. A fiery, hot, violent and restless world of horror. The earth was shaking and roaring under his feet, the sky was filled with the smell of sulfur and gunpowder, boiling magma was rushing on the ground, and the void was shaking constantly. Ronan was in it, and he felt that he was as small as an ant, and the power of destruction was everywhere around him. He tried to open his eyes wide and looked forward. Indistinctly, he saw a huge and blurry figure of a dragon. It was almost the same as the giant dragon stone statue he saw in the sacrificial square, but it was more than 10 times larger. The dragon was no longer dark black, but covered with the golden scales. Its sharp curved horns were like 2 ancient spears burning red, piercing the sky. Its wings spread out to cover the sky, casting a huge shadow. And its eyes were blazing red, like flowing magma, with the power to burn and see through everything. Ronan's body could not help but tremble just by looking at the huge dragon's shadow. The dragon exuded a mysterious aura, which made Ronan want to kneel down and worship it from a distance. Ronan gritted his teeth, forcing his spine not to bend. He tried to move forward and walk towards the direction of the dragon. At this time, a sharp sound suddenly rang in his ears. Zizi, shuashisha. This sound was like a radio signal with poor reception, or someone scratching a smooth glass plate with sharp nails, accompanied by some kind of dull impact sound, and a sharp and high-pitched scream of horror. It was even more unbearable than the evil whispers he heard when he accepted the will of Hikalto several times. Ronan almost subconsciously hugged his head with both hands, and squatted down with a distorted face. Baha! Baha Bahufis, and the noisy noise that almost made Ronan's consciousness collapse. Ronan's dazed mind seemed to catch a low and slippery whisper. The whispering voice used a strange language, constantly calling the name of Bahufis. Ronan didn't know why he could understand the meaning of the whisper. He was close to collapse and fainted, but at this moment, he continued to persist miraculously because of an inexplicable curiosity and impulse. This is a great opportunity. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The voice of the whisper was intermittent and erratic. Suddenly, a woman's angry roar suddenly sounded, covering the voice of the whisper. Get out! Despicable maggot, I am not you. Idiot. The deep and smooth voice of the whisper seemed to be startled, and the tone became a little exasperated. Don't regret it, since then I won't be polite. Don't think I will give it to you. Roar. Just as Ronan was struggling to hold on, curiously listening to the conversation between the two voices that he accidentally captured in his mind, under the distant red sky, the golden dragon suddenly raised its head and roared like thunder. The world in front of him was shattered in an instant, like a mirage. Ronan was caught off guard and was pulled out by a force that appeared out of thin air. Thump, thump, thump. In the empty and silent stone statue square, a figure in a black robe with silver edges staggered back a few steps, then stabilized, his face pale, sweating and panting heavily. Are you okay? A hand stretched out from the side and handed over a small green potion bottle. Ronan hesitated for a moment, took the bottle, twisted it open, and drank the potion in it. He soon felt a slight coolness in his body, and the slight discomfort quickly subsided like a tide. Thank you. Ronan felt much more comfortable after taking the potion, and stood up to express his gratitude to Evakui. Evakui shook his head casually and said, When I first tried to communicate with a dragon wizard, I was even more embarrassed than you are now. Although he has a bad temper, he actually has no ill intentions. It's just that we are too weak. Ronan nodded, thought for a while, and said, Does this count as a failure? Did he say anything to you? Did he give you a piece of golden scale-like thing? No. Ronan shook his head. Not to mention communicating with the dragon wizard Bahufis and receiving the gift from him, he didn't even really get close to him in the dreamlike space just now. This result was not particularly surprising to Ronan. His soul qualifications were not outstanding, and according to Evakui, The dragon wizard Balhufus was the most demanding and picky one among the 24 wizards. It would be a big surprise if he could recognize himself. Then it looks like a failure. Evrika patted Ronan's shoulder to comfort him, then turned around and looked at the other stone statues around him, saying, "You can continue to try other witch chiefs." "Forget it." Ronan shook his head to refuse. He didn't want to experience the same experience again. He was not very interested in the inheritance of the spirit witch. After all, the decline of the ancient spirit witch is a fact. No matter how glorious it was, history has told the world that the end of the spirit witch is darkness. Why take risks for a dead end that will inevitably lead to a cliff? Okay. Seeing Ronan's firm attitude, Evrika didn't say anything else. The two walked to another stone statue in the square. It was a huge black wolf statue. The appearance of this statue reminded Ronan of the last trick Evrika used when fighting him in the wizard competition, which was to transform into half-virtualized ghost wolf form. Perhaps this is the spiritual wizard promotion route he chose. Wolf Witch Chief. Like Dragon Witch Chief Balhufus, he is one of the 3 great masters of the Spirit Witch Soul Transfiguration system. It was he who gave me this inheritance test. Evrika faced the huge giant wolf stone statue, clasped his hands together, and his expression was unprecedentedly respectful and pious. "Next, I will officially enter the test. What do I need to do?" Ronan finally asked Evrika about the real purpose of inviting him. Evrika took out an object similar to a stone mill from his space ring and said to Ronan, "When I enter the test, take care of my soul disk. If the soul disk is reversed, help me turn it back to its original position." "Is it that simple?" Ronan was slightly surprised. Evrika shook his head. He was silent for a while, and then looked at Ronan very seriously and said, "Forgive me, Damien, there is one thing I have never told you. The process of turning the soul disk will consume a certain amount of your soul life, but not much, at most about 10 years of life at a time." "Consume life?" Ronan was stunned for a moment, and then he understood the real reason why Evrika had been so kind and enthusiastic to him. He helped me again and again, with a generosity far beyond the true depth of their friendship. It turned out that he wanted to use his own life to help him. "I'm sorry, Damien, I'm really sorry." At this time, Evrika's face was full of shame, and he didn't even dare to look Ronan in the eye. "The test of the wolf wizard is very difficult. It allows me to fail 3 times in each round of the test. The price is that each time someone needs to offer him a certain amount of life. I have failed many times, and the elders of the Yuta tribe have been exhausted for this. Originally, I didn't want to ask for help from foreign wizards. I carefully cultivated XX." Evrika said a name, which was the girl in the white wolf skin skirt that Ronan had seen in the Yuta tribe. Evrika seemed extremely painful. "But there is too little time left for me, and I only have this one chance to participate in the test. Damien, I. Evrika went from incoherent to almost speechless, and he looked at Ronan pleadingly. Ronan could see the desire in his eyes. Before this, Uka had been repeating that it's not too late for him to regret now, but now, he no longer said that. Ronan was silent for a long time, and then slowly said, 3 chances of failure, which means I need to move the soul disk for you 3 times, consuming a total of 30 years of soul life. If I can pass it in one go, you don't need to make any sacrifices." Uka heard the looseness in Ronan's words, and said quickly, "If your soul life is consumed, I will do my best to make it up to you later. At least I can help you replenish 20 years of life. If you don't believe it, we can make a contract." Ronan didn't express his opinion, but just looked at the soul disk in Uka's hand, and suddenly said, "What if your soul disk is damaged?" Uka was stunned, and then said calmly, "Once the soul disk is damaged, my test will fail immediately, and my soul will suffer irreversible damage." "I understand." Ronan nodded, looked at the huge black wolf stone statue beside the two of them, and said lightly, "Then, please be quick." Uka didn't say anything else, but said thank you to him very seriously, then left the soul disk in his hand that looked like a rough stone mill, turned and walked towards the black wolf stone statue. He walked up to the statue and chanted a spell in her low voice. The bottom of the statue immediately rippled with the black waves. Evrika looked back at Ronan and walked in without hesitation. Ronan was the only one left in the huge stone statue square. After Evrika entered the test, the soul plate that he left behind, which looked like a millstone, was nailed to a certain void as if it had taken root underneath, and Ronan could not move it. Ronan observed the surface of the soul plate and noticed that the rough millstone was glowing slightly and was slowly turning in a clockwise direction. Ronan was a little skeptical. Everky had to pay a certain amount of soul life as a price for the test. There is no free lunch in the world. Selfishness is human nature, especially for those who are already heading towards extinction step by step. After thinking about this, Ronan looked at the black stone statues in the square again, and the awe and admiration in his heart suddenly dissipated a lot. He even felt that those silent stone statues that cast huge shadows were more or less cold and cruel. Not every wizard is called spirit. Ronan sighed silently in his heart. Everky left, leaving him alone, and now he seemed to have nothing to do. The soul disc was related to Everky's safety and the success of the test. For this, Everky had made countless sacrifices in private. Ronan couldn't be distracted to do other things, so he was bored and wandered around the soul disc. Of the 8 remaining stone statues in the square, Ronan was most interested in the statue of the dragon wizard Balhufus. The second was a human-shaped stone statue located in the center of the 24 stone statues. The latter gave Ronan the feeling that it was the oldest among all the stone statues. Of course, the biggest reason why Ronan paid attention to it from time to time was that there were too many defects and cracks on this human-shaped stone statue. He always felt that this stone statue might collapse in front of him at any time, so he could be regarded as witnessing the complete death of the soul of an extremely ancient and powerful wizard in disguise. After looking around, Ronan's eyes fell back on the huge black dragon stone statue. He couldn't help but think of the conversation he heard in the stone statue inheritance space. One of the 2 people is a woman, who looks like Balhufus himself. Then who is the other person? One of the other 7 witch chiefs. Ronan thought about it. From the meaning revealed in that conversation, the other person seemed to be inviting the dragon witch chief Balhufus to do something together, but was rejected by Balhufus. Balhufus's attitude towards him was quite bad, and he seemed to look down on him. Ronan didn't think of any results. In fact, he couldn't even be sure whether this conversation was true. Maybe it was his hallucination, or a special way for the dragon witch chief Balhufus to test the inheritor? He didn't know. While thinking, suddenly, gurgle gurgle, in the empty square, there was a strange sound similar to a stone wheel rolling over the ground. Ronan suddenly looked up and immediately went to check the soul disc left by Everky. There was nothing unusual about the soul disc. It was still turning slowly, and it didn't make any sound when it turned. Ronan's eyes flickered, and he took a deep breath. He was the only one here, and the stone statue of the witch head would not move, so where did the sudden sound come from? Exclamation mark. Chapter 265, Great Terror, the Tailless Dragon. The ancient bite of the 5-headed Hakator. The strange sound disappeared after it sounded once. The whole square was quiet, there was no wind, and there seemed to be nothing unusual. Ronan was sure that he was not hallucinating. He recalled the location where the sound just came from and turned his eyes to the dragon statue of the dragon witch chief Balhufus. Ronan looked calm and slowly walked towards the stone statue. Under the robe, titanium flowed on his skin like water. There were no free energy particles in the spirit space, but it did not mean that spells could not be cast at all. It was just that without the blessing of free energy particles from the outside world, the power of spells would be much lower by relying on the energy generated or stored by itself. Papa the high-quality magic boots made of 3rd-level magic beast skin stepped on the ground, making clear and steady footsteps. Ronan approached the dragon-shaped stone statue step by step, from the top of the black dragon all the way down, observing it carefully bit by bit. There was no change. Ronan had a good memory. The first time he stepped into the stone statue square, he was attracted by the giant dragon statue of Balhufus. He remembered every detail of the statue, so he knew very well that the statue had not changed from beginning to end. But when his eyes fell on the base of the statue, Ronan's eyes paused slightly. The shadow has changed. The shape of the shadow cast by the giant dragon statue on the ground has changed and become a little bigger. Ronan looked up and looked around. Black stone pillars stood at the edge of the square, and the orange flames on the stone pillars burned silently, providing light to illuminate the entire square. The light source has not changed. So why did the shadow change? Ronan's eyes flickered, and he continued to approach the statue. When he walked to the front of the statue, he hesitated, but finally chose not to put his hand on it again. Ronan walked to the side of the statue, his mental power spread out, and began to walk along the base of the statue. Most of the dragon statue of Balhufus, the chief dragon wizard, was hidden in the darkness. Ronan slowly walked into the shadow he had observed earlier, thinking of going around behind the dragon statue to have a look. But as soon as he left the range of light, he felt a heavy and cold darkness immediately surge from all directions like a tide, wrapping him up layer by layer. The darkness felt cold and slippery, and it seemed to be crawling on Ronan's body like a living thing. Ronan frowned and couldn't help but stop. He turned his head and looked behind him. The boundary line between light and darkness, when he stepped into the shadow inexplicably, gave him a feeling of being quite far away. It was like looking across a wide river in the black night at the other side of the river where the water was flowing calmly. Ronan turned his head again. Snap! He snapped his fingers, and a cluster of flames jumped out from his slender fingertips, illuminating a small area around him. The effect of the fireball spell cast by the energy particles remaining in the body was almost suppressed to the limit, and it didn't look like it was cast by a third-level wizard. Ronan was about to go deeper, but he found that the light of the flame in his hand was dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. The size of the flame had not changed at all, but in less than 2 breaths, the flame that could illuminate the 4 or 5 meters around him could only illuminate the distance of less than 1 foot in front of his toes. Something is strange. Ronan's heart tightened, and he immediately gave up the idea of continuing to explore forward. He retreated directly. But at the moment he turned around with his right hand burning with fire, an endless darkness rushed towards him quickly. The dividing line where shadow and light intersected, which should have existed behind him, disappeared strangely at this moment. Exclamation mark. Not only that, the stone statue of the dragon witch head that was clearly next to him also disappeared. The huge stone statue square has become completely gone. Only a vast void and darkness remained, and time seemed to have returned to the time when he and Evaqui had just come in. Even though Ronan had made enough psychological preparations, at this moment, his hair stood on end. Gurgle gurgle. At this time, the strange sound rang again. And this time the sound came from very close, not far in front of Ronan. Hiss. Ronan took a deep breath and swung his right hand forward. The fireball in his hand, which was burning fiercely but could not bring him any warmth, was like a meteor that broke through the darkness and shot quickly towards the place where the sound came from. The exploding fireball tried hard to bloom the light of fire, illuminating the scenery along the way. At this moment, Ronan saw dark scales reflecting cold silver light under the light, and a hideous and huge outline emerged little by little in the cold darkness. At the moment when the light of the fireball was completely extinguished, Ronan saw a pair of huge eyes, looking at him steadily in the shadows. The owner of the eyes seemed to be trying hard to pretend to be still, like a statue. But no matter how high its head was raised, its dark yellow eyes were always focused on him. It revealed the passion and greed that could hardly be restrained. It just looked at Ronan as if it was looking at a delicious steak being placed on the table. Gurgle gurgle, the strange sound rang out again. This time, Ronan heard and saw clearly. The sound came from the creature in front of him. It was the sound made by it staring at Ronan and couldn't help but raise its neck and swallow its saliva. At this moment, Ronan's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by something, and the blood flowing through his body seemed to stop for a moment. He quickly retreated. The evil and greedy creature in front of him, after realizing that his clumsy disguise had been exposed, simply stopped hiding. It opened its big mouth towards Ronan, and then quickly raised one of its huge paws. Whoosh! A fierce wind arose for no reason, blowing Ronan's long hair and robes back in an instant, tightly against his body. Immediately followed by an indescribable terrifying power, like a suddenly pouring ocean, boom poured straight down on Ronan. At this moment, Ronan felt suffocated. An unprecedented strong sense of death crisis roared and completely submerged him. In the space of consciousness, 10 spiritual power crystals all glowed, and Ronan frantically released his spiritual power, desperately trying to activate the titanium. However, a giant claw that was several times larger than his entire body had already rapidly enlarged in his pupils, and it was whistling towards him. Ronan only had time to instinctively make a defensive move with his hands crossed, and then, boom! It was like hundreds of thunders exploding at the same time, and it was as if tens of millions of beasts were running wildly and trampling over him at the same time. The flow of time seemed to slow down countless times at this moment. Ronan felt as if he saw countless versions of himself in an instant. Each of them was in a posture of hanging in the air and flying backwards. What am I doing? Was my soul beaten out of my body? Ronan was at a loss, and this thought quietly crossed his mind. The next moment, the surging pain like a tide pulled him back to reality. Boom! He found himself back in the stone statue square again, and the stone statue of the Dragon Witch Chief Balhufis was far away from him at this moment. He seemed to have just experienced a teleportation, and the whole person suddenly appeared from one end of the square to the other end. Then, Ronan realized that he was beaten from under the stone statue of the Dragon Witch Chief and flew here. Most of his body was completely embedded in the base of a stone statue, and countless bones were broken all over his body. The lapels of his robes were completely soaked with blood, and his mouth and nose were full of strong rust. Since he successfully practiced austerity body forging, how long has it been since he was severely injured in the body like this? Ahem. Ronan coughed violently, spitting out some blood and internal organs. The life ball in his body was like a white sun, constantly releasing warm power, trying its best to repair his injured body. Ronan barely climbed out of the big pit where his body was embedded. Looking up, he saw that the stone statue blocking him was exactly the oldest and most cracked human-shaped stone statue in the square, as if it would completely collapse in the next second. He shook his head. God knew how much closer his collision had brought the soul of the witch chief sleeping in the stone statue to extinction. He apologized in his heart, then staggered to his feet. At this moment, accompanied by a series of heavy footsteps, the culprit who directly caused his miserable condition slowly walked out from the shadow under the stone statue of the Dragon Witch Chief Balhufis. Only then did Ronan see the creature in its entirety, its large and graceful body, its undulating scales, its wide wings like curtains, and its sharp horns like lances. Except for the bull tail, which looked like something had bitten off a section. The creature in front of him was like a legendary dragon. A dark silver dragon. It was much smaller than the stone statue of the Dragon Witch Balhufis, but it was still big enough for Ronan. Compared to the dark silver tailless dragon, Ronan was as small as a stone under the giant's feet. Even though they were separated by a whole square, Ronan could still clearly feel the overwhelming and soul-piercing, terrifying dragon power emanating from the other side. Damn it! Ronan's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Before he went in, Evaqui had not told him that there was such a terrifying creature hidden in the square on this level. A living one. A living dragon. It might be dead. It was just the other party's soul body at the moment. He couldn't be sure, but it made no difference to him. The slight power that the dark silver tailless dragon had just shown was enough to prove himself. No matter what state it was in now, it could easily beat Ronan to death. How could a mere third-level wizard compete with a legendary dragon? Exclamation mark. After the dark silver dragon walked out of the shadows, its eyes immediately locked onto Ronan. Its eyes were as hot as before and filled with a kind of desire and greed that Ronan couldn't understand. It flapped its dragon wings, roared and flew towards Ronan quickly. With just this one action, a fierce gust of wind immediately arose in the square, as if to sweep away all obstacles between it and Ronan. Ronan gritted his teeth and started running around the square. Facing this legendary creature, and having experienced the other party's cruel methods once, Ronan had no idea of confronting it head-on. He tried to use the terrain to circle with the dark silver tailless dragon, delaying time until Evaqui came out of the trial, and then take him away from this hellhole altogether. But expectations are beautiful, and reality is often cruel. The dark silver dragon spread its wings and cast a large moving shadow on the square. The speed was incredibly fast. Even if Ronan almost pulled his body into a blurred black line, the other party only took less than 2 breaths to catch up with him. Ancient Ice. Seeing his figure being quickly swallowed by the shadow under his feet, and a majestic and heavy sense of oppression like the ocean came from his head, Ronan roared, and his barely healed body made a series of bone sounds, quickly activating the blood of the ancient frost hydra in his body, and entering the combat state of ancient ice. Large groups of black and blue frost emerged from his body, and behind his slender body that was rising step by step, the shadow of the 8-headed giant snake vaguely emerged. Ronan stopped suddenly and turned around. Countless snake scale patterns were all over his handsome face with a hint of evil and seductiveness, and his pupils emitted strange light. In an instant, endless magic energy surged out of his body, and the black and blue frost surging outside his body condensed into the outlines of ice magic, one after another around him. The multiple mirror light talisman was blessed. The ancient icy domain took shape, and then collapsed rapidly. Under the blessing of the ethereal extreme thought state, the series of preparatory measures of snow country in the palm were completed in less than a breath. A dark blue light ball condensed the entire ancient snow country appeared, dark blue arcs intertwined, and large patches of gorgeous ice flowers floated. Without any external free energy particles, Ronan could only rely on the frost energy generated by his own blood to construct this spell. The power was weakened by more than 50% compared to the normal state, but it was still terrifying. When Ronan raised his hand and threw the ice magic that carried his many ambitions at the dark silver tailless dragon that was swooping down from above, the latter just made a grabbing and reaching forward. Crack, crack, Ronan's snow country in the palm was gently crushed by the dark silver tailless dragon like a fragile bubble. Bang! The light ball exploded, and Ronan's dark blue hair danced wildly in the wind in the countless cold currents. Hiss! He did not move, and uttered a strange trembling spell. He spread his arms, and drops of blood with a hint of blue flew out of his body, and then quickly merged into the void in front of him. In an instant, countless cold currents in the void were gathered by an invisible force. On the ground of the square under the feet of the man and the dragon, countless solid ice condensed and formed, and in an instant it turned into a smooth ice lake like a mirror. And in this icy lake, 5 ferocious giant snakes with blurred images but emitting a strong ancient majestic overlord aura slowly emerged. At this moment, a thick pillar of dark blue thunder suddenly fell from the void of the square, and a forbidden aura quietly emerged. At this moment, Ronan looked up at the dragon with a ferocious face, and his eyes were burning with a fiery fighting spirit and madness. The blood of the ancient frost hydra was completely aroused. Even the legendary dragon wanted to have a head-on collision. Ronan raised his hand to the sky, and the huge and ferocious dark silver tailless dragon happened to be held in his palm. The 5 wide and slender fingers, each finger seemed to correspond to the head of an ancient giant snake. Ronan closed his 5 fingers. In the consciousness space, the multiple mirror light talisman flashed rapidly, making a clicking groaning sound under the heavy load. On the character panel, the proficiency of the mirror soul spell began to slowly increase bit by bit. At the same time, above the cold ice lake, the 5 ancient and majestic giant snake phantoms roared to the sky, and then bit the dark silver dragon shadow in the center fiercely. Secret method, 5 heads. Ancient bite of Hikalto. Ronan's eyes reflected the huge dragon shadow bitten by 5 giant snakes at the same time, and he said coldly, "It's a pity that this is in the spirit space. If it were outside the spirit space, this spell should have completely entered the taboo realm." Chapter 266 Choice, the body of the ancient demon. The tailless dark silver dragon was instantly frozen, and the thick blue ice wrapped its huge dragon body layer by layer. The phantoms of 5 giant snakes were entangled on it, like chains. In the ice, large patches of black veins immediately grew out, like blood vessels, and like some ancient and mysterious terrible restrictions. However, all this lasted for less than 5 breaths, and Ronan felt that the power of the domain he had merged was collapsing rapidly. Crack, crack, dense and narrow cracks appeared on the huge iceberg that trapped the silver dragon, and a moment later bang! The restricted iceberg exploded, rolling cold currents gushed out, and the huge silver wings spread out, pushing away the dust and fog, and the dragon's roar shook the void. This powerful aftermath hit Ronan, and he was blown away, as if he was run over by dozens of crazy rhinoceros beasts at the same time. When he fell, his whole body was in pain. This power is too terrifying. Ronan half-supported himself and barely stood up from the ground. He gently wiped the bloodstains from the corners of his mouth with the back of his hand. His blue eyes were full of emotion. 5 heads. Hikalto's ancient bite is considered to be one of the top 3 magic trump cards in his hand. Even if it is weakened by the special environment of the spirit space, its power is enough to threaten an ordinary 4th-level Dawn. But in front of the dark silver tailless dragon, it is still as fragile as paper. Dragon. Before this, Ronan's understanding of this legendary creature was still vague, but now it has become extremely profound. From ancient times to the present, the overlord who has stood at the top of the biological food chain, its majesty is not something that ordinary people can challenge. Not to mention, how much of the strength of the dragon in front of him has been preserved over a long period of time. If it was in its heyday, God knows how terrifying it would be. Swish! Some rubble fell from the sky and hit Ronan's feet. He looked up and saw a human-shaped stone statue covered with cracks. It was the faceless human-shaped stone statue that he had hit before, the oldest and most decayed in the entire stone statue square. The stone statue seemed to have reached a critical point and began to show signs of collapse. A suppressed dragon roar came from the distance. At this moment, Ronan felt a sense of sympathy with the faceless human-shaped stone statue. Both of them were a little bit overwhelmed. Roar! Accompanied by a violent roar, the huge dark silver dragon shadow tore through the ice fog and rushed towards Ronan at an incredible speed. The terrible dragon's might rolled in like a wave, pressing the air to creak, and the surface of the skin felt like being pricked by countless needles. Ronan's scalp tightened, and he could only continue to run. In the huge stone statue square, Ronan desperately looked for a direction to escape. The dark silver tailless dragon chased him closely, and its wings stirred up violent turbulence, like a terrible hurricane passing through. During the escape, Ronan occasionally threw out a few ice spells he was good at, trying to slow down the pace of the tailless dragon. His brain was spinning rapidly, thinking about ways to break the situation. The best way was naturally to leave here immediately, but Evakui led Ronan into the spirit space, and if he wanted to leave, he could only rely on Evakui. However, Evakui is still undergoing the test in the inheritance space of the Wolf Witch leader, and it is unknown when it will end. Temporarily retreat the way he came? Ronan almost immediately rejected this idea. It takes a long staircase to return to the previous few levels of the stone statue square. In the stone statue square, he can still rely on the terrain and the dark silver dragon to barely mediate. Once the pursuit shifts to the narrow stone steps, he will have nowhere to escape. If he falls from the stairs, he may be lost in darkness and nothingness forever. It seems that the only way is to delay. However, the ice magic was weak, and Ronan's strongest, Torbu black hole, could not be used. At this stage, it seemed that the only thing he could rely on was the strength of his body. Close combat with a legendary dragon? Although Ronan has always been quite confident in his physical body, facing this choice, it was difficult for him to make up his mind for a while. At this moment, a strange buzzing sound suddenly sounded in the square. Ronan immediately looked in the direction of the sound. He saw that Evoca's soul disc hovering in front of the Wolf Witch head statue was now reversing in a counterclockwise direction. Ronan's heart sank. The reversal of the soul disc meant that Evoca had failed in the first trial in the inheritance space. According to the previous agreement, what he had to do now was to move the soul disc to help Evoca get the opportunity for the second trial. But Evoca could never have imagined that Ronan was now being chased by a terrible dragon and was about to be unable to save himself. Let Evakui fail, come out of the inheritance space, and then escape from here together. Ronan instantly came up with the most correct and rational approach for himself at the moment. But when he was about to implement it, Ronan hesitated again. This trial is extremely important to me. I only have this last chance. Keep this Damien. It can shield all your soul fluctuations at critical moments and avoid all detection methods below level 7. Evakui's figure kept appearing in Ronan's mind, and all the help he had provided to him before Ronan waited in his mind for a while, and finally made a certain decision, resolutely turned around, and his figure turned into a vague black shadow, rushing straight to the rotating and humming soul disc. The dark silver tailless dragon behind him roared, spread its wings, and chased after it. Ronan seemed to ignore it, and his figure quietly stopped in front of the soul disc. He quickly placed his hand on the soul disc and grasped the edge of the rotating disc. Suddenly, a strong burning pain like grasping a red-hot iron came from the depths of his soul. In an instant, this burning pain had a tendency to spread to his whole body. Whoosh! The strong wind raised by the dragon's wings blew Ronan's long hair up, and his robes rustled. He seemed not to notice, and his eyes were only fixed on the soul disc in his hand. Just once, Evakui. The most I can do is to help you get this chance to start over. If it still doesn't work, then I can only say sorry to you. After saying that, Ronan gritted his teeth, exerted force on his hands, and turned the soul disc in his hand fiercely, resisting the burning pain of his soul. At this moment, the dark silver tailless dragon chased close, casting a huge shadow, and the dragon stretched out a hideous claw and grabbed Ronan fiercely. Boom! The huge dragon like a mountain folded its wings and landed heavily on the ground. The huge stone statue square shook violently, and the invisible pressure spread, causing a rolling wave of air. Everything seemed to be over. The fleeing ants were crushed to death by the dragon, and their bones and flesh turned into dregs and disappeared into smoke. The dark silver dragon without a dragon tail narrowed its eyes slightly, and a satisfied light rolled in its dark yellow dragon eyes. Although it took some effort, the result was still good. It was not in a hurry to uncover its paws. The power of its previous attack was well controlled. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be just enough to crush the tiny human insect to death, but not to the extent of damaging its body. Bahufus. The dark silver dragon without a tail uttered a low and greasy voice with a hint of evil. It raised its head and looked up at the huge and silent majestic dragon statue not far away. "This is the opportunity you gave up yourself. Don't say I stole it. I'm tired of being trapped in this hellhole for tens of thousands of years." The dark silver dragon glanced at the other stone statues in the field, and a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of its mouth. "You, just stay here and wait to slowly decay and die." The dark silver dragon roared, as if it was making some kind of proud announcement. The stone statues around were silent and no one responded to it. It didn't care, just talking to itself, and the emotions that had been suppressed for who knows how many years were released at this moment. However, before it finished its long and nagging accusation, it seemed to have noticed something, and the low dragon voice paused. The dark silver dragon lowered its head and pressed its paws on the ground gently downwards with an indifferent expression. But soon its brows frowned again, and it couldn't help but continue to exert force on its hands. However, after half a breath, the indifference on the dark silver dragon's face loosened, and a hint of surprise leaked out of its dragon eyes. Then the surprise gradually developed into shock, and finally even turned into color of disbelief. It saw with its own eyes, its heavy and huge claws, as if being lifted by an invisible force, were being lifted up little by little, uncontrollably. "This is impossible, humble ants. Lie down obediently." The dark silver dragon roared in anger, as if its majesty was challenged by some intolerable provocation. It spread its wings, and the gorgeous scales on its huge dragon body moved like waves. Just as it was about to raise its claws and slap it hard. This action completely released the power under its palm. Boom! As if thousands of volcanoes erupted at the same time, a terrifying force rose up and directly flipped the dark silver dragon out. Huh? A strong wind suddenly arose in the huge stone statue square. An indescribable huge pressure rose up like a billowing wolf smoke. Black. The black fog floated out and spread in an instant. The fog was deep and dark, like an infinitely quiet sea. Woo! In a trance, it seemed as if there was a tide hitting the coast, and the sound of countless conch shells came from the black fog. The next moment, the rolling black fog parted to both sides, and a figure emerged from it. The figure was crouching on the ground in a half-kneeling posture, with his arms around his chest and his head lowered, as if he was firmly protecting something. His long hair, which was darker and thicker than the night, was draped over his back like a waterfall, and at the end of each hair, there were tiny, black flames dancing and burning. Ka-ka-ka, with a sound of bones like the ancient gears turning again, the black-haired figure slowly stood up from the ground. The body surrounded by the thick black fog was also completely revealed. This was a majestic demonic body that could not be described in words. More than 3 meters tall, with more muscles than ordinary humanoid races, each of which was forged like magic iron salvaged from the deep sea. The inky runes outlined a pattern like flames and vines on his body. In the middle of his chest, the dense muscles twisted into a vortex-shaped whirl. Hell! Ronan exhaled gently, and a hot white gas visible to the naked eye spewed out of his mouth, like the long breath of an ancient beast. Thick black fog rolled around him, with a kind of frightening deterrent. At this moment, Ronan felt that he was more like a legendary dragon seed than the dark silver dragon in front of him. First layer of Snail Palace. Facts have proved that Ronan's attempt was extremely successful. At this time, the vitality ball in his body was constantly injected into the blue snail inside it, and countless transparent thin tubes extended from the blue snail, connecting every corner of his body, and transmitting the life energy after complex compression to every part of the body. Thus, the current transformation effect is achieved. Ronan looked down at his slender and ferocious body covered with black lines, and felt extremely satisfied with his current state. After the unsullied body was strengthened by the first layer of the conch, the ancient power, rune power that had transformed to the advanced level was finally under his perfect control. This power was so mysterious that he could not describe it, but it was beyond his expectation. In my current state, it is not appropriate to use the term complete transformation into a giant demon. Why not call it? Ronan thought of a name at random, ancient demon body, corresponding to ancient power, and first layer of the conch. After naming it, Ronan took a step forward and protected Avic's soul disk behind him. Then he looked up at the dark silver dragon with gloomy eyes not far away, twisted his neck, and made a crisp bone sound. Just right. Ronan grinned, revealing a mouthful of cold white teeth. He stared at the dark silver tailless dragon with the eyes of a hunter staring at his prey, with a strong strange light bursting out of his eyes. "Take your legendary dragon and let me try it." After saying that, Ronan licked his lips, and the next second his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already jumped high, with his arms and shoulders stretched out. With an extremely wild and domineering attitude, he looked down from above and punched the head of the dark silver tailless dragon fiercely. In an instant, all the black flames wrapped around him jumped, and the rolling black mist surrounding him flowed towards his fist like water. The square was filled with strange sounds of waves hitting the reefs. The flames and black lines of vines attached to Ronan's body grew wildly like living things, as if they were about to break free of his flesh and jump out at any time. With Ronan's fist as the center, dense black ripples and folds suddenly appeared in the void. Countless black arcs of light intertwined and condensed into huge lightning in the shape of a knife and an axe. The forbidden breath surged out like a torrent. Roar! The deep dragon roar shook the surroundings. Facing Ronan's blow, the dark silver tailless dragon raised its head in anger and raised its huge claws high. A man and a dragon, their fists as tiny as gravel, and the huge silver dragon claws collided without any fancy moves. Bang! The entire void seemed to have turned into a taut drumhead, being hit hard by someone. Boom! A terrifying energy pressure formed by the collision of pure physical strength exploded, and under the monstrous white waves that spread out, the tranquility of this ancient square was finally completely broken. I'm late. This chapter counts as yesterday, and there is another chapter today. Chapter 267, Courage, Battle Axe, Golden Ladybug. It was as if a speck of dust hid a huge meteorite, but the result was that both of them bounced to the sides. A deafening dragon roar was heard in the rolling airwaves. Ronan fell heavily, and his body could not stop retreating. His feet plowed two deep dents on the ground of the stone statue square. PFFT. Ronan spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, and the blood in his body surged like a raging tide. Large balls of thick black fog rolled around him. He shook the hand that had punched, and his 5 fingers stretched and then clenched again. His eyes were as bright as blue fire diamonds. Come again. Ronan stomped his feet and rushed out like a cannonball. The black fog and long hair stretched behind him, like the tail flame of a black meteorite passing by quickly. Boom. Boom boom. The two figures of a man and a dragon kept colliding, separating, and then colliding again and separating again. The void was shaking, and the sound waves were rolling. If you ignore the huge difference in size between the two sides, the scene was like two peerless beasts fighting madly. Bang! After another collision, Ronan flew back. He took a deep breath, and his arms, which were drooping naturally, were covered with blood and wounds that were squeezed and exploded by the recoil force. Some dark red granulations quickly grew out of those wounds, entwined with each other like living things, and healed quickly under the endless vitality. It must be admitted that even if he was a first-level conch palace, and controlled the high-level, ancient power, in terms of pure physical strength, there was still a certain gap between him and the legendary dragon. Ronan's mood was unprecedentedly cheerful. Even if he did not enter the state of extreme boiling lake, the primitive fighting instincts awakened in the depths of his blood still made his whole body burn with fighting spirit. In the recent ancient times, how many people in the entire wizard world could fight dragons with bare hands like me? The life energy guidance system of first-level conch palace was many times more sophisticated than his original barbaric and rough compression method. At this moment, Ronan's body was like an ancient and sophisticated instrument, with countless blue tubes connecting his whole body. Every breath he took could trigger the majestic life force of the sea. Ronan's eyes were blazing. He took a deep breath, and slowly raised his healed arms. Every piece of skin and every muscle on his body seemed to be forged iron that had been hammered and tempered, flowing with a mysterious and powerful aura under the light. The rune patterns belonging to the ancient power continued to grow on his body, and more black mist emerged. He put his hands together and overlapped the 2 rune roots in the palms of his hands in front of his chest. The rolling black mist surrounding his body immediately surged up, and then gradually condensed into a huge, clumsy and peculiar black battle axe above Ronan's head. On the axe face of the battle axe, a rune pattern belonging to the ancient power was gradually taking shape. This was a new means of attack that Ronan unlocked after relying on the ancient demon body, and perfectly mastering the ancient power that was promoted to advanced. The mysterious black mist that made up this method was a power that Ronan had never encountered before. It was generated by himself, and it seemed to be mixed with life energy, blood, bone marrow, and part of the soul power. Ronan named it spirit. It may not be so accurate, just a simple way of defining it. The black battle axe was completely formed, absorbing all the black mist. Some fine black arcs and flames were wrapped around the axe blade, and wisps of black smoke fell down and connected to Ronan's body. An ancient and terrifying pressure slowly spread from the black battle axe. The roar of the dragon in the distance suddenly stopped. Ronan looked up and saw a pair of dragon eyes filled with a trace of horror and throbbing. Ronan exhaled, and there was a wonderful sense of fusion with the black battle axe above his head, as if it was a part of his body, without any obstruction or stagnation. I haven't used this part of my ability for a long time. He glanced at his character panel and briefly paused on the master level, basic swordsmanship. During his apprenticeship, this was one of his reliances. Later, as his spell level abilities continued to improve, his proficiency in the skill had not improved for a long time. Unexpectedly, there would be a time to use it again. Although it was basic swordsmanship, after being promoted to the master level, it provided Ronan with more control over his body and cold weapons, and it was also suitable for the battle axe. Ronan's eyes were fixed on the dark silver tailless dragon in the distance, with long black hair dancing wildly behind him, and patterns of flames and vines growing on his body, exuding an invisible force. He took a step forward calmly, and his figure drew a blurred light and shadow in the void. The black battle axe followed him like a shadow, and in an instant he reached the dragon, and then raised his hand to make a downward swing. Shoo! The battle axe chopped down, black arcs and flames jumped, and ripples appeared in the void, silently, like black thunder falling. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. The dark silver tailless dragon roared, flapped its wings and raised its claws, grabbing the falling thunder axe light. Crack, accompanied by a sound as if something broke, a deafening dragon roar exploded. The huge dragon shadow soared into the air, setting off a violent turbulence. Ronan flew back with the axe, squinting his eyes, and saw at a glance that the front end of one of the dark silver tailless dragon's claws was smooth, and it had been cut off by the axe he had just used. However, there was no blood or broken claws left on the ground. The wound of the dark silver dragon's broken claw was also a deep black, with dots of light gathering on it, as if it was about to condense a new claw. Sure enough, it's a soul body. Ronan's eyes condensed. He had long guessed that this dragon that came out of nowhere might be an ancient soul. After all, this was the space of all souls. Previously, in order to protect Avaqui's soul disk from being damaged, he withstood the attack of its dragon claws. Hearing it talking to many witch headstone statues in the square, he recognized the other party as the voice that he accidentally overheard talking to the dragon witch head Bahufus in the dream of the inheritance of the dragon witch head Bahufus. It attacked him, and its purpose seemed to be to seize his body and leave this place. Ronan didn't know the other party's identity. If Avaqui was still here, he might be able to recognize its origin, but he existed in the stone statue square on the 5th floor and could talk directly to a group of spirit witch heads. Even if he was not a witch head, he must be a person of extraordinary status in the Hall of All Spirits. The black battle axe, transformed by ancient power, consumes a lot of life energy. Ronan silently estimated that while ensuring that he was not affected, he could only make 2 more attacks like before. 2 times is almost enough. Ronan stared at the dark silver dragon in the distance, which was roaring in anger because of the broken claw, and a trace of ambition suddenly appeared in his eyes. Maybe I have a chance to slay a dragon today. Even if it's just a giant dragon soul that has lived for who knows how many years and whose power has weakened who knows how much? Night, slaying a dragon. This is the feat that many people dream of when they were young. Ronan's heart was filled with a burning heat. He took a deep breath, controlled the battle axe, and took the initiative to meet it again. The surging blood in his body gathered into the sound of the surging tide. The blue snail hummed, and Ronan was like an ancient demon walking out of the depths of the sea on the waves. He drew a dark track in the void, and in an instant he was in front of the dark silver dragon. He put his hands together and controlled a giant axe in a posture of worship. A large amount of arc light and flame fell, releasing an ancient and terrifying pressure. This time he aimed at the neck of the dark silver dragon. When the battle axe drew a mysterious arc of light and chopped it down, the dragon that had just been cut off a claw by him roared. Immediately afterwards, the huge dragon body shook violently, and on its back that was as majestic and undulating as a mountain range, thick silver white thorns quickly grew. Boom! The power of this collision was unprecedented. Ronan felt as if he had hit an indestructible mountain. The terrifying recoil force swept over him, and in an instant, the flesh and blood on his arms and chest exploded. The whole person flew backwards rapidly, and finally hit a huge stone statue with a bang. Cough. Ronan struggled to get up from the depression of the stone statue with difficulty, and unexpectedly found that it was the human-shaped stone statue that blocked him this time. There seemed to be more cracks on the stone statue, and it was on the verge of collapse. A huge gap broke on the blade of the ancient battle axe condensed by black spirit, and it was slowly repairing. Ronan's eyes were startled, and he looked into the distance again, and suddenly found that the dark silver tailless dragon seemed to be in a state of extreme violence at this time. The whole dragon body collided a large circle, the wings spread out, and countless air currents rushed around it. He overestimated himself. Or rather, he underestimated the opponent in front of him. How could it be possible for a dragon that could survive in the long-lost Temple of All Souls and was a legendary dragon species in its lifetime to be a simple existence? The scales of the furious tailless dragon seemed to become brighter and more lustrous, but the aura it exuded became more gloomy. When locked by the pair of dark yellow dragon eyes, Ronan felt a strong sense of hairiness in his heart for no reason. Time seemed to have returned to the time when he was being chased by the other party. Roar. When the thorny tailless dragon vibrated its wings and flew towards Ronan, a word immediately flashed through Ronan's mind: run. The ancient battle axe derived from ancient power collapsed, and the rolling spirit reintegrated into Ronan's body. He no longer wanted to try the last blow. At the moment, it was wise to preserve a certain amount of combat power to escape and delay. Bang! A huge silver meteor hit the humanoid stone statue behind Ronan fiercely, and Ronan escaped from the countless broken sand and gravel. He didn't have time to look back, and he felt that he had been locked by a strong murderous intent. His scalp tingled, and he gritted his teeth and rushed directly towards the stone statue of Battleface, the chief dragon witch. Judging from this guy's slightly fawning attitude towards Battleface, it is highly likely that he dare not directly collide with the soul statue of Battleface. After all, Battleface is just sleeping, unlike the unknown ancient human-shaped stone statue, which is already close to decay and death. Ronan's decision is indeed useful. Even if it falls into a state of rage, the tailless dragon still retains a certain fear of the stone statue of Battleface. It dares not directly collide with the stone statue of Battleface as it directly collides with a human-shaped stone statue. This gives Ronan a lot of breathing space. He dodges around the stone statue of Battleface. For a while, the tailless dragon can't do anything to him. But it is definitely not a solution to keep dragging it on like this. Ronan secretly pays attention to Evoca's soul disc. Just waiting for Evoca to come out of the test, regardless of success or failure. Anyway, pull him away from this ghost place first. After a while, the tailless dragon seemed to gradually sober up from its rage, and it suddenly stopped chasing Ronan. Ronan didn't feel relaxed, but instead had some bad premonitions in his heart. The next second, the tailless dragon, which was separated from him by half of the Battleface statue, suddenly turned its body and rushed in one direction. Ronan's face suddenly became extremely ugly. The tailless dragon was running towards the location of Evoca's soul disc. This cunning guy finally remembered how Ronan had risked his life to protect this soul disc before. Damn it! Ronan cursed in his heart, but he didn't stop for a moment. The black mist around him surged, and he pushed the power of ancient demon body to the extreme, and also ran straight to the location of Evoca's soul disc. The blue snail in his body hummed, and countless thin tubes all over his body emitted light. Under the pressure of the terrifying potential, Ronan actually caught up with the tailless dragon. Perhaps the other party deliberately slowed down and waited for him to fall into the trap. At this moment, the soul disc took the initiative to float up, and then a vortex-shaped light gate quietly appeared under the huge wolf witch head stone statue. Indistinctly, it seemed that Evoca could not contain his excitement and joy. Evoca! Ronan roared at the figure who was about to walk out, but a huge dragon-shaped shadow quietly blocked him. Ronan's pupils shrank suddenly, and rolling black mist surged out of his body. It didn't have time to condense into the shape of a battle axe, and he was already wrapped up by his fist and hit forward fiercely. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the red blood and black mist exploded together. Ronan covered his broken arm, and his body retreated in the air like a flying bird. Amidst the low and cold dragon roar, a huge dragon shadow followed quickly, like a suffocating silver wave, silently, swallowing Ronan bit by bit. Ronan gritted his teeth and stared at the pair of dark yellow dragon eyes that kept expanding. The contempt and coldness revealed in them made people shudder. Ronan reached out and grabbed the piece of ancient finger bone, the one that Avakwe gave him. In the space of consciousness, he was also preparing to knock on the forbidden door that Oculto had left in his body. He was very calm. He had experienced similar desperate situations many times, and no one knew the skills of surviving death better than him. Just as Ronan was about to use a few trump cards, crack, crack, a strange sound suddenly came from the direction behind him, as if something was collapsing and breaking rapidly. Ronan wanted to turn around, but the next second he saw everything happening behind him from the eyes of the tailless dragon in front of him. The oldest and most decayed human-shaped witch headstone statue was collapsing rapidly. A dazzling golden light was blooming from it. It was a pure, surging soul light that could not be described in words. In this light, an exceptionally brilliant golden light spot slowly flew out. In just a moment, it jumped in front of Ronan. Ronan saw clearly what was in the light spot. It was a very beautiful golden ladybug. It flew over Ronan shakily, and then gently landed on the nose of the tailless dragon, which had opened its mouth wide and was ready to swallow him. But just such a move made the tailless dragon's face reveal an indescribable fear. It retreated madly, almost rolling and crawling, and directly abandoned Ronan, the duck that was about to be eaten. The golden ladybug stopped chasing, but flew back to Ronan, spread its wings, and shook them gently. Under the nearly transparent wings, a layer of light golden light film was released, which quickly wrapped Ronan's whole body. Instantly, a huge amount of information like a torrent poured into Ronan's brain, and Ronan almost lost consciousness in an instant. Before his consciousness completely blurred, he seemed to hear the furious roar of the tailless dragon. Arizin Dylan Faskala Kinston, I curse you forever. Chapter 268, Spiritual Ember. In the silent jungle, a figure lay quietly on the grassy lawn. The sun shone through the gaps between the branches, illuminating his pale and handsome face. The morning dew slid down from the tips of the leaves, dripping on his dry and cracked lips. Ronan trembled slightly, and woke up from his coma. Ahem. Ronan struggled to stand up, and the next moment he couldn't help but press his hands to his head. There seemed to be countless small insects hiding under his eyebrows and temples, jumping and jumping, ready to break through the skin and flesh and drill out at any time. At this moment, he felt as if countless information and knowledge were forced into his brain, and it was still being stuffed into it. This huge stream of information seemed to contain an ancient and complete inheritance, but the inheritance was still being instilled, and he could only interpret a small part of it. Lingling, heart. Ronan took a deep breath, endured the pain of his swollen brain, and slowly stood up from the grass. The rich free energy particles in the surrounding environment announced that he had left the spirit space at this time. Ronan looked at himself. The blue snail in his body was still there, but the life light ball was dim and almost dry. It was emitting a little life energy, slowly repairing the damage on his body. Ancient demon body allowed Ronan's stainless body to rise to another level, but the consumption of life energy was also extremely huge. Ronan took out the healing potion from the space ring he carried with him and poured it into his mouth one bottle after another. As his condition gradually improved, Ronan's brain gradually regained the ability to think. How long have I been unconscious? Ronan's last consciousness before he fell into coma was the scene of himself being wrapped in the light film released by the golden ladybug and leaving. He didn't know how long this process took. He only knew that when he left, Avakwe was still inside. Ronan's eyes flashed a few times, and then his mental power spread out. Soon he determined a direction and moved quickly. But before he took a few steps, there was a strange movement between his eyebrows. Ronan felt that the huge torrent of knowledge that was constantly pouring into his mind suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful golden ladybug the size of a fingernail flew out from between his eyebrows, flapping its translucent wings and quietly hovering in front of him. The glow emanating from the golden ladybug illuminated the surrounding jungle in a quiet and hazy manner. Ronan stopped in his tracks and stared at the ladybug in front of him. After a moment, he calmly read out a name, Arizin Dylan Faskala Kinston. He clearly remembered the angry roar of the dark silver tailless dragon at the end, and it was this name that he kept cursing. As he spoke, the golden ladybug's wings flapped slightly, and a piece of information flooded into Ronan's mind. The betrayer of the Golini dragon wizard, the former guardian of the Hall of Souls. Ronan frowned, silently reciting the fragmentary information conveyed by the golden ladybug. His eyes flickered, and finally looked up. I know. But I have to confirm one thing now. My friend is still in danger. He tried to bypass the golden ladybug in front of him and find the entrance to the Hall of Souls that Eviqua had led him into. The golden ladybug had no intention of stopping him, but a picture appeared directly in Ronan's mind. The picture showed the scene on the stone statue square on the 5th floor of the Hall of Souls. Ronan saw Eviqua's figure in the picture at a glance. He was pale and leaned tightly against the stone statue of the wolf wizard head. A white beam of light fell from the top of the stone statue of the wolf wizard head, firmly protecting Eviqua inside. Even if the dark silver tailless dragon called Golini by the golden ladybug bit and roared crazily outside, it could not break the defense of the white beam of light. Yes, Eviqua passed the test of the wolf wizard chief and obtained his inheritance. He should be protected. I was worried about him in vain. Ronan relaxed a little, and the next second he saw the tailless dragon suddenly give up attacking the white light column, and turned his head to roar at the remaining 7 stone statues in the square. It seemed to be saying something loudly. Ronan frowned, and the next moment his pupils shrank. He saw the white light column hanging from the wolf wizard chief suddenly retracted, and before Eviqua could react, the tailless dragon opened its mouth and spit out more a ball of milky white light, and then rushed towards Eviqua. Eviqua was caught off guard, and the huge dragon shadow pounced on him, instantly turning into countless sticky black liquids, desperately drilling into his mouth and nose and all the pores on his body. Ronan clenched his drooping hands, and then he saw the milky white light ball that the tailless dragon had spit out split into 6 in midair, flying towards the other 6 stone statues except the dragon witch chief Balphus. The picture stopped abruptly and disappeared. In the silent jungle, Ronan stood quietly, and after a few deep breaths, he regained his composure. So, it reached a deal with him. Eviqua was used as a sacrifice by the witch chief spirit he admired the most. The golden ladybug floated quietly, without giving any response. Ronan was silent for a while, and whispered, "Then, tell me where I should go now." The golden ladybug flew towards Ronan and sank into his brow again. All the glow around him gathered, as if nothing had happened. "Spirit, witch chief tailless dragon Gorni." Ronan whispered these words, and after a moment, he turned around and ran away. Crack, crack, in the swamp filled with black liquid, the water level dropped rapidly, and the dry and faceless black stone sculpture reappeared. At a certain moment, countless cracks appeared on the stone, and finally exploded into countless pieces with a bang. In the void where the stone exploded, a pair of rough and dark hands grabbed the 2 sides of the void crack and stretched it open bit by bit. The figure of Uaka squeezed out from the stretched crack accompanied by endless curses. Only idiots would think that person would come back. He has given up on everyone a long time ago. Only idiots would think that he can find the answer, and only extremely stupid people would think that after he finds the answer, he will come back with the answer to save everyone. A bunch of old stubborn people who are stubborn and stubborn. Your brains have long been corroded along with your bodies under the scouring of time, and your wisdom is gone, leaving only rotten mud and sand. Uaka walked out of the space crack step by step with a distorted face. At this time, his figure was still strong and majestic, but his demeanor and temperament seemed to have changed. There was an indescribable gloom and coldness between his eyebrows, and the surrounding environment became gloomy under his influence. Even the old fox Arizon began to fear death and planned a retreat for himself. He was one of the most loyal supporters of that person at the beginning. Uaka looked gloomy. Thinking of his failure in the spirit space, his face became resentful and twisted again. If someone hadn't intervened and snatched the skin he had chosen long ago when he was about to succeed, he wouldn't have to use 1/3 of his soul as collateral to barely exchange for a free walking body like now. The quality of the body doesn't matter, the key is that he has to be tied to those stupid witch chiefs in the spirit space. If he can't find a way to rescue others from leaving, he can only die with them as the collapse of the Hall of Spirits. Insidious and cunning fox, shameless old immortal. Uaka cursed with gritted teeth for a few words, and after a while, he slowly calmed down. In any case, he finally came out. Try to restore your strength first, and then. Uaka had a cold light in his eyes. Find the body chosen by Alazan. As the oldest and most low-key and mysterious one among the 24 witch chiefs, Alazan has existed since the birth of the spirit witch, and he even participated in the construction of the Hall of Spirits. He knows more secrets than anyone else, and he has even outlasted more than a few masters of spirits. Finding Alazan may find a way to solve all his troubles. If it was the most glorious era of spirits, Uka would naturally not dare to provoke the other party directly, but now, the once most powerful and most respected witch chief is just a poor creature lingering under the threat of death. Perhaps I can also inherit the core of the old immortal system. Evika seemed to think of some beautiful prospect, with a raised arc on the corner of his mouth, and slowly clenched his right fist. Balhafus, one day, you will also lower your proud head in front of me. Evika chuckled, raised his right hand, and a destructive hurricane rose in the void, instantly sweeping everything under and around him into the ground. When the raging storm disappeared, the figure of Evika could no longer be seen in the jungle that was forcibly wiped out. The seventh sun set after leaving the primeval forest. Boom! Ronan punched the waist of a low mountain, rolling rebel rolled down, and he dodged and entered the temporary cave. He threw out a few array plates and laid a simple protective rune array around his body and the entrance of the cave. Ronan took a deep breath, sat cross-legged inside the humid cave, and his mind quickly sank into the consciousness space. After 7 days, the huge stream of knowledge that kept pouring into his mind was finally instilled. At this time, in Ronan's consciousness space, in the center of 10 golden diamond-like spiritual power crystals, a black dandelion was quietly blooming. On the dandelion, a beautiful golden ladybug was lying, and the antennae on its head shook from time to time, looking quite well behaved. Ronan looked at the dandelion and the ladybug in front of him, and some information rolled silently in his heart. Spiritual heart amber. He silently recited 4 words. The huge stream of knowledge that was forcibly poured into his mind finally formed an ancient inheritance. And it was an inheritance about soul cultivation. This inheritance was most likely given to him by the golden ladybug that took him away from the spiritual space, that is, the one mentioned by the tailless dragon Gorani who wanted to take over his body, the ancient spirit witch chief Arizon. Is this a legacy, or a trap? Is it the bait you threw to me? Ronan tried to talk to the golden ladybug on the dandelion, but the latter naturally remained silent. An ancient legacy that originated from the spirit witches and specialized in the cultivation of the soul. Ronan would be lying if he said he was not tempted. But after experiencing the battle with Golini and seeing Evika being ruthlessly abandoned by the wolf witch chief he trusted and sent as a sacrifice, he had many concerns in his heart. He was afraid that he would fall into the tiger's mouth after leaving the wolf's mouth. Perhaps sensing his hesitation, the golden ladybug lying on the black dandelion suddenly fluttered its wings, and then separated a little golden light, quickly drawing traces of ancient characters in Ronan's consciousness space. Contract. Ronan read the meaning of those ancient characters and frowned. Is this a way for you to show your sincerity? Ronan thought about it, but still refused. Unless you sign my contract. Soul contracts are like contracts in previous lives, and the final right of interpretation always lies with the party who drafted them. He casually drafted a master servant's contract that was almost completely in his favor and threw it to the golden ladybug, saying calmly, "You can choose not to accept it, and I will not try to practice this inheritance. Moreover, from now on, your existence will become my next soul disease that needs to be solved urgently." Buzz buzz buzz, the golden ladybug fluttered its wings in Ronan's consciousness space, conveying one obscure consciousness wave after another to him. It can be seen that its emotions are not very stable at this time. Ronan simply exited the consciousness space and let it calm down alone. In the cave, Ronan gently turned his space ring, and a communication stone appeared in his hand. It was the one that Evika had given him. Of course, now that it was in the middle, this communication stone had lost its effectiveness. Ronan stared at the communication stone in his hand for a long time, and finally silently crushed it into powder between his fingers and sprinkled it on the ground of the cave. Occupied by the soul of the ancient evil dragon, Evika has most likely completely disappeared from this world. Ronan could not describe the complex feelings in his heart at this moment. He saw with his own eyes a devout believer, buried step by step in the faith he had been striving to pursue. He felt sad for Evika. The so-called sacred temple where all spirits live is nothing more than a scam carefully woven by an ambitious person. Ronan couldn't help but whisper to himself, but an old voice suddenly appeared in his mind and replied to him. No. It's just that time has made some people forget their original intentions. Who? Ronan suddenly raised his head and looked around vigilantly. The next second, a beautiful golden ladybug flew out from his heart, accompanied by a faint cold snort. Just signed the contract, have you forgotten me so quickly? Ronan was startled, and then he realized that the soul contract he had just drawn up had been declared successfully concluded at this time. In endless years. The golden ladybug floated on the tip of Ronan's nose, and the old voice continued to sound in Ronan's mind. Countless wizards have knelt at my feet, offering everything to beg to become my disciples. The voice became angry. And you are the first one who needs me to sign a contract as a servant before you are willing to inherit my mantle. At this moment, Ronan seemed to be able to imagine an old man who was once highly respected and famous, standing in the wizard pyramid, holding his staff and stamping his feet, blowing his beard and glaring at him. Ronan couldn't help but fall silent. The premise of his drafting the master servant's contract was that the other party had bad intentions, but if the other party had no ill intentions towards him, his behavior seemed to be a bit too much. It was like a dragon showing kindness to an ant, but it had to lower its head to kiss the ant's feet first. After a long time, Ronan carefully tried to break the awkwardness. What should I call you? Don't you already know? The old voice seemed a little tired. You should be thankful. I really have no choice but you. About spiritual ember. The voice wanted to say something else to Ronan, but it seemed to have exhausted its energy. The golden ladybug in front of Ronan quickly dimmed, and then dragged its tired body and staggered back to his body. When Ronan's mind returned to the consciousness space, he found that the other party had been lying on one of his spiritual power crystals, motionless, as if it had slept soundly. Chapter 269 72 Years. The 11th Spiritual Power Crystal. Ronan could sense that the golden ladybug was slowly absorbing his soul power. But the amount absorbed was very small, and because of the existence of the master-servant contract, he could interrupt this behavior at any time. This looked like a way for the other party to recover his energy. Ronan did not disturb the other party's absorption, but felt relaxed. Even a simple communication of consciousness can exhaust his energy, and he needs to rely on himself to survive. Obviously, Alazan's soul has weakened to a very low level. No wonder he is willing to sign the master-servant's contract. Ronan is not very opposed to the fact that there is an ancient grandfather's soul in his body. As the former leader of the ancient spirit witch, Alazan, apart from the inheritance of spells and souls, his experience and wisdom are also an incomparable wealth. Now that the contract has been signed, the initiative is completely in Ronan's hands. If he thinks of a way, the benefits he can squeeze from Alazan may be much more than he imagined. Respect can be given on the surface, but we still need to be on guard against it in secret. An old antique who has lived for who knows how many years, his hidden wisdom and means are far beyond my reach. Ronan's current situation with Alazan may not be accurately described as seeking the skin of a tiger. But he never believed that there was such a thing as a pie in the sky in the world. The more he took advantage of the situation, the more cautious he needed to be. After thinking calmly, Ronan took out a paper-folded bluebird from the space ring, rubbed it gently in his hand, and soon, the paper bird came to life and turned into a real blue bird and flew out of the cave quickly. This was the communication tool that Kosti gave him when he left the south to contact the wizard of the elemental ring. Now that Avaqui's affairs were over, Ronan should also prepare to set off for the elemental ring. He checked the map and found that his current location was actually very close to the Life King's Court Empire, but he didn't know where the elemental ring was in the Life King's Court. If he hurried on his way, he didn't know how long it would take. The bluebird flew out, and after receiving a reply, it would come back again. This process takes a variable amount of time depending on the length of the journey, and is far less convenient and quick than the communication stone, but the advantage is that the communication no longer needs to rely on the communication tower. No matter where or how far away, the information can be properly delivered. After sending the message, Ronan once again reviewed his current condition. The physical injuries have almost healed, but the consumed life energy has not yet fully recovered. The battle in the spirit space proved that the idea of using the Snail Palace to strengthen the body is indeed feasible, and the effect is even much better than Ronan's original expectations. And this is just a single layer of the Snail Palace. Theoretically, the Snail Palace system obtained from the cornbone magic snail can be infinitely superimposed. Single layer of the Snail Palace, double layer of the Snail Palace, 10th layer of the Snail Palace, 100th layer of the Snail Palace, even 10,000th layer of the Snail Palace. The magic snail maze has no end. As his strength grew, Ronan now had more and more inheritances to learn, both on the character panel and those not displayed on the panel. Time was always precious, and as he calmed down and prepared to start practicing, his mind was involuntarily attracted by the black dandelion that came with Alazan in his consciousness space. After hesitating, Ronan finally couldn't resist his strong curiosity and could not help but touch it gently with his consciousness. A black petal of the dandelion fell down. In an instant, Ronan's consciousness was quickly absorbed by the petal. Ronan! Ronan! A series of crisp children's voices called out in his ears, and Ronan tried to open his eyes. The warm sunlight shone directly on his face, and the light seemed particularly dazzling. He's awake! He's awake! I was so scared, I thought this guy was dead. What an idiot! He actually fell from the haystack and landed on his head. A burst of cheers with disdain and ridicule. Ronan finally saw the surrounding environment clearly. He was lying on a straw mat made of a pile of wheat straw, surrounded by dirty, malnourished, and young faces. A small face covered with red freckles was very close to him, and the thick yellow snot hanging under his nose almost fell on his nose. Ronan stood up suddenly, and this action gave him a feeling of extreme discomfort and weakness. Soon, he was shocked to find that he had shrunk back to the body of a child. His hands and feet were thin, and he looked only 6 or 7 years old at most. Damn it! Ronan's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Arizin. He gritted his teeth and read out a name. He was suddenly reborn into a 6 or 7-year-old child. It was obvious that it must be Arizin's doing. Before he lost consciousness, he just tried to touch the black dandelion flower that Arizin left in his consciousness space, which represented the inheritance of the soul. Facing Arizin, he thought he was cautious enough, but he didn't expect that he was still tricked by the other party. What is this guy talking about? Did he get his brain damaged? Oh. Little Ronan from the Peard's house got his brain damaged. Little Ronan from the Peard's house got his brain damaged. Looks like we have to call him Fool Ronan from now on. Fool Ronan. The children gathered in a circle saw Ronan's abnormal behavior and all showed expressions of gloating. They laughed around him for a while, and then ran away happily. It seemed that they were eager to pass this news to everyone. Only one person stayed. It was the freckled child who almost dripped snot on Ronan's face. When she spoke, Ronan realized that this skinny girl with a messy golden chicken coop hair was actually a girl. Ronan, are you really stupid? The freckled girl wanted to reach out and touch Ronan's head with a worried look on her face, but after Ronan quickly avoided her palm, she immediately cried, "Wow! Wow, Gina is going to marry a fool. Gina doesn't want to be a bride to a fool pig farmer." Ronan tried to calm the girl down, but she cried harder and harder, avoiding him like the plague. Ronan simply didn't bother to care about her anymore, holding his aching head, and walked away with a gloomy face. At night, the sky was filled with stars. How come a good kid has become stupid? Let's take him to the veterinarian tomorrow. He helped us cure old Peek's problem of not eating last time. Maybe he has a solution for Ronan's problem. Yes, and he had to take away half of the pig's offal for this. I don't have extra food to pay for his consultation fee. This time I have to treat people. But we can't just watch Ronan become an idiot, can we? My poor child, woo-woo. As long as you can learn to be a qualified pig farmer, what does it matter if your brain is good or bad? Go to sleep, damn it, life is bad enough, don't make me feel bad about such a small thing. The dark mud house was filled with the complaints of men and the crying of women. Ronan lay in the dirty and smelly pigsty, pillowed on wet straw, and looked up at the starry sky above his head. His face was as gloomy as water, and his mood was almost terrible. Everything around him was surreal. After half a day of exploration, he also understood his current identity. His name is Ronan, the son of the swineherd Ronan. He has no surname. Everyone in this poor and backward village has no surname. When the man in the house who was unwilling to exchange half of the pig's offal for a healthy head for his son died, he would inherit the prefix swineherd and become the new swineherd Ronan. At that time, he might have his own son, who might also be named Ronan, or another name. None of this matters. What matters is that during this half day, he tried to meditate and tried all the basic methods as a wizard, but nothing happened. Not to mention the complex, ancient star meditation method, even the basic meditation technique that has been proficient to the point of becoming instinct cannot be done. He also couldn't feel any trace of free energy particles in the air. Even the character panel that has been firmly bound to him since the crossing disappeared. What kind of ancient and strange method can allow a soul that is almost decayed to so easily take away the powerful will of a third-level peak wizard? Ronan murmured, reaching out to the night sky, as if he could grab the stars in the sky. Suddenly, he felt a greater panic in his heart. Everything I experienced before, Everything about wizards was just a dream before the real time travel. Or, even the time travel is fake, from beginning to end. I am just a pig farmer's son? Everything now is the real truth. These two speculations made Ronan almost tremble. There was nothing in the world that frightened him more than this. Everything he was familiar with left him, and he fell into an indescribable despair. He was extremely sad and confused. Everything around him was like a sharp sword piercing his heart. He tried to curl up, avoiding the omnipresent cold and darkness. His 10 fingers sank deep into the dirty and clumped hair, scratching his scalp again and again until it bled. Until dawn, the first ray of morning light fell on the small figure in the pigsty. Ronan raised his head, his bloodshot eyes facing the direction of the rising sun, and suddenly a fire was ignited by the sun. Confusion and despair were swept away at this moment, and Ronan stood up. He walked out of the pigsty, ran out of the village, and walked barefoot step by step towards the golden distance in the morning mist. On this day, a big thing happened in the village. The son of the pig farmer suddenly disappeared after breaking his brain, and never came back. For this, the blacksmith's daughter Gina cried for a whole afternoon because she was only 6 years old and became a widow. From then on, there was a street kid named Ronan Damien on this land. In the second year, people called him a thief, pickpocket, and shameless thief. In the third year, he became a naive and clumsy bard. Later, the bard joined the adventure group and became an apprentice mercenary whose height was not even as high as the hilt of the sword of others. Later, after many years, his temples were gray. He was revered as a legend by his admirers, cursed as a mad dog by his haters, and mocked as a charlatan by those who were interested. Ronan, who had never given up pursuing everything about wizards for a long time, finally died slowly beside the burning campfire after trying to meditate for the countless and last time in his life, holding his worn-out sword. This body may not really have the potential to become a wizard in his dying moments. Ronan whispered the words he had said to himself countless times. In a trance, he saw a beautiful golden ladybug, like a meteor and fireworks, quickly passing in front of his eyes. Swish. In the quiet and secluded cave, Ronan slowly opened his eyes. In his blue and clear gemstone eyes, a brief moment of confusion flashed, and then emerged a trace of vicissitudes that was completely inconsistent with his appearance. Ronan's lips moved slightly, and he only felt thirsty and hungry. It felt like he had not eaten for a long time. But these physical discomforts could not affect his inner satisfaction and joy at the moment. "I finally back." The voice that came out of his mouth was hoarse and dry, but it revealed an unprecedented persistence and determination. An old voice slowly sounded in his mind. "You shouldn't have rashly tried it when I was away." Ronan didn't speak. The voice paused, and then continued with some complexity, "But your performance is indeed far beyond my expectations. Most wizards who are practicing spiritual cultivation for the first time will not be able to bear the blow in the first 2 to 3 years of the reincarnation dream, and their will collapse and choose to commit suicide to quit. The best one only lasted until the 5th year. How long have I been in there?" Ronan spoke, as if asking a question that was completely irrelevant. Alazan was silent for a while, and after a moment, he replied, 72 years. "Is it that long?" Ronan murmured. The vicissitudes and sense of time in his eyes gradually washed away bit by bit, and the high spirits and vigor of youth resurfaced. He looked around and saw a paper-folded bluebird tilted on the mud beside him. Ronan reached out to pick up the bluebird, read the message from it, squinted his eyes, and said, "How long has it been in reality?" 72 days. 2 months. 2 months. Ronan's eyes flickered, and he said calmly, "So, this is your core inheritance as the head of all spirit wizards? Spirit Heart Ember, the effect is to let me have a dream as long as 72 years and 2 months? The benefit is just that my will as a wizard has become much stronger." A beautiful golden ladybug flew out of Ronan's body and danced wantonly in front of him, and Alazan's laughter rang in his ears. "Benefits? Your harvest has just begun." Alazan had just finished speaking when a strange and huge spiritual energy suddenly surged out from somewhere deep inside Ronan's body. It carried with it 72 years of experience as Ronan appeared sun, and every frame and every picture suddenly merged into his soul. Catcha. In just a moment, the 11th spiritual power crystal quietly took shape in his consciousness space. This chapter is supplemented. Chapter 270 Eternal Amber. Each of us is looking forward to your arrival. This Ronan was stunned by the changes in his body. The 11th spiritual power crystal. He actually condensed the 11th spiritual power crystal. In theory, The limit of spiritual power crystal condensation for a mist-level wizard is 10, and it requires deep excavation of soul potential and entering the mist-restricted area to achieve it. And now, he has taken another step forward beyond this limit. Incredible. Ronan couldn't help but whisper softly. His current feeling was extremely similar to the state when he had resolved his predecessor's obsession on the East Coast and his soul was completely integrated. He began to understand what spiritual amber could bring him. Experience an extra different life through dreams, thereby increasing the upper limit of the practitioner's soul. Is this true? He spent a full 72 years in the dream of reincarnation. After waking up, the experience of these 72 years was like another self existing in a parallel time and space integrated into the self. The principle is actually the same as his fusion of his predecessor Ronan, which made the soul grow. Wizards have never stopped exploring the soul, but there has never been an official and unified answer to the composition of the soul. At this time, Ronan seemed to have found some reasonable interpretations in the inheritance of spiritual amber. To be precise, it increases the thickness of your soul. Alazan's old voice sounded in Ronan's mind. Ronan's eyes moved slightly. He stretched out his hand and looked down at the golden ladybug crawling slowly on his fingertips. Is there a difference? Of course. The golden ladybug spread its wings and flew to Ronan's face, as if looking through his eyes into the deepest part of his soul. Your soul has not actually changed at all. The improvement you have now is the potential of the soul itself. The dream of reincarnation for 72 years will only help you to dig out this part of the potential. The potential of every soul is unlimited, but it is buried very deep. You are luckier than most people and have obtained an efficient and powerful tool. A long time ago, when Ronan was still a wizard apprentice, in front of a small house with a beautiful blue roof, a girl named Grace gave Ronan the first lesson on soul science. Grace used crystal to compare a person's soul. The less impurities contained in the crystal, the better the soul quality of the person. This is probably the most common and superficial understanding of the soul by Ronan and most wizards. Alazan's explanation is more complicated. When everyone is born, their soul is like a pool of clear water, and the spring is hidden in the deepest part of your body. As you grow older and gain more experience, everything you see, hear, think and do in this world will bring impurities to make the clear water turbid, and at the same time, it will inject some unspeakable wonderful substances into the water, changing the water quality. Do you understand the process of winemaking? The scorching sun will make the wine sweet, and the continuous rainy season will make the wine sour, but as time goes by, they will eventually become mellow. The metaphor of crystal is not wrong, but don't you think that in the pursuit of immortality, crystal is inevitably a little too brittle and thin? Ronan frowned and said, Amber. Yes. Golden ladybugs flew in front of Ronan's eyes, and Alazan laughed. He shouted, yes, pure, golden, flowing, amber. After tens of millions of years, its form cannot be changed, it cannot be destroyed, it can only be made more mellow. That is the most perfect and ideal state of a wizard's soul, like eternal amber. Ronan remained silent. He finally understood the true meaning of the inheritance of spiritual amber. Through the method of dream of reincarnation, he constantly increased his life experience, one life after another, and one different self after another merged and superimposed into it, making the soul thick, and tough. Even to achieve eternity. It must be said that this is definitely an extremely genius idea. Ronan had never imagined that there was such a unique way of soul cultivation. He could not understand how the wizards who created this method realized the whole crazy idea. So, he asked Alazan his own questions about the origin of dream of reincarnation. Why can it be so real, as if he is really experiencing another different life? Because it is real. Alazan replied, every reincarnation dream is extracted from the most complete and profound memory of a soul. What you experience in the dream is actually a real life of others. Every petal on the dandelion has been repeatedly and meticulously carved by the souls of generations. Only in this way can the most ideal effect be achieved. Ronan listened to Alazan's story and looked at the black dandelion flower in his mind. How many petals are there on the dandelion? He couldn't count them. He also didn't know how high his soul would reach if he experienced and comprehended all these petals, each of which represented a complete life. Your first reincarnation dream was too effective. It's best not to try it a second time in a short period of time. Those memories brought out from the dream, if not properly sorted out and diluted for a long time, will become impurities and settle in the soul. In serious cases, it may even shake your will and confuse your consciousness. Alazan's voice became a little tired. His soul was so weak that only a ladybug was left. Every time he communicated with Ronan for a period of time, he would consume most of his energy. I have to sleep. When I wake up next time, I will teach you how to eliminate the sequelae of the dream of reincarnation. The golden ladybug flew into Ronan's body, perched on his soul again, and fell into deep sleep. Ronan was the only one left in the cave again. He could hear the water dripping from the top of the cave and his own even breathing. Spiritual ember. Ronan's eyes flickered, and he took out clean water and dry food from the space ring, silently replenishing the physical energy consumed by not eating for more than 2 months. He opened the character panel. Because of the formation of the 11th spiritual power crystal, his spiritual power reached its limit after 3 purifications, and the progress of strength that stopped growing has now begun to climb again. Ronan's own spiritual power strength is much stronger than that of ordinary 3rd-level wizards. The spiritual power he released now is even so strong that it directly forms golden ripples visible to the naked eye around his body. Ordinary 3rd-level wizards may not be able to withstand the impact of even one of the ripples. The gap is too big. The magical effect of spiritual ember broke Ronan's limit in the fog stage. The 11th spiritual power crystal was generated, and it is more likely to produce the 12th, 13th, and even more in the future. If a wizard genius like Selena condensed the 10th spiritual power crystal and stepped into the fog-restricted area, then Ronan can now be said to be deep into the restricted area. The soul limit was broken, and the upper limit of the number of spiritual power crystals was increased. The benefits brought were obvious. Putting aside the improvement in strength, Ronan will undoubtedly greatly improve the grade of the Yuanling he breeds after he is promoted to Dawn in the future. Moreover, Ronan has been trying to split the Hermes magic rune and engrave it on his spiritual power crystal part by combining them. Before, even if he condensed the 10th spiritual power crystal, he was worried that there would not be enough vacant positions. Now he doesn't need to worry about this problem at all. If 5 positions are not enough, there will be 6, and if 6 positions are not enough, there will be 7. It can always be the most reasonable and proper allocation. Then it is. Ronan reached out and picked up a paper bluebird on the ground in front of him, gently brushing off the dust on it. The bluebird he sent out to contact the wizards of the elemental circle had returned with a message a month and a half ago. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, the wizards of the elemental circle in the middle have been waiting for him for a full month and a half somewhere. We have to hurry. Ronan shook his head and slowly rubbed the bluebird in his hand. The paper bluebird came back to life, flapped its wings and flew out of the cave quickly. Ronan simply replenished his physical strength, and when his condition was almost restored, he put away everything arranged in the cave, stood up and walked out. The earth was divided into countless pieces by the hot magma, like a huge crack network. Countless volcanoes spewing thick smoke and ash dyed the sky deep red and dark gray, as if this area was always at the junction of dusk and dawn. A flock of birds with feathers like burning charcoal flew through the billowing toxic smoke. Humanoid life made of rocks and magma ran on the land. Red vines grew wildly. A thick layer of volcanic ash fell on the huge volcanic plain. At this time, a slender and tall figure rushed through the dark and turbid sky. The man was in his early 20s, with long white hair, black robes, handsome appearance, slightly pursed lips and deep lake blue eyes, which made him look more calm and composed than his appearance. It was Ronan who came day and night. The dry and hot wind whistled from both sides of his ears, making the robe rustle. Ronan squinted his eyes and looked at the vast plain that was called the Land of Blazing Flames by the wizards in the central region on the map. This is a dangerous place that was only formed in the recent ancient times. Legend has it that it came from a magic battle between 2 powerful wizards. Ronan took out the omnipresent orb of spirit from the space ring and silently recorded everything he saw. Along with a check-in and take a commemorative photo action in the form of a wizard, soon, in Ronan's field of vision, the outline of a huge magic aircraft appeared. From a distance, the appearance of this aircraft is like a giant bird with its wings spread. The body of the giant bird is made of some kind of magic silver steel, which is light and strong, and the surface is engraved with runes. A ball of flame that never goes out burns at the end of the giant bird, and the rune array continuously absorbs the free fire energy particles in the air, providing it with nutrients for continuous combustion. The surface of the giant bird is covered with a layer of flowing water film, the bottom is inlaid with black floating stones, and the wings are composed of rotating hurricanes. On this magnificent aircraft that combines magic and wisdom, there seems to be a small garden. The surface of the garden is blocked by a transparent magic light shield. From Ronan's perspective, the garden is like a beautiful bonsai sealed in a crystal ball. His eyes flickered, and he put away the universal orb in his hand and slowly approached the direction of the giant bird. Before Ronan could get close enough, two figures as dazzling as the sun flew out of the bonsai garden on the back of the giant bird aircraft. Under the pressure of the majestic dawn, the huge blazing realm plane seemed to fall into complete silence. Not long after, two figures appeared completely in front of Ronan. Two wizards who looked like middle-aged men. The one on the left was wearing a robe made of salamander skin, with dark red hair, as if it had been dyed by flames, and the ends of his hair were always slightly fluttering, as if there was always heat surrounding it. At this time, there was no expression on the other's angular face, and the look in Ronan's eyes also seemed indifferent. This is obviously a powerful wizard who specializes in or majors in fire magic. As for the other dawn wizard, he has a thin face and pale skin like moonlight. His short black hair is slightly curly with some subtle silver. His spider pattern robe is as smooth as iron, giving people the feeling of being born into an ancient aristocratic family. Above the ring, praise the Almighty. The two wizards approached, and the short-haired wizard in the spider pattern robe uttered an aria at the first time. After receiving Ronan's similar courtesy response, the other party showed an extremely bright and enthusiastic smile on his face. Cooper Eldrick, just call me Cooper. This is the wizard Lumion Malcolm Bell. Finally meet you, Ronan Damien, the future pride of the ring. Each of us is looking forward to your arrival. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271, Surveillance and Counter-Surveillance, Stormweaver. It will take about 3 months to get back to the elemental ring from here. On the back of the giant bird aircraft, beside the fountain pool of the bonsai garden, the dawn wizard named Cooper paused for a moment, and then said meaningfully, "The speed of the Silver Falcon airship is not slow, but the central continent is much larger than you imagined. I think you have already experienced this on the way here." Ronan's eyes flickered, his lips moved slightly, and he didn't say anything. Cooper smiled, pointed to the beautiful garden villa in front of him, and said, "For the next 3 months, you have to stay here temporarily. There is a special communication array in the house. If you need anything, please contact us at any time." Then, without allowing Ronan to refuse, the wizard Cooper raised his robe and turned around with a red-haired wizard named Lumion to walk out of the garden. The two stood at the gate of the garden, through the translucent magic array light shield, and waved goodbye to Ronan with a smile. In a blink of an eye, they disappeared like snowflakes melting and evaporating under the scorching sun, and no one knew where they went. The huge bird-like aircraft flapped its hurricane-like wings, waving countless streams of light, and flew towards the clouds. The process was unusually smooth, without any bumps. Ronan walked through the chic little garden in front of him and walked towards the house where he lived. After entering the door, he immediately saw 10 figures kneeling respectfully in front of him. They were all women dressed as maids, ranging in age from 12 to 36 years old, with different temperaments and even different races. When they called Ronan, they had some unique accents, which were either soft or cold, enough to satisfy most people's fantasies about the opposite sex. A blonde girl with full breasts and an oval face took the initiative to step forward and lead Ronan to visit the whole house. Ronan heard the crisp sound of horse hooves and noticed that the lower body of the other party was like a horse under the wide pleated skirt. This was actually a young centaur girl. The room was as spacious as a palace, and the crystal chandelier above the head cast a bright and soft light. Ronan stood on the soft carpet that covered the entire bedroom, looking around calmly at the impeccable everything in front of him. He slowly walked to the wall, stretched out his hand and pressed slightly on the rouge-colored wall. After releasing it, he gently rubbed it and saw some fine fluorescent powder scattered from his fingertips. "Is this the wizard school you want to join?" Alazan's voice slowly sounded in Ronan's mind. In their era, different wizard forces were usually distinguished by schools. "It seems that they think highly of you." Ronan did not respond immediately, but just looked at the wall in front of him. After a moment, he said softly, "Don't you think their attitude towards me is a little too polite? Isn't this a good thing?" There was no ripple in Alazan's voice. Ronan shook his head and said calmly, as two fourth-level wizards who have already entered the dawn, you were stood up for 2 whole months by a junior like me, a misty level, in a place as bitter and evil as the blazing realm. After meeting, the smiles on your faces were brighter than the tulips blooming in the fairy plains. You underestimated the patience and grace that a fourth-level wizard should have. This is no longer your era. Ronan replied calmly, and then a trace of white light appeared in his eyes. These white lights grew out of his eyes like vines, weaving a lifelike eye pattern on his forehead where his eyebrows met. Under the eye of truth, Ronan re-examined the entire room. The rune arrays hidden under the wall and embedded in the wall slowly appeared, densely packed, almost covering every corner of the room. Ronan slowly released his mental power, and some arrays began to light up. The mental power easily penetrated a wall and extended to the garden outside the house. Then it spread and was firmly blocked by an invisible energy wall. Ronan reached out his hand and tapped the magic array at a certain position in the room a few times. His lips moved slightly, as if he was talking to someone. After a moment, the magic eye on Ronan's forehead dissipated. He sat cross-legged on the spot, closed his eyes, and meditated. In his heart, he was communicating with Alazan. There are more than 30 different surveillance magic arrays in this room, and the protective magic array outside the house cannot be opened from the inside to the outside. I have a magic inheritance that is very important to them. I have reached a deal with a big man above them, and I use the inheritance to exchange for the cultivation resources I need to send to the dawn and later. I have a very reliable friend who told me that the big man is a person who attaches great importance to the principle of equivalent exchange. In my expectation, he shouldn't treat me like this. At least, he shouldn't treat me like this before he sees me and my inheritance. Ronan finished speaking, and quietly looked at the golden ladybug lying on one of his spiritual power crystals, representing Alazan's soul. You are worried that the reason you are enjoying special treatment now is that you will suffer greater losses in the upcoming formal transaction. What you can get may be far less than you expected. If that's all, Ronan said calmly, then there is no need for me to worry so much. Alazan was silent for a while and said, since you have made up your mind, then, what do you need me to do? It is really relaxing and pleasant to communicate with a wise elder like you. Ronan thought for a while and said, after you took me out of the spirit space, you showed me what happened in the spirit space. You want me to help you monitor the 2 fourth-level wizards. Alazan's tone was slightly higher, and his tone seemed a little surprised and unhappy. You can do it, right? Alazan fell silent again. In the consciousness space, the light of the spiritual power crystal bloomed faintly, and the golden ladybug was motionless, as if it was asleep. I don't know how long it took, and Alazan's voice sounded. Boy, you should know the state of my soul best. I will help you. I know. Ronan interrupted Alazan calmly and said, in fact, I have been preparing for you to ask me some not-so-excessive requests at the right time. Huh? Ronan heard Alazan exhale. He closed his eyes, but he clearly saw a beautiful golden ladybug crawling out from his forehead and then blending into the void silently. In fact, I don't want to lay the foundation for our future relationship like this. The golden ladybug left, and Alazan's voice seemed to be a little far and near, with a slight sigh. But as you said, this is no longer the era I was familiar with. In fact, you don't need to value the so-called inheritance in your hands so much. You who have obtained the spiritual heart amber are already standing above most wizards in the world, and I have many similar inheritances. Ronan listened to Alazan's chattering like a lonely old man, and he didn't respond at all. Finally, at some point, some vague pictures jumped out of his mind. Ronan's spirits perked up slightly. He saw a picture in which an elemental wizard named Cooper was sitting on a high-back chair, playing with a blue crystal ball while quietly flipping through a wizard book in his hand. Ronan's mind moved, and his mental power was quickly released. When his mental power touched the protective rune array outside the garden again, Cooper in the picture seemed to sense something and his eyes moved from the wizard book in his hand to the crystal ball. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the crystal ball that suddenly glowed for a long time. Until Ronan withdrew his mental power, he put down the crystal ball in his hand with an expressionless face. Ronan's eyes flickered and his eyes turned to another picture. This picture showed Lumion, another fire wizard of the elemental circle. This guy was standing in front of a huge transparent crystal tank, concentrating on watching the mating and reproduction process of several red crystal beetles in the tank. In just a few breaths, the picture in front of Ronan's eyes disappeared. Then Alazan's voice sounded. I can't help you keep an eye on them for a long time. I can only promise to remind you when they make any unusual movements. That's enough. Ronan nodded and said softly, thank you. Alazan didn't reply. Ronan felt that part of his soul power was being slowly absorbed. Knowing that Alazan's monitoring needed energy to replenish, he ignored it. In the spirit space, Ronan burned almost 10 years of his soul life for the trial of Evacuee. But this part of the soul life was completely replenished after he finished practicing Spirit Heart Amber once. The increase in soul concentration, lifespan is only one of the benefits given. If Ronan continues to practice Spirit Heart Amber, it can be predicted that his lifespan will far exceed that of ordinary wizards. This is also a major reason why Alazan can become the longest-lived wizard chief in the Hall of All Souls. With Alazan helping him keep an eye, Ronan is much more relieved. The next thing he needs to consider is how to quickly break free from this seemingly exquisite cage if something really happens to him. Ronan calmed down, thinking, and practicing the ancient star meditation method. Ronan stood on the balcony on the second floor of the garden villa, outside the energy shield dozens of meters away from him. Thunder was like a waterfall, and the wind was wrapped in sand and dust, like an ancient demon that had escaped from the seal, tearing everything between heaven and earth. Thick black clouds completely covered the sky, lightning was like a silver snake shuttling through the clouds, and tornadoes of all sizes ravaged the earth. Ronan saw an extremely huge, deep blue vortex that looked like the eye of the sky. In the vortex, purple lightning formed the shape of giant birds and dragons, roaring and roaring. The Silver Falcon airship shuttled through this devastating scene, with countless lightning and storms, like a seagull piercing the clouds, rising and falling forward. Although protected by the rune array, the maids living in the house were still huddled in various corners and shivering. Fear of thunder and storms is the instinct of most creatures. Even Ronan, when faced with all this, also felt a little throbbing with fear. That is the entrance to the storm realm. Cooper, who was elegant and graceful like a noble, came from behind Ronan and pointed at the huge deep green vortex in the distance. No matter how long the Silver Falcon flew, it seemed that there was no change in size. He said softly, don't think that we are very close to it now. In fact, the distance is much farther than you think. As long as we don't get close to the eye of the storm, we will be safe. After passing through this area, we will almost reach the elemental ring in another half a month. Ronan nodded and suddenly said, how long will it take to completely cross this area? It will also take half a month. Cooper replied. He was very friendly to Ronan, with a smile on his face all the time, and every word he said was refreshing. Storm realm. Is it dangerous? Ronan's eyes never left the eye of the storm in the distance, showing a strong curiosity about it. Don't try to challenge it. Cooper patted his shoulder and whispered, Stormland is a gathering place for wind and electric elemental life, and it has existed for a long time. In the center of Stormland, there is also an extremely powerful elemental life form. Some people call it Storm Lord, and some people call it Storm Weaver. It is said that a level 6 Dawn wizard once died in it. Storm Weaver. Level 6 inches. Ronan's eyes flashed and he murmured. Cooper looked at him and smiled and said, I know you have always been dissatisfied with a magic circle outside the garden and think that we are imprisoning you. But the fact is just the opposite. It is a means specially set up to protect you. The place where you are now is the safest place in the entire Silver Falcon. There is no other place. The dangers in the central continent are really beyond your imagination. You don't know where they will come from and in what form. Do you understand what I mean, Damien? I understand. Ronan took a breath and nodded. Cooper shook his head and suddenly said, by the way, Damien, can you show me the thing you got on the Haramus Wizard competition? Ronan hesitated and nodded quickly, of course. He took out a glass armband that reflected the luster of the starry sky from his space ring and handed it to Cooper. It's really beautiful. Cooper looked at the armband Ronan handed over, with a strange light flashing in his eyes, as if he wanted to reach out and touch it, but he was holding back. No matter how many times I see it, I can't help but be deeply attracted by it. Cooper praised softly, and reluctantly withdrew his eyes from the armband. Keep it, Damien. Keep it. It's not time to take it out yet. Cooper suddenly looked serious and solemnly looked at Ronan, and said word by word, remember my words, Damien. From now on, don't show it to anyone easily, even in the elemental ring. You don't know how many people in the central continent are coveting the inheritance of the Archon of Haramus. Ronan nodded with a slightly serious expression, quickly put away the armband, and said to Cooper seriously, "Thank you." Cooper shook his head and then smiled. "Okay, I won't disturb your rest. If you have anything, remember to contact me or Lumion at any time. He is also someone you can trust." "Yes, Lord Cooper." Cooper waved goodbye to Ronan and walked out of the garden. Some tiny storms and thunders fell on the exposed metal deck of the Silver Falcon like raindrops. Cooper walked in the meantime, and all the lightning and wind disappeared without a trace beside him. The smile on his face gradually faded until he walked to a certain position at the rear of the airship, picked up a short thing that looked like a horn casually, and said to the mouth of the horn lightly, "Come to my place. It's almost time for us to get started." After saying that, he looked up, squinted his eyes and looked at the center of the thunderstorm in the distance for a while. Then he turned and walked in another direction. "The tea you asked for, my lord." Chapter 272. I really don't want to kill the people of the magic ring. After Cooper left, Ronan stayed alone on the balcony for a while until the maid with a freshly brewed tea interrupted his wandering thoughts. The thunder and storm flowing outside the energy shield of the Silver Falcon airship were indeed terrifying to ordinary people, but the fear shown by the girl in front of him was mostly fake. She trembled all over, pretending to be pitiful, and when Ronan's eyes fell on her, she deliberately raised her full chest. Ronan did not drink the cup of tea, but just waved his hand lightly to let the girl leave. The latter bowed her head respectfully and revealed a few traces of loss that were difficult to conceal in her eyes. Ronan took a last look at the entrance to the storm realm that was like the eye of the sky, turned his eyes back to the direction where Cooper disappeared, and then turned away calmly. As soon as he stepped into the door of the meditation bedroom, Ronan's body suddenly shook slightly. A faint strange color flashed across his face, and he sat down cross-legged on the spot. He looked inside his body with his spiritual power, and saw that at the position of his heart, a small holy tree pattern was spinning rapidly. The heart continued to expand as the holy tree rotated. At the moment when the rotation stopped, the heart, which was nearly twice as large as normal, shrank rapidly like a deflated ball, and then some red threads similar to capillaries grew out from around the shrunken heart. The first blood deduction is completed. Ronan blinked his eyes, and with a bit of luck and expectation, he controlled the red threads to extend around, and one by one pierced into his flesh and blood. In an instant, Ronan felt his skin suddenly tightened, and then his originally smooth skin seemed to become more delicate, showing the color of moonlight under the light of the crystal lighting in the quiet room. "The purified blood of the moonlight elf in my body." Ronan exhaled lightly and directly cut off the further transformation of the blood by the red threads in his body. This deduction was officially ended in failure. It was not a disappointment. The chance of successfully selecting the ancient frost hydra in the first deduction was too small, and he was never a lucky man. Ronan had even prepared for the worst, that is, the blood source was exhausted and he still didn't get the result he wanted. Ronan calculated silently that this deduction took less than 9 months from start to finish. He looked at the data on the character panel again. Behind the talent column, the blood concentration of the ancient frost hydra had dropped from the original 6% to 5%. That means there will be no more than 5 more deductions. If there is no success after 5 times, I will completely lose the blood of the ancient frost hydra. Ronan came to this conclusion without any fluctuations in his heart. If he could completely get rid of the control of Hikwalto's will, it would not be unacceptable, but he would have to find another way to solve the entanglement brought by the Basilinus soul contract. Seeing that the holy tree array on the heart continued to operate, Ronan also withdrew his attention. The worse the situation is, the harder you have to practice now. During this period of hard training, Ronan put almost all his energy into practicing the ancient star meditation method. With his current spiritual power attainments, he can complete the deduction of the most basic star disk in about 2 to 3 days. Every time he completes a deduction, the proficiency of the ancient star meditation method increases by 1. When the proficiency of the ancient star meditation method reaches entry 23 out of 100, the core magic control rune in the Haramis magic control armband is finally fully understood by him. Ronan has reasonably split the entire magic control rune into 6 parts in total, which are engraved on his 6 vacant spiritual power crystals. At present, he has started to engrave the rune of the first part. Whether it will succeed depends on whether this first step can be carried out perfectly according to his expectations. If it cannot be done, He will have to start over and consider a more detailed splitting plan. During this period, Ronan felt the sequelae of the dream of reincarnation mentioned by Al-Azan. The specific symptoms are that when thinking and meditating, some memories of his dream experience in those 72 years will occasionally pop up in front of his eyes. In fact, the impact is not great, and the frequency of symptoms is not high, but Al-Azan still gave a solution, an ancient potion formula called Wake Up Potion. The name of this potion reminded Ronan of a potion called Sleepiness Potion that he had taken when he was struggling in the Hoddam treehouse area during his apprenticeship. The names of the two potions complement each other, but the grades and knowledge contained in the formulas and the understanding of potion science are very different. Ronan and Al-Azan have carefully discussed this formula. Based on his knowledge reserves and Al-Azan's profound attainments in potion science, 90% of the materials required for the formula can basically find substitutes in the current wizarding world. The only material called Wake Up Snake Venom cannot be replaced. According to Al-Azan, the awake snake is not a creature of this world, and it is not rare, but it is necessary to open a space channel to go to another world to capture it. In Al-Azan's time, this was not a difficult thing at all. He even knew the coordinates of several worlds where the awake snake existed. But for the current wizard world and Ronan, it is very difficult to do this. The current wizard world does not know whether there are still awake snakes or awake snake venom in the world. Ronan can only put the refining of this potion on hold temporarily to see if there will be a chance to collect the materials in the future. Without the assistance of the awake potion, relying only on the self-purification ability of the soul, the safest and most stable time interval between two dreams is 3 years. Considering that Ronan's will is far more firm and powerful than that of a normal wizard, and he can live a complete life of 72 years in the first dream, Al-Azan's suggestion is at least not less than 1 year. Ronan privately considered shortening this time to half a year. As usual, Ronan was meditating. In the consciousness space, the ancient stars were scattered and the starlight was flowing. Suddenly, a huge golden ladybug streaked across the starry sky like a burning comet. Ronan's mind was shaken, and he slowly came out of his meditation state. Then, some unclear images began to appear in his mind. There were intermittent voices coming from the screen, making Ronan feel like he was watching an old-fashioned TV with not very sensitive signal reception. We are 2 level 4s, do we really need to use this to deal with a level 3 guy? The purple mist flower juice is to ensure that everything is foolproof. This is a plan formulated by Fumange himself. You should know his temper. He is the kind of person who can't stand the slightest surprise. 1/10 of the amount is enough to turn him into a lamb to be slaughtered. Such precious poison cannot be wasted on a little level 3. The rest will be divided between you and me. It just so happens that I have something that requires the use of purple mist flower juice to implement. I know my limits. If Goodman knew that the several disciples he neglected and sent to the south would one day bring him such a huge reward, he would not have risked the impact on the 6th level 10 years ago. Fumange is talented, resourceful and ambitious. He has been planning for this day for 200 years. He deserves it. Everything has been destined and will not change because of anyone or anything. You said, after we get the inheritance, dispel those unrealistic ideas in your mind, Lumion, be careful not to get into trouble. Ronan quietly watched the two people standing and sitting in the picture, talking, until the picture completely disappeared from his mind. In the quiet meditation room, the magic circle flickered, and an inexplicable oppressive atmosphere slowly spread. After a long silence, Al-Azan's voice broke the silence. It seems that your worries are unfounded. How do you plan to deal with it? Ronan thought for a while and said, there are too many uncertain factors here, and I am not completely sure. What do you think? Find a way to leave early. Ronan said calmly, I tried it. Although the protective magic circle outside this airship is strong, I have a way to break it quickly. But if I want to avoid alerting them, I may need your help. Al-Azan was silent for a few breaths, and slowly said, okay. Ronan nodded and closed his eyes again. He continued the meditation that was interrupted before. There was no fluctuation in his mood, as if nothing had happened. On the first floor of the garden villa, a beautiful maid walked quickly to the second floor with steaming dishes. At a corner of the stairs, time seemed to stand still. A slender figure slowly emerged from the wall. Cooper reached out and gently stroked a steaming thick soup on the tray in the maid's hand. Some barely perceptible powder from his fingernails fell into the soup. The steam rising from the thick soup turned into a mysterious and beautiful purple in an instant, like a rose in full bloom. In a blink of an eye, all the purple faded away, and the still time resumed its flow. The maid continued to go upstairs without noticing, and soon came to the door of a room at the end of the second floor. After a gentle knock on the door opened from the inside, and a handsome young man with white hair and a black and silver-edged robe walked out. The maid carefully presented the plate, and the latter glanced at all the food, and naturally picked up the silver spoon to scoop up the most tempting thick soup on the plate and tasted it. After tasting the food, the young man showed a slightly satisfied look on his face. He accepted the food and waved his hand. The maid who served the food respectfully withdrew. At the moment the door closed again, Cooper's figure appeared in front of the door silently like a ghost, pulled the corner of his mouth slightly, and then disappeared. The spring water gurgled, and in the beautiful and quiet garden, two figures appeared side by side on the cobblestone path among the flowers. 3 days. Lumion, who seemed to be surrounded by a trace of heat, gently brushed off his salamander skin robe and said expressionlessly, "The boy should have turned into a pool of pus and blood by now. His soul should have been corroded." Cooper, like the real owner of the garden, walked calmly towards the house not far away, shaking his head as he walked. "I didn't put in much, otherwise we wouldn't have to wait 3 days. I guess he's in a coma now, but there's no cure." As he spoke, Cooper flipped his palm, and a crystal ball emitting a faint blue light appeared between his 5 fingers. He glanced casually into the crystal ball, but his brows soon frowned. "What? Is there something wrong?" Lumion caught the strange expression on Cooper's face and asked. Cooper didn't say anything, but just narrowed his eyes, and his figure flashed, and he appeared directly on the second floor of the garden villa. He raised his hand and waved, and the door of a room at the end of the second floor opened automatically. The two walked in and saw a young man sitting cross-legged in the center of the room with his back to them. "Good boy, you can still sit." Lumion's eyes flashed with cold light, and he snorted coldly, and the majestic mental power came out of his body. He was about to make a move, but someone's action was faster than him. Whoosh! A dark purple magic light ball with terrible energy pressure rushed towards the figure sitting in the room, causing a series of dense and endless air explosions along the way. The young figure sitting on the ground felt this strong crisis and suddenly jumped up from the ground, but was hit accurately by the energy light ball the next moment. Bang! The figure exploded directly, and most of the body was swallowed by the light ball. Some fragments of suspected flesh and blood splashed everywhere, crackling on the surrounding walls, triggering one protective magic circle after another. Cooper stretched out his hand and grabbed some of the splashing flesh and blood. Looking closely, he found that it was just some semi-melted metal residue, mixed with a trace of tiny blood stains. We were fooled. Cooper's face suddenly became gloomy and cold. He used some kind of magic to create a clone. His aura was almost exactly the same as his original body. Even the monitoring array was fooled. "Damn it!" Lumion uttered slowly, and each syllable was accompanied by a heat wave that was hotter than magma. "It doesn't matter," Cooper said expressionlessly. He was poisoned by the juice of the purple mist flower. He can't run far even if he wants to. It's just a little more effort. After saying that, Cooper uttered a rapid spell of syllables. As he recited the spell, the metal residue and blood stains that he had just caught in his hands surged rapidly, and soon turned into a strange black headless moth, and then whoosh quickly jumped out of the room. The headless moth flew out of the room, passed through the external protective array, and disappeared into the vast air turbulence and electric light outside the airship. Cooper and his companion followed the headless moth relentlessly. After 5 hourglasses, the headless moth that led the way suddenly exploded. Beside the huge eye of the storm, under the dark sky covered with dark clouds, storms and lightning, a figure finally appeared in the side of the two. Seeing the target, without any nonsense, the red-haired Lumion directly let out a long roar. Under his robe, circles of red emerged layer by layer. The whole person seemed to turn into a hot and surging river of magma, sweeping away all the storms and lightning in an area in an instant, and quickly blocked the front of the figure. Cooper's eyes flashed with a cold light, and layers of black mist spread from his body. In a blink of an eye, he also caught up with the figure in front of him, and together with Lumion, one on the left and one on the right, firmly blocked the figure. The two were one red and one black, one fiery and one cold. The terrifying aura of the 4th level Dawn Wizard split a small piece of sky into 2 colors, forming an energy hurricane that was even more terrifying than the outside, like a reinforced iron barrel. sealing the young figure inside. "Dear Damien, why did you suddenly leave without saying goodbye?" Cooper narrowed his eyes and stared at the young man wrapped in a robe below. He asked with a bright smile, but his eyes were extremely cold. "Why are you still wasting time talking to him?" Lumion roared, like many voices overlapping, like the impact and collision of magma boulders, shaking the void and buzzing. The hurricane formed by the two people's aura blew the young man's robe, and the hood on his head slipped off. The young man brushed aside the white hair that had fallen on his face and sighed softly. "I thought I could get away with it. Just relying on those poor magic skills." Lumion, whose red hair seemed to be burning with flames, sneered disdainfully, "You think you can get away with it? No." The young man shook his head, then looked at the two people and said calmly, "I'm talking about you." Before he finished speaking, an unparalleled and rich golden light suddenly spread out from the young man. In an instant, a mental force field far exceeding the general level 4, as majestic and heavy as the ocean, tore through the heavy heat waves and coldness in the void, like an extremely bright golden sun rising from the bottom of the dim valley. "After all, I really don't want to kill people with magic circles. Happy New Year everyone. I wish you all peace, health, success and wealth in the year of the snake." Chapter 273. As a level 4, your fighting spirit is too weak. Under the chaotic sky, the force field of flames and shadows was torn apart by the golden halo, and waves of invisible golden ripples emerged. The ripples were like knives, cutting through the heavy blockades, and the space presented a strong sense of distortion and illusion. Both Cooper and Lumion showed shock and disbelief on their faces. When did he get promoted to level 4? This mental power does not contain elemental characteristics, and it is still level 3. But how can a level 3 wizard have such a powerful mental force field? Ronan stood in the center of countless golden ripples, and his black robe was also dyed golden by the light of his mental power. The whole person seemed to be coated with a layer of brilliant gold. His pupils were abnormal, and it was hard to tell what color they were. It seemed to contain an infinitely peaceful pool of water, and if you look closely, it seems to contain a bottomless vortex that captures people's minds. This was the first time that Ronan released all his mental power so unscrupulously. In the consciousness space, 11 mental crystals emitted light, arranged and combined in some inexplicable formation, and rotated around a point of nothingness. After condensing the 11th spiritual power crystal, Ronan's spiritual power strength has surpassed that of an average level 4 early dawn wizard. Now, with the increase of the ethereal extreme mind state, except for the fact that he has not yet been promoted to level 4 and has not embraced the elemental light, both the quality and quantity of his spiritual power are completely overwhelming Lumion and Cooper in front of him. The two are only at the early stage of level 4, while Ronan is now almost on par with the late stage of level 4. The huge spiritual force field attracts a large number of free energy particles between heaven and earth, condensing various bizarre and strange phenomena in the void. Ronan stood in this strange phenomenon, his body motionless, only his robe fluttering. Cooper and the other man came back to their senses from the brief shock and impact, and almost at the same time, they burst out with extremely strong murderous intent. The spell trembled from his lips and teeth, resonating with the void. The exploding fire surged like countless lava fountains, forming a mighty river of fire, surrounding Lumion's body, and then condensed into a huge, substantial molten hurricane, which whistled away as Lumion pointed at the crystal fire staff in his hand. In an instant, with Lumion as the center, the void within a radius of dozens of miles became a sea of flaming meteors with molten fire splashing. As for Cooper on the other side, he had a black short staff with a purple crystal decoration on the top like a claw in his hand. He just waved the staff lightly, and large tracts of dark energy gathered towards him. The spider pattern embroidered on his robe seemed to come alive, and in the rolling black fog and smoke behind him, a long and sharp purple crystal-like substance slowly appeared, as if a terrifying poisonous spider hidden in the shadows was ready to bite anyone at any time. The two attacked without distinction. The molten hurricane tore through the layers of golden light-filled force fields, and rushed towards Ronan in a violent and irresistible manner. A fourth-level dawn wizard, nurtured by the spirit, embraced the light of the elements. Any spell he cast could mobilize 100 times or more energy than a wizard below the 4th level. If this spell of Lumion were cast in the secular world, it would be powerful enough to destroy a small city. The terrifying molten hurricane struck, and the endless golden light in the void converged. At the end of the golden light, countless torrents of metal poured out, and then turned into huge golden eagle wings, stretching out piece by piece. Boom! The molten hurricane hit the golden eagle wings head-on without any fancy moves, and the terrible firepower surged, melting the golden feathers. Suddenly, a thick black fog spread in the field. In the thick fog, the deep purple spell crystal spear like a spider leg tore through the layers of space in an instant and hit the spread golden eagle wings. Bang! Molten hurricane, amethyst spider lance, and golden eagle wing exploded at the same time. The terrible energy aftermath directly swept a small piece of void into vacuum. When the rolling turbulence gradually subsided, Cooper and Lumion narrowed their eyes and soon saw Ronan, who was motionless in the golden metal melt floating around. Ronan did not seem to pay attention to the result of this spell battle. All his attention was on the fingertips of his right hand. There was a little inexplicable brilliance emerging there, burning like fireworks, and then burning a series of fleeting gold-plated spells in the void. When the whole text appeared, Ronan stretched out his hand and slashed it diagonally, and all the spells in the void immediately dispersed like ashes. This was the sole contract he had signed when he joined the Silver Circle. Under the rules of the contract, he could not do anything that might harm the interests of the Circle and the lives of the formal members of the Circle. If he wanted to violate it, someone from the Circle must take the initiative to attack him first. Now, the conditions were met, and the contract was unilaterally torn up by him. Ronan watched the words dissipate like ashes, and a sense of inexplicable regret and sigh emerged in his eyes. When his gaze slowly retracted and fell on Cooper and Lumion in front of him, there was no more ripple in his eyes. So now. Ronan looked at Cooper and Lumion in front of him calmly and said, "Please die." After saying that, endless magic energy surged from his body, accompanied by blooming ice flowers and titanium condensed into golden chainsaw tentacles. Ronan's living steel and mirror soul spells combined to create a titanium clone that was real enough, and Alazon's soul method concealed the fluctuations when he used spell-breaking power to break the rune array. If Cooper and Lumion were deceived by his methods and let him leave alone, it would be fine, but if they saw through it and chased after him, then they would have to die. In the void, ancient glaciers permeated. Above the glaciers, a blazing and majestic domain of magic unfolded. The scorching wind rose, and the air was filled with a thick and heavy smell like melting metal. A full 29 golden chainsaw tentacles, like burning golden carnivorous plants, bloomed seductively and violently. Cooper and Lumion's faces showed moved expressions. Previously, the result of the two people's combined magic attack, which only broke Ronan's layer of magic defense, was already a bit difficult for them to accept. Now that Ronan's offensive was fully launched, the mystery and grandeur displayed by the two magic systems made the two people feel more and more frightened. Lumion's face became solemn. He waved the crystal fire staff in his hand, and uttered the ancient sound. Soon, the previously dissipated molten fire gathered again in front of him, and the firepower released this time was more surging, returning to dozens of nodes, and each node condensed a burning red gold flame crystal. Crystal fire. Matrix. Lumion shouted, and dozens of molten crystals moved collectively in a unique formation, outlining a mysterious trajectory in the void. In an instant, an invisible and terrifying trend was generated, and the void was like butter being cut into neat cubes by a hot knife. The heat contained an explosive strangling force that enveloped Ronan directly. Ronan had a blank expression on his face, and with one hand he stretched out the icy field belonging to frozen earth. One by one, the ice magic that entered the extraordinary collided with Lumion's spell formation. They didn't melt in an instant, but they melted quickly, and the glacier was gradually disintegrating. He flipped his palm, and in the collapsing field, a dazzling snow country broke out of the ground. Before the blazing net-like crystal fire formation could cover it, it collapsed rapidly again, and all the cold air in the void returned, and finally turned into a crystal-clear dark blue ice ball in Ronan's palm. In the ice ball interwoven with countless cold air, the outline of the ancient glacier and snowfield could be vaguely seen. Ronan casually pushed the ice ball outward with the palm, and countless deep blue frost veins extended in the void, and forbidden arcs of light appeared. Boom! The ice ball came into contact with a matrix formed by the crystal fire, and the power of ice and fire clashed, and the domains collided. In just a few breaths, the hot breath in the void was completely covered by ice and snow. Crack! A huge layer of ice grew directly in the void, freezing one burning flame crystal after another. The rolling cold air spread outward, and Lumion was affected, and his body bounced outward quickly as if he was electrocuted. He reached out and wiped off the thin layer of frost covering the staff in his hand, and his face became as ugly as it could be. Is this the strength that a third-level wizard should have? He was a fourth-level dawn wizard, and the fire magic he released was actually completely suppressed by the ice magic of a third-level wizard. If he had not seen it with his own eyes and experienced it personally, if someone else had described it to him, he would probably have just scoffed at it as a fairy tale. Terror, in the thick black fog, purple crystal spider spears pierced through the void like lightning, attacking Ronan from all directions. 29 tentacles like golden chainsaws suddenly rose up, waving dazzling shadows around Ronan. Ding dang dang. The rapid sound of metal clashing was accompanied by the sound of spells colliding. All of Cooper's spell spider spears were blocked by Ronan's golden tentacles, but Ronan suddenly groaned and frowned quickly. Cooper's figure was looming like a ghost, and a sneer came from the black fog. But as Ronan raised his hand, layers of golden light intertwined around him, forming an extremely complex and exquisite diamond crystal shape, and Cooper's sneer stopped abruptly. Cooper was obviously smarter than Lumion. Each of his spell attacks carried a spiritual elemental attack that only dawn wizards possessed. This was clearly bullying Ronan's weakness in not embracing the elemental light. However, he did not expect that Ronan also mastered spiritual defense spells, the Diamond Heart spell inheritance from Ling Maya, Golden Fire, which could resist all these elemental penetration attacks hidden in the spiritual power. Boom! Rolling ice dust exploded in the field, and surging flames suddenly rose. Lumion let out a long roar, raised his staff high, and more flame crystals were summoned by him. His entire momentum also suddenly soared several times. The dark clouds in the sky fell, and the shadows of the black fog that continued to rise below seemed to be connected. One by one, purple crystal spider spears emerged, and black lines on the spears continued to grow. Whether it was Cooper or Lumion, at this time, they fully exploded their fourth-level dawn wizards without reservation. The two occupied one part of the sky, and they were in a state of strangling each other, turning their force fields and domains into rolling torrents, crushing Ronan. Ronan pointed out with one finger, and the ice ball transformed by Snow Country in Palm exploded directly. The detonated energy pressure blew a gap in the two people's magic force field. Black octagonal snowflakes fell, and the ancient frost rose from the bottom to the top. The shadow of the ancient frost overlord inherited from the blood quietly raised his head in the turbulence. Flame, darkness, and frost, the three forces constantly collided and washed in the void, and there were more magic powers of other systems mixed in. The edge of the storm realm was originally a land of energy chaos. In this area, it was stirred like paste by the magic fluctuations. Three figures were looming in the countless energy turbulences. If an uninformed person saw it, he would definitely think that it was a melee between fourth-level wizards. And who could know that the truth of the battle was actually two fourth-level wizards working together to fight against a third-level wizard. Boom! A small patch of dark clouds suddenly became thicker above the battlefield. In an instant, all the raging thunder and storms around were completely cleared by some kind of aura. A strong aura of taboo emerged, and deep blue thunder fell directly from the sky. Impossible. Someone in the battle group let out an extremely unbelievable roar. Immediately afterwards, 5 semi-illusory ancient giant python phantoms broke through the layers of energy streams, carrying the evil, domineering and cold momentum of the ancient frost overlord. In the chaos, they quietly raised their heads, stretched their necks and howled wildly, and then bit hard at a certain place in the center of the battle group. Crack, boom. The chaotic battlefield exploded directly, and in the terrifying turbulence like the rushing waves, a towering iceberg quickly rose from the ground. A figure wearing a spider-patterned purple robe fled from the chaos in a panic. He flew to the edge of the battlefield and struggled to hold up a spell energy shield, barely stabilizing his body. At this moment, Cooper's face was no longer as elegant and calm as that of an ancient noble. Only a look of panic remained. He did not leave, but turned back and stared at the rising position of the iceberg in the distance. Soon, his pupils shrank, and the expression on his face became more and more shocked and unbelievable. Finally, the scene in the center of the battle group was completely revealed in front of him. A dark blue iceberg with black veins and a strong ancient taboo atmosphere stood in the void. In the iceberg, a figure with red robes and red hair was frozen. There was a look of shock and horror on his face. Several strange tentacles that seemed to be cast in gold penetrated through the iceberg and pierced his entire chest. At the end of these golden tentacles, a handsome young man with black robes and white hair turned his eyes coldly. Impossible, This is impossible. Cooper stared at this scene, his expression fell into a momentary trance, and he kept muttering. Level 3, how can you comprehend the power of the forbidden domain? How can you have a mental strength comparable to that of the late 4th level? He held the black staff tightly in his right hand, his nails digging deep into the flesh, almost piercing blood. At a certain moment, Cooper suddenly reacted. He seemed to have thought of something, staring at the handsome young man in front of him with a ferocious expression, and asked loudly, "You are not Ronan Damien, right? Who are you? Where is the real Ronan Damien?" Puff, the golden tentacles flowing with hot magma slowly pulled out of the frozen Lumian's body. Ronan stepped on the void and slowly walked towards Cooper step by step, his expression as calm as at the beginning. As a 4th level Dawn Wizard, your fighting will is a little too weak. Chapter 274 Remote Projection Array. Ronan's words were like an invisible blade, crossing many spaces and piercing Cooper's heart. Cooper's expression froze, his mouth slightly opened as if he had no way to refute. Ronan looked down at him, stretched out his right hand, and a starry armband floated up from his palm. All you want is inheritance. Does it matter whether I am the real Ronan Damien? Cooper's expression changed, and after a moment he said unwillingly, I clearly saw you take it with my own eyes. Is this right? Ronan flicked his fingers and turned out a ball of solidified ice flowers. In the center of the ice flower, a drop of purple water could be seen faintly. It was the purple mist flower juice that Cooper had stolen in the thick soup before, and now Ronan took it out again intact. At this time, Cooper was completely calm. He didn't say anything else, but the edges of his body showed blurred traces, some black smoke rose, and the whole person seemed to be melting and evaporating. Ronan's eyes flickered, and the 29 golden tentacles behind him stretched out rapidly, like golden spears piercing through the void, and the chainsaws whistled with terrifying heat and tearing. Bang! Several golden tentacles penetrated Cooper's body in the blink of an eye, but the latter suddenly exploded like a bubble that was punctured and turned into a ball of black smoke. The 29 golden tentacles immediately gathered, and quickly transformed from bright gold to deep silver, wrapping Ronan layer by layer like flowing armor. Silverization of space. A strange spatial fluctuation spread out, and Ronan's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and then appeared somewhere hundreds of meters away. After several consecutive flashes, Ronan frowned, and once again removed the silvered titanium metal, and instead relied on the power of mental power to directly chase after the fleeing Cooper. When he was a level 2 wizard, using silver space to teleport over short distances was Ronan's only weapon for chasing and escaping. However, after level 3, and facing a level 4 Dawn Wizard, teleporting hundreds of meters at a time was obviously not enough. Taking into account the cooling time between 2 teleports, this speed was not as fast as Ronan's own flight. Ronan had already begun to consider finding time to further optimize and upgrade his several soul seals involving the mysteries of space. Driven by the powerful mental power comparable to that of a level 4 wizard, Ronan's speed was extremely fast, and his figure was pulled into an indistinguishable light golden light in the sky. In just a few breaths, Ronan's vision once again appeared in Cooper's field of vision. The distance between the two kept getting closer, and Cooper looked back several times, with panic flashing across his gloomy and ugly face from time to time. Seeing the outline of the Silver Falcon airship in the distance, Ronan's figure who was chasing it suddenly stopped. No. Ronan frowned. He realized that there was no need for him to chase after Cooper, and his ultimate goal was to get away from him. As a 4th level Dawn Wizard, even if there was a certain gap between him and himself in mental strength and combat power, Cooper's flying speed should not be so different from his own, so it was so easy for him to catch up with him little by little. Cooper's previous performance was not so much running away, but rather deliberately leading him to a certain location. At this time, as if realizing that his intentions had been exposed, Cooper, who had been running away, also stopped. He turned around and faced Ronan, and there was no trace of panic and tension on his face. Across the raging wind and lightning, Ronan stood high in the sky, staring at Cooper from a distance. Soon, he saw the Silver Falcon airship behind Cooper actually began to disintegrate. On the back of the giant bird-like airship, the beautiful bonsai garden disappeared, replaced by a series of rune-light curtains rising into the sky. Even if there was a head-on conflict, Ronan was not afraid of Cooper and the others. The reason why he took the trouble to sneak away from the Silver Falcon was because the Silver Falcon was the home court of the two, and he was worried that there would be some hidden means on it. Facts proved that it was indeed the case. Ronan. At this time, As if another force was injected, the originally dim sky became more and more gloomy, and the strong winds and thunderstorms flowing above the sky became more and more dense. Cooper spread his hands, as if welcoming something, calling Ronan's name, and a cold and sarcastic arc on his handsome face became larger and larger. Ronan looked at him coldly, turned around without hesitation, and flew through the raging storm at a faster speed than when he came, heading away from the incomparably huge deep blue sky between heaven and earth. It's a long-range projection array. Someone is going to come as a spirit clone. Those who can do this must be at least a level 5 wizard. The old voice of Alazan sounded beside Ronan's ears. Ronan's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything, just kept urging his mental power. Suddenly, a strong spell wave came from the side, accompanied by a faint sense of heat. Ronan's body suddenly paused, raised his hand, and titanium surged out from under his robe, quickly turning into huge golden eagle wings that overlapped and closed. Boom! The red flame torrent collided with the exquisite and gorgeous golden feather wings, countless burning fire feathers flew away, and the 8 golden eagle wings suddenly spread out, sweeping out a sharp aura like a heavenly sword, directly dividing and cutting off the torrent. Ronan slowly pushed away the few clusters of sparks that floated in front of his eyes, and saw a figure wearing a salamander robe appear at the end of the flame torrent. It was Lumion. He was not dead yet, and he had broken free from the forbidden ice. However, his condition was not very good. His face was pale, and the wound on his chest pierced by the touch of gold was still there. His eyes were fixed on Ronan. Ronan's eyes turned cold, and he stretched out his 5 fingers to pluck the invisible magic string in the void. However, before his spell was released, a strong energy wave made him turn around and look back. In the distance, the rune light curtain held on the back of the silver falcon had completely taken shape. Under the dark sky, endless free energy particles gathered together, and even the flowing wind and lightning were annihilated. Finally, 6 dazzling spots that were 10,000 times brighter than diamonds condensed in the sky. Red beams of light intertwined between the 6 spots of light, forming a hexagram formation. The indescribable terrifying power fell from this incomparable huge hexagram like a waterfall, pouring out to the surroundings like the collapse of the sky and the sea. Ronan felt countless needle-like pricking pains, and his exposed skin seemed to be repeatedly polished by invisible sandpaper in the void. Ronan had seen the might of a level 5 wizard before. According to what Alazan said, the one in front of him should only be a projection of a spirit clone. The feeling Ronan felt was even more terrifying than the real body of a level 5 wizard he had felt during the wizard competition. Ronan took a deep breath and flew quickly towards the distance while the terrifying hexagram formation had not yet been completely formed. However, he had barely flown out for less than half a breath when Alazan's warning sounded in his ears. Be careful. A strong warning arose from the bottom of his heart. Ronan instinctively turned sideways, and the titanium metal that had not yet dissipated around him was transformed into eagle wings to protect him. At this moment, time seemed to slow down countless times. Ronan watched with his own eyes as a black energy beam that had condensed into a solid state almost brushed against his nose. The golden eagle wings on that side did not make any sound when the beam of light swept past them, as if they had been evaporated and disappeared without a trace. He could clearly hear the sound of his heart beating rapidly. At the end of his vision was Lumion's smug and ferocious face, laughing happily. His mouth opened and closed, as if he was saying to Ronan, "Escape? Can you escape?" Huh? Ronan exhaled a breath of foul air, and the slowed flow of time returned to normal. His mental power completely dispersed, and his figure flickered and dodged repeatedly in the void. In the sky, black energy beams fell like raindrops. The huge hexagram in the distance was slowly rotating. There was a completely vacuum zone between it and Ronan. Those crazy leaking energy beams seemed to fall directly on Ronan's head. Space magic fluctuations. While Ronan was dodging, he caught the rich space magic fluctuations that permeated the surroundings, and he knew why the hexagram's attack was so fast and treacherous. He gritted his teeth and kept dodging almost to the limit. Each of those energy beams that shot towards him was almost as powerful as his full-strength spells, reaching the Forbidden Realm. A layer of light, almost invisible golden light enveloped his body. It was the soul power of Alazan, which was constantly correcting Ronan's extreme evasion to avoid being attacked by the energy beam. This should be very strenuous for him. Ronan could hear Alazan's heavy breathing from time to time. Finally, the violent attack suddenly stopped, and the brilliant hexagram formation under the dark sky in the distance stopped rotating, as if accumulating power for the next wave of attack. Ronan stopped. His face and body were almost completely soaked with sweat, his shoulders rose and fell slightly, and he breathed evenly and deeply. In just a few breaths, he repeatedly brushed shoulders with serious injuries or death nearly 100 times. This kind of pressure is not something that ordinary people can bear. "You are okay." Lumion, who witnessed all this not far away, opened his eyes wide and looked at Ronan, who was intact, with an unbelievable look on his face. The next second, his expression was ferocious and he gnashed his teeth. Next time you won't be so lucky. If you are willing to hand over the inheritance now." Cooper's voice came from afar, but Ronan ignored it. His eyes were fixed on the huge hexagram formation that had begun to rotate again under the distant sky. He looked calm, took a deep breath, and then first layer of spiral palace. Buzz, all the sweat on his body evaporated in an instant, and his white hair like a waterfall was raised high, and then one by one turned into a dark color like night. Fine black flames and arcs of light poured out, crackling. Ronan's figure rose step by step, accompanied by an indescribable terrible power penetrating his body. He had already entered the state of ancient demon body. Shoo! The void above his head was full of strange waves, and when the first energy beam fell, Ronan's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Lumion. His ghostly appearance caught Lumion off guard, and his pupils shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously wanted to retreat. Ronan raised his hand, and the black spirit surrounding him rolled over, wrapping around Lumion's body like a tentacle, and then stepped aside. Boom! A beam of energy light followed closely behind him, brushing against his body and directly submerging Lumion. Ronan calmly grabbed a flying finger, took off the several exquisite gem rings on the broken finger, and then stretched out his 5 fingers like claws, grabbed a half-illusory soul body that had just emerged, and stuffed it into the square horned cowbell he had prepared long ago. The sound of chewing and Lumion's heart-wrenching screams disappeared into the space ring as the cowbell was retracted. Ronan was so skilled in all these actions that it seemed as if he had practiced them countless times in his mind. Only then did he turn around, clasping his arms together, and thrusting the rolling black spirit around him outwards towards the energy beams that had already reached him. Boom, boom, the energy beams hit a spiral-shaped black light shield and exploded, setting off a huge wave of energy that instantly submerged a figure behind the light shield. Cooper couldn't help but take 2 steps forward, his eyes fixed on the location of the explosion, his mind still not completely coming out of Lumion's sudden death. It was difficult for Cooper to describe his complex emotions at this moment. From the initial contempt and disdain, to the plan failed but still confident, to shock and incredible. This little third-level wizard from the south had given him too many shocks in a short period of time. This should have been an easy operation, but things had developed to this point, and it was completely out of his original expectations and control. Even Lumion, who came with him, had fallen. If it weren't for the backup plan left by that person, he might have followed Lumion's footsteps. Now, Cooper only wanted to see the kid from the south die completely in front of him. He only wanted to see this result. He knew the character of Fuminge. Fuminge would never allow a monster who showed more outstanding talents and potential than him to stay by his side. Therefore, this guy had only one way to go, which was death. While Cooper's thoughts were flying, suddenly, he felt that the light above his head seemed to dim rapidly. He subconsciously looked up and found that the sky within a range of dozens of miles around him had entered an extremely strange state of calm. The waves caused by the activation of the Yuanling projection array, the raging winds and electric currents, everything disappeared completely. All the energy in the void flowed in one direction. Cooper's eyes quickly moved downward along the trajectory of the energy flow, and finally landed on a certain position. In an instant, his pupils shrank sharply and his heart seemed to stop abruptly. An indescribable huge and creepy feeling grew out from the bottom of his heart like a vine and crawled all over his body in an instant. Chapter 275, Fuminge, I Will Come Back. A Way to Survive from Death. Black hole. Cooper saw an extremely huge energy black hole. The edge was twisted, madly devouring all the energy and light between heaven and earth. The void seemed to have a huge hole for no reason, and all the matter leaked into the hole. Only a tiny figure, as if born from this black sun, rose up, quickly escaped from this void, and went to the distant direction. At this moment, Cooper's mind was blank, and the whole person seemed to fall into trance. With all his knowledge, wisdom and cognition as a 4th-level Dawn Wizard, he could not understand why a mere 3rd-level wizard who had not yet cleared the fog and embraced the dawn could repeatedly break free and escape from the means of a 5th-level wizard. No, this can no longer be considered breaking free and escaping. This is a confrontation. The confrontation between spells, the confrontation between ants and dragons, but the result was a draw, and the 4 more left calmly. Suddenly, some information that Cooper had once sneered and disdained once again surged in Cooper's mind. That was the information about Ronan Damien that was sent over earlier by the Southern Circle of Magic. The magic prodigy that appears once in 1,000 years in the South, an unparalleled wizard genius. These descriptions that Cooper once thought were too exaggerated and flattering were deliberately exaggerated by the group of idiots in the Southern Circle of Magic in order to return and gain praise. Now, looking back, he found that everything said in the information might be true, and the person who wrote this information might have run out of words. If I had known that we were going to welcome such a monster, would it have been more appropriate to choose to make friends with him? Cooper couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Unfortunately, this is just an impossible hypothesis after all. Fuming is not the mean and old-fashioned Goodman. In his wizard dictionary, there has always been only the law of the survival of the fittest, and there is no such thing as equivalent exchange, let alone investment and return. Where are you going? This is your last resort, right? The wind whistled past his ears, his black hair was flying, his spirit was rolling like a flag, and Ronan heard the slightly tired voice of Alazan in his ears. I no longer have the ability to leave you and find a second soul host. Don't let your foolish pride lead me into the abyss of destruction. Don't worry, I have already found a way out. Ronan looked calm and answered with a firm tone, of course, I may need a little help from you. Alazan didn't say anything else, just sighed softly. Ronan passed through layers of lightning and storms, and rushed in the void. Haramis's magic armband was firmly worn on his right arm. Crack, the sound of something breaking, and there was a surging energy tide flowing back between heaven and earth. Ronan didn't need to look back to know that it was the forbidden black hole that was breaking. Waves of terrible spell fluctuations far exceeding any previous ones came from behind, giving Ronan an extremely strong pain on his back skin as if it was pierced by needles and knives. Ronan's eyes were calm, and he ignored it. On top of the Silver Falcon airship, a huge hexagram array began to spread outward, and the 6 light spots that made up the hexagram began to gradually brighten, like a blazing sun, lighting up half of the dark sky covered with dark clouds. The glow of the array projected downward, extending in endless distance, and Ronan's flying figure seemed to have nowhere to hide at this moment. However, at a certain moment, the hexagram array that was about to reach its peak and activate its power suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, the entire array shrank inward, and the terrifying power that had previously diffused began to gradually subside. When the 6 bright light spots returned to one place, a human figure that seemed to be formed by the refraction of countless lights slowly emerged from the void. The human figure looked up into the distance, and where his eyes fell, a figure also stopped. Ronan stood at the huge eye of the sky, on the edge of the dark green storm vortex. His robe and long hair were pulled by the storm, but his figure was firmly nailed in the void like a rock, staring at the human figure projected in the hexagram array in the distance. A 5th-level wizard who practiced space magic would find it difficult to escape the opponent's pursuit no matter where he fled to in this area. Therefore, the nearby storm realm became his best shelter at this time. After all, it was a dangerous place where even the 6th-level Dawn Wizard had fallen. No matter how much the opponent wanted his inheritance, he probably wouldn't dare to break into the storm realm to capture him. The silence of the hexagram array also proved Ronan's conjecture. Dang, Ronan gently flicked the Law Guardian armband on his right arm with his fingers, making a crisp and pleasant sound like crystal collision. He raised his right hand, wanting the human figure in the distance to take a closer look at the armband on his arm. Feminge Ronan whispered the other person's name, then turned around, tore through the layers of storms in front of him with his hands, jumped, and threw himself into the deep blue bottomless storm vortex without hesitation. I will be back. The tiny figure entered the eye of the storm, like a speck of dust being sucked into a vortex at the bottom of a lake, without even a ripple. Cooper slowly retracted his gaze, turned his head, and even his soul trembled violently along with his body. Master Feminge Cooper buried his head deeply into his chest, raised his right hand to salute, and trembled slightly under his robe. He was very clear about the mistakes he made this time, but he could not estimate what kind of anger Feminge would face. However, Cooper waited for a long time, but only heard an unusually calm voice coming down from the sky. Notify the South, in the name of Goodman Ronan Damien, who killed his fellow disciples and betrayed the Circle, has been executed outside the Storm Realm. Yes, Cooper responded respectfully. Under the dark and gloomy sky, the human figure formed by countless tiny reflections looked at the huge eye of the storm that seemed to have never changed, and whispered, "Foolish End, do you think you can find a way to survive by entering there? The entire Storm Realm is under the surveillance of the Weaver. You can only die faster in it. It's a pity that the inheritance of the legendary Archon Heramus will be more difficult to be completed from now on." As the voice fell, countless lights dispersed, and the human figure disappeared without a trace. In the south, the Silver Circle. At the top of the 7th Silver Tower, the sun shone through the transparent crystal skylight and a beam of gold fell. In the quiet study, there was only the subtle sound of the timekeeping silver sand leaking. Kirsty sat at a white poplar desk, quietly flipping through a blue book in front of her. A feather pen slid across the white paper from time to time, leaving beautiful traces. Swish, a sound like the rapid turning of pages suddenly sounded, and a blue shadow broke into the room, breaking the tranquility. "It's a message from the Central Region." The brightly feathered parrot woke up from its nap, and immediately rushed to the blue bird, making a cheerful cry. "Let me guess, it must be Ronan's message. According to the time, he should be there." "Balby." Kirsty scolded majestically, raised her hand and waved it lightly, and the blue bird fell into her hand and turned into paper bird again. "Look, look!" Balby flapped his wings and came closer, constantly urging. Kirsty's fingers stroked the smooth paper surface of the blue bird, and a bit of anticipation appeared in her eyes. However, this expectation disappeared immediately after she opened the paper bird. "Damn it! How did this thing catch fire, Kirsty? What are you doing? It almost burned my eyelashes." Balby dodged the flames that suddenly jumped out in front of him in panic, watching the blue bird that was sending the message being quickly engulfed by the flames, and kept screaming. Kirsty ignored it, just gently shook off the ashes between her fingers and walked out. "I'm going to the central part." Kirsty's voice could not tell whether she was happy or angry. Every syllable rippled in the void, shaking the books on the surrounding bookshelves. Balby fell on the table, noticing the strangeness in the other party's emotions, stunned, not knowing what happened. He just couldn't help but subconsciously ask, "What are you going to the central part for?" To ask the instructor in person who. The French window on the top floor of the tower suddenly opened, and a strong wind rushed in from outside. An inexplicable chill rose in the air. Kirsty's figure had disappeared, leaving only her voice echoing in the attic. Damien must not die in such an unclear way. This was probably Ronan's worst experience ever in crossing the entrance to the secret space. The extremely unstable spatial energy, as well as the power of the storm and lightning, made him feel as if his whole body was being torn apart throughout the whole process. It was unknown how long it had passed, but everything was finally over. Ronan felt that he had come to another space, and he thought that he had completely entered the realm of storms. The tearing sensation on his body quickly faded, replaced by waves of numbness that seemed to penetrate his flesh and penetrate into his soul, and a slight tearing sensation on the surface of his skin. Ronan tried to stretch the mental force field outward, opened his eyes, and the scene that came into his eyes made him slightly startled. The sky cracked into countless pale cracks, and countless lightning bolts woven into the shape of a spider web in the sky. The lead gray clouds rolled like huge waves. Every time they surged, thousands of blue-purple electric snakes emerged from the sea of clouds, first cutting the sky into countless fragments, and then turning into a lightning torrent with a diameter of at least several kilometers, pouring down from the clouds. The liquid plasma condensed directly on the surface into a shimmering silver-blue lake. The lake's surface continued to bulge with python-like energy columns, and was torn into light dust by the hurricane in the next moment. There were huge whirlpools suspended in the void, as if composed of billions of transparent blades. Spiral whips of light flowed outside the whirlpools. Every time they whipped the ground, they would leave charred gullies with the texture of lava. There were always huge and strange wind sounds in my ears. This wind sound was hard to describe, like the dying wails of thousands of giant whales, interspersed with high-frequency electric current humming, making every erect hair on my body become restless. There were also lightning bolts condensed into shapes similar to ancient weapons, hurricanes that materialized with rune traces, and ground soaked in lightning magma with crystalline tentacles growing out of it. Ronan had never seen purgatory, But if the legendary abyss purgatory really existed, there would be a corner that would definitely match the scene before his eyes. Is this the retreat you had thought of a long time ago? Alazan's voice sounded in Ronan's ears, with a sigh that was hard to tell whether it was anger or helplessness. What else? Ronan quickly calmed down from the shock, and while adapting to the harsh environment at the moment, he replied lightly, "Do you have a better idea? In this place where elements gather, except for the energy of the two attributes of wind and electricity, all other energy particles are repelled. The power of your ice and metal spells will be suppressed to an unprecedented level here." "No problem." Ronan poured a few bottles of healing potions into his mouth and once again entered the state of ancient demon body. The primitive and devilish body stretched out, the black spirit rolled, and he punched out casually, smashing several balls of lightning that were flowing close to him. The skin surface splashed by the lightning felt slightly numb. "It's just right, let me temper my body. My body has been in the plateau for a long time." After breaking through the master level of 1,500 points, the speed of improvement of austerity body forging began to be ridiculously slow. Of course, it was also related to Ronan's lack of time to temper himself. He was lacking an opportunity to practice austerity body forging with all his strength. Right now, it was an excellent place for him to practice asceticism. "You think the problem is too simple?" Alazan shook his head. An array of soul power emerged from Ronan's eyebrows and extended to the stormy hell-like sky above his head. "This place is monitored by an ancient elemental spirit that is about to be promoted to level 7. It can sense your existence." "I know." Ronan narrowed his eyes and looked up, following Alazan's perception. From the first second he stepped into the realm of storms, he felt that there was an indescribable, extremely majestic and ancient powerful will in the sky. It was like a pair of invisible eyes of heaven, looking down on Ronan all the time. But the dragon shouldn't be very interested in an ant that crawled under its nose, right? If the ant survives and tries to cross its territory, that's not necessarily the case. "I have a solution," Ronan replied lightly, unilaterally ending the conversation with Alazan on this issue. He could imagine Alazan gritting his teeth and feeling helpless about his unyielding and self-righteous appearance, but as Ronan said before, is there a better way besides this? Lumion, the 4th level Dawn Wizard of the Elemental Ring, died in his hands in disguise, and the 5th level wizard named Fuming behind him, and Cooper was an ambitious person who would do anything to achieve his goal. From the fact that he had been planning for 200 years to cheat his master and ascend to the top, it can be seen that as long as he stayed in the sphere of influence of the Elemental Ring, or even the Court of Life, he would be hunted down by the other side endlessly. Unlike the previous time in the south, this time he did not have much escape route. Although the act of actively entering the storm realm to avoid disaster seemed crazy and risky, Ronan had already thought about everything in advance. If nothing unexpected happened, there should not be too many problems. This is a way to survive after being put in a desperate situation. Walking on a tightrope across a cliff, the tightrope connecting the two ends of the cliff is also a way, isn't it? Even if you can avoid being hunted by the ancient elemental spirits, how can you get out? You can't just rely on luck and run around here like a headless fly. Then I need your guidance. Ronan exhaled lightly, then gently raised his hand and released something from the space ring on his finger. And, it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.